we're going to be discussing for the next couple of days is science and the Bible, and who is man, or what is man, that thou art mindful of him. And they're actually going to one build upon the other, although it may not sound like it at this particular point in time. You will see how that one naturally flows into the other. And we're probably going to be raising a lot of disturbing issues and disturbing questions. And I want to try to address all of them. So, again, as I say, just as we go along, write down whatever question it is that you might have, and we'll try to address it at the proper time. I'm sure that you all are aware that there are a lot of problems today with which we are confronted in society that are actually problems of a religious nature. But that particular problem has carried over into the political arena. And now these issues or these questions have become political problems. For example, how about birth control? Abortion. We've got the pro-life movement on the one hand and the pro-choice movement on the other hand. And these have become political issues. The problem of creation, the whole problem of science versus the Bible, has become a political issue. So much so, I'm sure some of you are aware, that at one time there was a bill before the legislature in 11 states to institute the teaching of creationism alongside of the teaching of evolution in the public school system. And as a matter of fact, if you will remember, the state of Kansas did institute that law. And there was a tremendous outburst on the part of the more scientific element in the state that decried the whole concept of creationism, and there was quite a stir in the state of Kansas over the teaching of this particular theory in the public school system in the state of Kansas. And the interesting thing about it is, as simplistic as this particular response is going to seem to be, that the solution to all of these problems or these issues that, as I said, are religious issues but have been made into political issues, that the key to the particular problem is Hebrew, or a knowledge of the Hebrew language. That is, if these issues were seen in their proper Hebrew context, they wouldn't be issues at all. They would be non-issues. I don't know whether you've had an opportunity to discuss any of these issues with members of the Jewish community or with a Jewish rabbi, for example. But in the Jewish community, many of these issues are quite frankly laughable. They can't understand how come that these issues that are so great of an issue in the Christian community are even issues at all, because these are non-issues as far as the Jewish community is concerned. Well, what would you say offhand is the biggest problem confronting us in dealing with the whole subject of science in the Bible? Whenever we start to look at the biblical text and we start to consider all of the various finds of science and the different scientific disciplines, for example, anthropology, paleontology, geology, that seem to be in conflict with Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2 relative to the creation of not just man, but the creation of the whole universe. What would you consider to be one of the biggest issues, one of the biggest problems? And the answer to the question is the problem of chronology. In other words, when we open the biblical text and we start to read, and the evening and the morning were one day, then immediately that conjures up in our minds a 24-hour day, an image of a 24-hour day. Morning, evening, one day. But this problem of chronology is a much greater problem than what you might think when it comes to understanding the biblical text. I want to call your attention briefly to Matthew chapter 1. If you'll just turn to Matthew chapter 1, and let's note in verse 8. A passage that introduces us very quickly to the whole problem. And it's one that most people look at it and they just tend to completely overlook. And Asa begat Jehoshaphat. And Jehoshaphat begat Jehoram. And Jehoram begat Uzziah. You see? Now, notice again in Matthew, when it starts in verse 1 talking about the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham, we've got all of these individuals that are mentioned, and then we're told that there are 14 generations in verse 17, from Abraham to David, and from David until the carrying away unto Babylon are 14 generations, and from the carrying away unto Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations. You see that? So that it's working within the context of 14 generations. Now, the interesting thing about it is, in Hebrew, numbers have meaning. And probably nobody here knows any more about numbers, or gematria, as it's called, than Sven. Sven's made a study for years and years of the study of numbers and gematria, and he can verify for you what I'm saying, that in Hebrew, numbers have tremendous importance. Great importance is played upon the significance of numbers and the meaning of numbers in Hebrew. And the discipline in Hebrew known as Kabbalah. Are all of you familiar with the term Kabbalah? It's the mystical movement in Judaism. Kabbalah makes much to do about numbers and the meaning of numbers. So that, for example, the number 1 is the number of unity. God is one. The unity of God. The number 2 is the number of union. Number 3 is the number of deity. Number 4 is the number of the earth. The 4 winds, the 4 seasons, the 4 compass directions. Number 5 is the number of disunity or discord. Number 6 is the number of man. Number 7 is the number of perfection. The number 8 is the number of the order of new things. The number 10 is the number of completion. The number of 12 is also the number of completion, as well as any multiples of 12. So that 12 times 12, 144, and 144,000, it means it's simply that everybody that's supposed to be included in that number is included in the number. And very quickly, when you start working with the biblical text, you start literalizing these numbers. You're going to find yourself in serious problems very quickly. And in Matthew, we have a mention here in chapter 1 of the genealogy of Jesus. And we would expect what? Since this is the genealogy of Jesus, that it is highly accurate. That it is as accurate as it is correct as any genealogy can get, because it's a genealogy of Jesus. But it just so happens, just a few days ago, I was sitting on the doctoral committee for Johnny Bradford, one of the students that's been going to school. Some of you know Johnny. Anyway, he wrote his doctoral dissertation on the halakhic controversies between Bet Hillel and Bet Shammai, the house of Hillel and the house of Shammai, the two very well-known rabbis that were contemporaries with Jesus. And so there was a lot of material here that had to do with the controversies between Hillel and Shammai and Jesus. And one of the guys on the Ph.D. committee, one of the members of the Ph.D. committee, this is one of the professors at the university, made the statement, well, you know, there are all of these problems with which we're confronted here. Just take, for example, the genealogy of Jesus. You've got two different genealogies, one in Matthew and one in Luke, and they don't agree with one another, and so on, and they're not reliable, and so on and so forth. And it was just an indication, again, that here's somebody supposed to be educated on the one hand, but on the other hand knew nothing about the way in which the Hebrews thought and the way that they think relative to genealogies, relative to chronology. Well, turn now, if you've got your text before you, to 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles, and let's start with chapter 21. And I just want to demonstrate something, show you something here as we follow through. In chapter 21 of 2 Chronicles, we have a mention of Jehoshaphat. Now, you see here, follow in the text along, in verse number 8 of Matthew, And Asa begat Jehoshaphat. See it? Okay, so now here we have Jehoshaphat in chapter 21. And in chapter 21 of Chronicles, we're dealing with the chronicles of the kings of Judah and Israel. And because it's the chronicles of the kings, it's going to mention every king. If this king only reigned for 7 days, we're going to have a mention of this particular king because this is the chronicle of the king. So it's going to be completely accurate. Well, as completely accurate as it can be, at least at this point in our study. So we've got Jehoshaphat. Now, Jehoshaphat dies, and Jehoram, his son, reigns in his stead. And you can write these down. Here's Jehoram. And he reigns all of the way through chapter 21. And he dies, and in chapter 22, they make Ahaziah, his youngest son, king in his stead. So we've got Jehoshaphat, Jehoram, Ahaziah, and Ahaziah reigns all the way through chapter 22 and into chapter 23. His mother usurps the throne. Her name is Athaliah, and now she reigns as queen over Israel. And in chapter 23, Athaliah is slain, and her grandson, Joash, reigns in her stead, and he was the son of Amaziah. And all through chapter 24, Joash is reigning. Then in chapter 25, we're introduced to Amaziah, and he reigns all of the way through chapter 25. And at the end of the chapter, he dies, and his son, Uzziah, reigns in his stead. You see what's happened? 5 whole generations are omitted. Just omitted and just ignored. In the genealogy of Jesus in Matthew chapter 1. Now the question is the genealogy of Jesus in Matthew chapter 1 correct, or is it not correct? The answer to the question is yes, it's a correct genealogy. It's not an exact genealogy, but it's a correct genealogy. Why? Because the writer is working within the framework or in the context of the number 14. Why the number 14? Because it is the sum of 4, the number of the earth, and 10, the number of completion. And that's what they wanted to point out, earthly completion. That from the beginning of Abraham down until David is 14 generations. And from David unto the carrying away into Babylon is 14 generations. And from the carrying away unto Babylon until the birth of the Messiah is 14 generations. The whole point is that begat does not in Hebrew necessarily mean A was the father of B, and B was the father of C. it could just as easily be A begat Z and eliminate everybody else in between. Depends upon the purpose of the author. Now, the point is that we run into this same kind of a problem in the biblical text when we start working with the genealogy of Adam, you remember. Let's take a quick look at that in Genesis chapter 9 or 10. These are the generations of the sons of Noah. And that is still not the chapter that I want. Chapter 5. The generation of the book, or the generations of Adam in the day that God created Adam. And the days of Adam after he begot Seth were 800 years. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years and he died. And Seth lived 105 years and begat Enosh. And so on. And now whenever you take these numbers and you begin to work with these numbers and add them up, what happens? You come up with about 4004 for the creation of the world. And that's what happened. With Bishop Ussher, you remember, who calculated that the world was created about 4004 BC, and he had it narrowed down where it was like on the 31st of October in 4004 BC, because he had worked with these numbers. Well, an interesting thing is that a number of years ago, when I was working on my first master's degree at Eastern New Mexico University, I was taking this one class, and I can't even remember what the class was at the time, but we decided we'd try to do the same thing. We'd try to work with the numbers, and we did. We started working with them, and we came up with 4,136 working with the same numbers. Well, the unfortunate fact is that it is upon the foundation of this supposition that the biblical text is the infallible, the inerrant Word of God, that now the theory that the earth was created, or that earth is no older than about 6,000 years ago, that particular theory was founded, or upon that particular theory that it's based. But immediately you can see the weakness in that particular line of thinking in view of the fact that these chronologies, although they are accurate insofar as what the writer intended to be, they're not precise to the degree that we can go in and at any hope at all work with these numbers and try to reconstruct not just biblical history, but try to reconstruct the history of the creation of our world. What happened is probably well known to you all, but we might as well just mention it here in review, that up until the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, there was no discipline that we could call science. Up until that time, people just believed the Bible, and whatever the Bible said, they accepted it on the basis of faith. But in the 16th and 17th centuries, we have the beginning of the movement that we call the Renaissance. And we have men such as Galileo and Hevelius and Newton and Jensen and others who are, with the invention of the telescope, able to look out into the outer reaches of space and see worlds that were unknown to man hitherto. And the invention of the microscope, where they're able to look into a little drop of pond water and see myriads of animals, little creatures of all different kinds that nobody up until then even knew existed. And as a result of the invention of the telescope and the microscope and different scientific inventions of other men of note, men began to investigate and speculate on everything. And then about 1831, you remember, Charles Darwin set out on his adventures on the HMS Beagle, sailed around the world, and as a result of his adventures, wrote the book, The Origin of the Species and the Survival of the Fittest, and began to postulate on the origins and the evolution of humankind. And his work formed the basis or the foundation upon which scientific discovery and scientific investigation was built for quite a number of years, and up until recent times, and in some places, is still taught. As a matter of fact, I was just in California a few weeks ago. Jerry and Leah and I had gone out to California for a meeting of home churches. And I was invited to speak at a high school in Simi Valley, California. And just had about 45 minutes to talk to the students, but the guy who was the instructor at the high school had been a longtime friend of mine, and he invited me to speak, and they brought in the science class and the history class and the English class, and he wanted me to speak to him, and again, I only had about 45 minutes on the subject of science in the Bible. So I got up and had to go through it real quick. And you know, what are you going to say in 45 minutes? But basically, I mentioned that, and I made this statement, and this was the statement that got the old boy's goat. I said, anybody that believes in creationism ought to be awarded an honorary membership in the Flat Earth Society. But that was just a statement that I made in the midst of everything else that I'd said. And he took exception, great exception to that one statement. And he and I went around and around. I mean, he went more round and around, and I sat and listened to, or stood and listened to him rail for quite a while. Because his basic position was one of intelligent design. And only later did I find out that he had been a member, or he was an active member, in the Creation Research Institute, which happens to be the organization that principally is promoting the whole concept of creationism, about which we're going to be talking a little later on. But it shows you the lengths to which one will go to hang on to a concept that has been passé for the last 50 years. We talked about the various theories, the different theories of creation, and we're going to have a look at each one of them too as we progress in our study. There's three basic theories that we're going to be examining. The first is transformism. And the second is known as either creationism or the gap theory. Gap. G-A-P. The gap theory. And the third one is spontaneous creation. We could say an additional idea or concept or theory, or it may be a sub-theory of spontaneous creation, is the concept of intelligent design. But these are the basic theories that we want to investigate, and we want to do so from basically a Hebrew perspective. But let me continue with the point that I was making a moment ago, is that men began to investigate anything and everything as a result of the work of men such as those that I previously mentioned. And they began to apply what became known as the scientific theory or the scientific method of investigation in their analysis of whatever it might have been. Are all of you familiar with the scientific method? What I mean when I mention the scientific method of exploration. And basically, we want to do the same thing. We want to apply the scientific method in our study. What's the first thing that a person does in following a scientific method of study or research? What's the first step or the first stage?
Make observations.
What?
Make observations.
Make observation. And as a result of that observation, you then what?
Form a hypothesis.
You form a hypothesis. And that hypothesis is based upon what?
Well,
it's based upon an assumption.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
That is hypothesis is based upon an assumption. And now what's the next thing that you do? You begin to collect data. You bring all of the information and all of the data that's available at your disposal to bear on the particular subject that you are investigating. And as a result of the collected data, you then do what?
Test your hypothesis.
You propose a theory. You propose a theory. And once you have proposed that theory, then what do? You go back and you test your theory. You collect additional data or whatever. And once you have tested your theory, if your theory proves to be correct, you can now move on to the next and final stage is to what? You can formulate a law. So you've moved from an assumption to a theory to a law. Well, the interesting thing about it is, what we want to observe before we continue further in our study, is that what might be a law today may not be a law tomorrow. And the reason why I mention that is because before the 16th century, it was basically a law that the Bible was the inerrant, infallible Word of God. And the people just believed whatever the Bible said or whatever the spiritual leaders of that time said because of faith. The Bible said it. They believed it. That was the end of it. And that's the way that it was. It was also the way that it was that the atom was the irreducible particle of matter until 1945. And the explosion of the first atomic bomb at Alamogordo, White Sands Missile Range, blew that particular law all to pieces. So, what might be a law today may not be a law tomorrow, as we accumulate new evidence and we're able to bring new information to bear on the subject. Why do I mention that? Because when I was a kid back in school, taking science in junior high and high school, I was taught, and this was the law, that man was the end product of a long line of evolutionary development, from a lower form of life to a higher form of life, starting with Dryopithecus and Ramapithecus and Egyptopithecus zeuxis, and then Homo habilis and Homo erectus and Australopithecus and Pithecanthropus and Neanderthal or Mousterian and Cro-Magnon, Homo sapiens sapien, modern man, about 35,000 years ago. And I would venture to say that basically that was probably what most of you all were taught too. Well, today, that particular concept of the origins of mankind is no longer accepted in the halls of science. That particular concept concerning man's origins has been passé for about 40 years now or more. So, if the theory has been passé and is basically no longer accepted in the halls of science, why are we still having some of the problems we're having? And the answer to the question is because most, I'm not saying all, but most theologians know very little about science. And most scientists know little or nothing about the biblical text. As a matter of fact, scientific discipline basically ignores any kinds of biblical studies. But the problem here is actually deeper than just the scientist not knowing anything about the biblical text or the theologian not knowing anything about science. The problem is that neither one of them know much about Hebrew, if anything at all. And as I mentioned to you before, the key to all of this is the Hebrew text itself. The key to solving the problem between the religious community and the scientific community is the Hebrew language, the knowledge of the Hebrew text. Now, I mentioned to you the scientific method. And we want to basically follow that scientific method in our approach and in our study. And so what I want to do is I want to propose an hypothesis. And my hypothesis is based upon an assumption. And what is my assumption? My assumption is that there is basically no conflict between science and the Bible. My assumption is that basically there is no conflict between the biblical text and the best that we know in all of the scientific disciplines. Anthropology, geology, paleontology, whateverology. That there's no basic conflict. That again, the problem can be solved by a knowledge of the Hebrew text. So, beyond that, my assumption is going to be that the biblical text is basically accurate. That the biblical text is basically an accurate representation of certain events as the author is attempting to describe them for us. But the problem in it all is, and we have to recognize this at the outset, is that the Bible is not a scientific document. It's not a scientific document. As a matter of fact, the Hebrew language, biblical Hebrew, did not even contain the mechanisms whereby it could express itself in scientific terms. Now today, in modern Hebrew, we can talk about anything. But if we want to talk about archaeology, what is archaeology? Archaeologia. Geology. Geologia. Physics. Psyche. Psychologia. It's like, where did all these words come from? They were manufactured words, a lot of them largely based upon English. The point is that today we can use Hebrew and speak in scientific terms on any issue or on any subject. But back then, biblical Hebrew, it didn't even contain the mechanisms whereby it could express itself scientifically. It was never intended to be a scientific document. What it's trying to show to us is that in all of this, behind all of this, is God. But we could, I think, logically expect that if this document came from God, if it is God-breathed, if it is an inspired document, then it ought to be relatively accurate. That is, there had not ought to be any great conflict between the document and the best that we know in all of the various scientific disciplines, in view of the fact that if God was indeed the creator of the earth, the creator of the world, and He set certain natural laws in operation, that there ought not to be any kind of a great conflict between what was supposed to be a God-breathed document and a universe or a world that was created by the same God. In other words, logic dictates that my psyche is not going to accept information that is actually beyond the capability or the capacity of the mind to accept. So what we want to do is that we want to take the biblical text and we want to look at it verse by verse. And we want to, as we look at it verse by verse, see how or if we can harmonize the biblical text with the best that we know from these various scientific disciplines. Now, all of you are probably aware that Hebrew just doesn't say the same thing that it says in the English. You open the English Bible and you read Genesis chapter 1, Genesis chapter 2, these early chapters in the book of Genesis, and almost nothing is correctly translated. Now, maybe I shouldn't say that almost nothing is correctly translated. It may be as correct as you can get it in English without going into a lengthy dissertation. Instead of going into a translation, going into a commentary. And therein is the problem, that the Hebrew language is very abstract. So that one word may carry a whole host of meanings. Quite unlike, for example, Greek, which is very precise, it's very fixed, it's very formed, it's very beautiful. Hebrew, on the other hand, is very abstract, and it's possible to say one thing in a half a dozen different ways. For example, I could say, Ani holech habayta, or habayta ani holech, or holech ani habayta. And I've said the same thing 3 different ways. Means I'm going home. I'm going home, ani holech habayta. But it can also mean that I'm walking home as opposed to riding home. Or it can mean that I'm going home as opposed to somebody else going home. Or it can mean that I'm going home as opposed to going someplace else, depending upon the inflection that I place on the word at the particular time. And basically, it said the same thing. So what we want to do, first of all, in our study is open your Bibles to Genesis chapter 1. And I am going to give you the Hebrew. And as I give you the Hebrew, we're going to note at the same time the scientific explanation for what is happening in these various scientific or geological periods of time, and we want to just try as we go along to see how that they're going to harmonize one with the other, or if it's impossible, they're not going to harmonize at all. So we open to Genesis chapter 1 and verse 1, and immediately with the first word we've got a problem. Breshit. Breshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz. How does it translate that in your particular Bible? What do you have, huh? In the beginning, God. How many of you have something besides in the beginning, God? Anybody have anything besides in the beginning, God? It's a complete mistranslation. It's a complete mistranslation. As a matter of fact, it's an impossibility in Hebrew. I mentioned to you that I was just in California a few weeks ago, and had an opportunity to spend the bigger part of one day with one of my very, very good friends and colleagues, an Israeli by the name of Ofer Siegel. Some of you may have met. Sven knows Ofer, has met Ofer. Anyway, we were talking on a completely different subject, and Ofer mentioned that he had just finished writing a paper on the meaning of Breshit. Just the one word in Hebrew, and I can't remember exactly how many pages, but he had written like 6-7 pages on the meaning of Breshit. And the reason why is because the word can divide into a whole host of different words. Rosh means head, but Reshit, just the word Reshit, means first. In modern Hebrew would say, well, I want to do something, but first of all, I've got to do this. Reshit kol. First of all, Reshit kol. But I want to make it as simple as possible. I don't want to have to spend the next 2 or 3 hours going into 6 or 7 pages of explanation on the meaning of Breshit, other than to say that it can't be in the beginning, because if it was in the beginning, it'd have to be Ba Reshit. Have to have the definite article, the, which means it would have to be Ba Reshit. But it consists of the preposition be and the feminine noun Reshit, and the best way to translate it into English would just be at first. At first. And I mentioned that to Ofer, and he said, yep, said that's right. Said that's probably the best way to translate it into English. At first. God, now we've got bara. Bara, translated create, is actually different than another word we're going to be looking at a little later on here in Genesis chapter 1, asa, which means made, and in chapter 2 Yatzar, Vayitzer, and the Lord God made. So you've got Bara, Asa, Yetzer, and each one of them has a different shade of meaning. And Bara means basically to create ex nihilo. Ex nihilo, or out of nothing. Create out of nothing. Ex nihilo. Whereas asa means to create or to make or to manufacture out of pre-existent materials. And yatzar means to shape or to mold or to form, as one would shape or mold or form something out of a clod of clay. So we have the simple statement, at first God formed or created or called into being would probably be a better way of expressing it. Called into being out of nothing, the totality of the universe. And this is a simple statement of fact to introduce us to the stages now that he's going to follow relative to his actions down here in this particular realm or sphere that we call the earth. But first of all, we've just got the simple statement. At first, the creative deity called into being out of nothing the totality of the universe. And now, let's notice very carefully as we go through this passage what we have here as not just pre-existent material, but what we have here now that exists at this particular moment in our study. Now, the earth, v'ha'aretz tato v'vo v'choshkal p'nei tahom v'ruach Elohim merachefet al p'nei hamayim. And the earth was without form and void. And darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God merachefet. How's that translated in your Bible? And the Spirit of God what? Hovering? Does anybody have anything other than hover?
King James says made.
Moved. Hovered or moved. What's that? Brooding. Okay. Brooding. But what does it mean to brood? Whenever we say brood, that can mean have a long face, or it can mean to sit on a nest like a mother hen brooding her chicks, which is actually what it means. Merachefet means to hover over or to brood, as a mother hen is sitting on her nests, awaiting the birth of the chicks. And that's the imagery that we have here with the word. Now, I sat down some time ago with a nuclear physicist, and we went over some of this material, and I had come up with an illustration that I'm going to use, and we're going to be following through with it in our study. And I kept saying, I'm not really satisfied with this illustration. I wish that I could come up with something better. And neither one of us could think of anything any better. So I'm going to go ahead and use this illustration. And if you happen to think of something better, and I think I may have just used the wrong marker. If any of you can think of something better, why, you can let me know. Okay, now from what we've just read, and you may look at it and read it again, tell me what it is that we have. What do we start with? It in the beginning, God created. Well, we want the material. What is it that we've got here? God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was, okay, all of this, whatever it is without form and void. That's the reason why this is not a good illustration, because we've already got form. Without form and void. And darkness, we've got darkness, was upon the face of the deep, whatever that is, and the Spirit of God was brooding over the waters. Now, all of this is in a state of what we'd call chaos. And whenever we line this information up alongside of the various geological eras, all of this corresponds to what we know as the cosmic era. And we're going to do this all of the way through in the study. Cosmic era. Before the Big Bang, before whatever. Without form, void, chaos, we have God, the Spirit, darkness, deep, and water. And then it says, and God said, let there be light. Now, notice that the word that we have here for light is light without any light source. So that we have to be very careful when we translate it. What does the word actually mean? Now we're moving to the first day. We have the creation in Hebrew of Or. Or. And God saw the Or that it was good. And God divided the Or from the Choshech, or darkness. And God called the Or Yom, V'la Choshech kara Laila, Vayi'er vayivoker yom echad. And God called the light Yom. Yom. Day. And the darkness, the koshech, he called night. And notice, and there was evening and there was morning one day. But how can there be one day if there are no light sources? And the light sources are not going to be created until the fourth creative day. Well, you notice I just threw in the word creative, the first creative day. Why did I do that? Because I said at the outset that I'm going to propose the hypothesis. And my hypothesis is going to be that this material is basically fundamentally correct. And that there is basically and fundamentally no conflict between the biblical text and the best that we know in all of the scientific disciplines. But the scientific disciplines tell us that the universe as we know it was probably created about 4.7 billion years ago, which is a lot longer than 4004 BC for the creation of the world. So, where do I, or how do I, justify my assumption? And I justify my assumption right here with the word Yom. The word Yom. The word Yom is translated by a whole host of Hebrew words. Of English words. A whole host of English words. Maybe more than 50 different English words to translate this one Hebrew word. 1,181 times it's translated as day, 24-hour day. But it's also translated as time, or as today, or as forever, or continually, or age, or life, or perpetually. But basically, Yom has 4 different meanings. Number 1 is a solar day, 24 hours. Number 2, a period of time, an indefinite period of time. Number 3 is just time itself. And number 4, as a comprehensive or all-inclusive period of time, in which whatever was supposed to have happened, happened. And we might point to that definition and call that a creative day. So, Genesis chapter 1, verses 1, 2, 3, and 4 represent what I'm calling the first creative day. And during that period of time, all of this is without form and void. Chaos corresponds to the cosmic era. We have the creation of Or, which I choose to translate not as light, but as luminescence. And notice something. that for an indefinite period of time, it doesn't tell us how long, but for this indefinite period of time, the light is coexisting with the darkness before God divides the light from the darkness. And I'm sure that you're aware today that there is a measurable amount of light in darkness. That you can go into a room, seal that room off, and bring in a certain scientific measuring devices, and you can measure the amount of light in darkness. So that this is just another validation, if you will, of the accuracy of this document that we have before us. Okay, well, we're starting to run out of time here for the first session, so let's stop here and see if you have any questions up until this point, and then we'll take a little brief break. We will now with Genesis verse 6 through 8, the second creative day. And let's take a look in the Hebrew text. And God said, Yehi rakia. Let there be a rakia. In the midst of the waters, Batok Hamayim. And let it be for the dividing between the waters and the waters. Now, back to our illustration here. Now we have the rakia, the expanse, as it's called, or the firmament, to divide between the waters and the waters. And God made the firmament, and He divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so, and God called the firmament Shamayim. And there was evening and there was morning the second day. And He called the firmament Shamayim. And this is Maim. And Maim. You hear the similarity of sound? Maim, Shamayim. The firmament. Now, the word rakia comes from the root raka, that means to stamp out, and it's a metallurgic term used in metallurgy for the stamping or the beating out of something. Like you'd have a sheet of gold and you'd stamp and beat out the gold, or expand gold. And this is the idea that we have all of this that was without form and void. Now, God causes the expanse between the waters that are above and the waters that are below the expanse, and He calls the expanse Shamayim. And we're going to notice something interesting in this regard as we continue on. But keep these words in mind. Maim, Shamayim, Yamim. This is the second creative day, and this corresponds to what we call the Azoic era. The Azoic era that had its beginnings approximately, as I mentioned earlier, about 4.7 to 4.5 billion years ago. And from the geological evidences, there are no traces of life known at this early period of time. However, in a recent work done by some paleogeologists working on the subject of Precambrian paleobiology, they claimed to have discovered in Ontario, Canada, at a place called Gunflint, Ontario, Canada, fossil microorganisms that dated back about 3.3 to 4.5 billion years ago. So although basically there are no traces of life that are known during this period of time, there is some evidence that maybe very shortly after the formation of the universe, there is evidence of fossil microorganisms. Now, it is probably here that the whole universe, as we know it, comes into being. In other words, in Genesis chapter 1 and verse 1, we have a simple statement. At first, or if you wanted to translate it, in the beginning, if it was translated in the only beginning that there ever was, in the sense of before anything else, at first, the only beginning that there ever was, God calls the entirety of the universe into existence out of nothing. And that's just a statement of fact. And now he moves on to the description of the certain events that are taking place in the formation of the earth. And probably here with the second creative day and the Azoic era, that the totality of the universe comes into being. And that brings us to the third creative day, Genesis chapter 1, verses 9 through 13. And God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together in one place." So we're talking about these waters here. Let the waters under the heavens, and let me get our illustration back up. let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place. And let dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dryness Eretz Ulmekveh Hamayim, and the gathering together of the Mayim, or the waters, he called Yamim. You hear the similarity now? Shamaim, Maim, Yamim. All the same root. All has to do with wetness as opposed to dryness. Let dryness appear. And the wetness that was under the Shamaim, he called Yamim. And it was so. Now notice. And God said, Tadshe ha'aretz deshe. And you hear the similarity of sounds again. Tadshe deshe. Let grasses grass. The esev mazria zera. And herbs that give forth seeds. Eitz pri. O say pri lemina. O lemino. Asher zar ovo. Eitz means that which is woody or woodiness, as opposed to herbness or herb. Deshe is grass. Esev is herbs. Etz is tree. But again, these words are so ambiguous in their meaning that deshe or esev, either one could apply to something as primitive as slimy sea plants. So on the third creative day, now we have the plants, herbs, trees, grasses, and that corresponds geologically to what's called the Archaeozoic era. Archaeozoic era that had its beginnings about 2.1 billion years ago. And that Archaeozoic era is divided into two different periods. And I want to go through all of this with you in our study in quite some detail, although I'm not going to put all of it on the board because it's quite lengthy, and I don't want to waste time putting it on the board. I will just give you the information and tell you how to spell the words, and then if you want to put it down, you can, but it will still be a matter of record. The Archaeozoic era is divided into two different periods, and some of these periods, as I go through them, you're going to remember, or you're going to recall that you've heard these periods in some kind of a context previously. The Keewatin period. Keewatin is Keewatin. Keewatin, the Keewatin period that began about 2.1 billion years ago and lasted for about 800 million years. And during this particular period, we're told, according to the geological record, and what we're doing now is as we go through the biblical text, we want to compare the geological record that corresponds to that particular period in the biblical text and see what's happening in that particular geological period. During the Keewatin period, we have the first of the mountain buildings out of the seas. The second period is called the Temiskaming. Timiskaming, the Temiskaming period that began 1.3 billion years ago and lasted for 300 million years. And during the Temiskaming period, we have continued mountain buildings with erosion, rivers depositing gravel and mud in the valleys, and we have the existence now for the first time of slimy sea plants. Do you see how already we're able to note that from the biblical text, from what it's saying, that we're able to see the correspondent in the geological record that's essentially saying to us the same thing. Now, the fourth creative day corresponds to the Proterozoic era. The Proterozoic era that had its beginnings about 1 billion years ago and lasted for about 250 million years. According to the biblical record, what happens on the fourth creative day? Let's start with verse number 14. And God said, Yehi me'orot birkiya hashamayim. And let there be me'orot. Notice now, instead of or, which we had light, God created the light, now we've got ma'or. Ma'or. And in Hebrew, this mem, letter of the alphabet, corresponds to our M, is called in Hebrew as the locative mem, or the mem of location. That it is here now that light is located, or here is the source of the light, or it is from here that light emanates, or it's from here that light is found. This is the source of light, the locative mem, ma'or. So now we have a light source, whereas previously or exists without a light source. And the purpose of the light source is lehavdil, to divide ben hayom uvein halayla, to divide between the day and the night. V'hayul otot, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. And so it says, God creates the lights in the expanse of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and it was so. And now, vaya'as, whereas in verse number 1, the word was bara, to create ex nihilo, now it's asa, to create out of pre-existent material. And God made the two me'orot hagdolot, or hagdolim. Shnei ha-me'orot hagdolim. He made the two great lights. Et ha-ma'or hagadol, the greater light, le mimshelet hayom, to rule over the day, the et ha-ma'or hakatan, and the smaller of the lights, le mimshelet halayla, to rule over the night. And then, just as a parenthetical phrase, he says, V'eta kochavim, and the stars. And he also made the stars. It does not indicate in the parenthetical phrase that the stars were made at the same time. And that's an important point to make, as we'll see in a moment. And God gave them in the expanse of the heavens to give light upon the earth, to rule the day and the night, to divide between light and darkness. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening and there was morning, the fourth creative day. Now, there are, as you probably are aware, several different theories of transformism, of creation. One theory is called the cosmic dust theory, that the universe is formed out of cosmic dust that have a magnetic attraction to one another, and they come together, and this happens over a long period of time. And there's another one that's called the Big Bang theory, and that is that there's this Big Bang that may be the explosion of some supernova or some other explanation, that it all happens basically at the same time. But there are those that have suggested that with the cosmic dust theory, there's the idea of this shroud of dust, or this thick cloud that actually shades the earth, preventing the penetration of the light down onto the earth until the period of cooling of the earth takes place. And then gradually, during the periods of cooling, this shroud or cloud begins to dissipate, and those heavenly bodies that had actually been created back in verse number 1, when he calls the totality of the universe into existence, are now visible, and as such are able to then exert their force upon the earth and giving light in the day and governing the nights, and not only governing the night, but exerting influence in so far as the tides are concerned, and so on. In other words, the moon does exert a force on the earth in its own way, just as the sun. And the one particular theory says that it was during this day, during the period of cooling, that the gases that had enshrouded the earth, where it was like kind of a hothouse environment, now began to dissipate, and the sun and the moon and the stars are visible for the first time, although they had been created at a much earlier period of time. Now, let's note again that corresponds geologically to the Proterozoic era. And the Proterozoic era, as I've already mentioned to you, was also divided into periods. And the first period is called the Huronian. Huronian, H-U-R-O-N-I-A-N. Huronian. That began about 1 billion years ago, lasted for 250 million years. And it was during the Huronian period that sediments were deposited, with periods of cold and glaciation occurring, which would correspond to the explanation that it was here that the cloud of vapor or gas began to dissipate, and the heavenly bodies that had been created at the beginning in Genesis chapter 1 could now be visible, or now were visible, and could begin to exert their influence on the earth. The second period was known as the Keweenawan. Keweenawan, K-E-W-E-E-N-A-W-A-N. Keweenawan period that began about 750 million years ago. Now we've moved from billion to million. During the Keweenawan, we have lava flows, copper deposits found in the lava, and we now, for the first time, are introduced to certain primitive invertebrates in the paleontological record, as well as a few simple plants and sponges. So we have the appearance of the heavenly bodies, the sun, moon, and the stars. And that brings us to the fifth creative day. The fifth creative day is Genesis 20 through 23. And things are starting to get more complicated now for us as we progress in the study. And God said, Yishratzu hamayim sheretz. Do you hear? Yishratzu sheretz. Yishratzu sheretz. Same word. One verb form and the noun. Yishratzu sheretz. Nefesh chaya ba'of ye'ofef al ha'aretz. And we have it translated into English. And how's your Bible translated? Let the water
Bring forth abundantly.
bring forth what abundantly?
Abundantly, the moving creature that has life.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Somebody have that it brings forth fish? Swarm with living creatures? Okay. And let fowl fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And then it says, and God created the great sea monsters. Some of you have anything other than that? Did all say sea monsters?
Whale.
What?
Great whale.
Great whale. Create the great whale. What does yours say? Just creature. Vayivra Elohim et hataninim hagdolim vet kol nefesh hachaya haromeset asher sharatzu hamayim leminahem. And in Hebrew, it doesn't say anything like what it says in English. So let me translate it as we go along. And God said, let the waters swarm with swarms of living things, and winged creatures wing above the earth on the face of the expanse of the Shamayim. And God created, and this is also Yivra, this is Bara, this is also ex nihilo. Vayivra Elohim et hataninim hagdolim. And God created the great taninim. What is tanin? Has anybody got the numerically indexed Bible? Where you can find out what a tanin is? Sea serpent.
Water or land, marine or land monster.
Mm-hmm.
Alligator.
It's exactly what it is. It's an alligator or a crocodile. Actually, crocodile more correctly, because crocodile inhabited that part of the world. And it's a crocodile. It's even today in modern Hebrew, tanin is a crocodile. But what is a crocodile? An amphibian. So notice, let the water swarm with swarms of living creature. And a sheretz can be anything from a single-cell animal, such as euglena, that has both plant and animal characteristics, to a multicelled animal, such as a fish. And the off is any kind of a winged thing. As a matter of fact, the term off is used elsewhere in the biblical text for insects, for grasshoppers. Off. And the tanin, the amphibians. And notice it says, and every living creature that came forth out of the water. Every living creature that creepeth, that came forth out of the water. So again, we're talking about amphibians. And here you have, again, a perfect order of creation in the biblical text corresponding to what we find in the scientific record. And that, our fifth creative day, corresponds to the Paleozoic. The Paleozoic era that had its beginnings about 500 million years ago. And it lasts for about 80 million years and is divided into several different periods. And some of these periods I think you probably have heard of before. The first period is the Cambrian, Cambrian. The Cambrian period began 500 million years ago and lasted for 80 million years. And during this particular period, we're told that the seas rise and fall. No mountains are being formed, but invertebrates are now common in the seas, many with shells such as trilobites and etc. And the second period is called the Ordovician, Ordovician, the Ordovician, that began about 420 million years ago and lasted for about 60 million years. And during the Ordovician period, you have great movements of land and seas. Marine animals are abundant, and fish-like creatures appear. Then the third period is called the Silurian, Silurian, that began 360 million years ago and lasts for 30 million years. And during the Silurian period, you have the movements of seas, mountains formed, land plants become common, sea scorpions, shelled sea animals. And then you have the Devonian period, Devonian, Devonian period, that began 330 million years ago and lasted for 40 million years, during which period of time you have the movement of the seas, deposits formed by streams, deltas are being formed in North America, forests are starting to grow in the swamps, fishes are common in rivers and the seas, and amphibians develop. And the fifth period is called the Carboniferous, Carboniferous, the Carboniferous period that began about 290 million years ago and lasted for 60 million years. And it is divided into two different epochs. The Mississippian, that lasted 30 million years, and the Pennsylvanian, that lasted for 30 million years. And during the Carboniferous, you have the movements of seas, coal beds being formed, spore-bearing plants are flourishing, reptiles appear for the first time, and insects are flourishing. And the sixth period, the final period of the Paleozoic era, is called the Permian. You ever hear of the Permian Basin? Midland, Odessa. It's where it gets the name, because this is the name that designates the particular oil pay in that particular part of the country. Permian period began 230 million years ago and lasts for 30 million years. You have the lands rising higher and higher, with many of the swamps being drained, deserts developing, periods of glaciation occurring in the southern hemisphere, and many of your swamp plants and animals die out, and the reptiles continue in their development. And that brings us to the sixth creative day, starting with Genesis chapter 24. So notice, let the water swarm with swarms of living creature. And a sheretz can be anything from a single-cell animal such as euglena, that has both plant and animal characteristics, to a multicelled animal such as a fish. And the off is any kind of a winged thing. As a matter of fact, the term off is used elsewhere in the biblical text for insects, for grasshoppers. Off. And the tanin, the amphibians. And notice it says, and every living creature that came forth out of the water. Every living creature that creepeth, that came forth out of the water. So again, we're talking about amphibians. And here you have, again, a perfect order of creation in the biblical text, corresponding to what we find in the scientific record. And that, our fifth creative day, corresponds to the Paleozoic. The Paleozoic era that had its beginnings about 500 million years ago. And it lasts for about 80 million years and is divided into several different periods. And some of these periods I think you probably have heard of before. The first period is the Cambrian, Cambrian. The Cambrian period began 500 million years ago and lasted for 80 million years. And during this particular period, we're told that the seas rise and fall. No mountains are being formed, but invertebrates are now common in the seas, many with shells such as trilobites and etc. And the second period is called the Ordovician, Ordovician, the Ordovician, that began about 420 million years ago and lasted for about 60 million years. And during the Ordovician period, you have great movements of land and seas. Marine animals are abundant, and fish-like creatures appear. Then the third period is called the Silurian, Silurian, that began 360 million years ago and lasts for 30 million years. And during the Silurian period, you have the movements of seas, mountains formed, land plants become common, sea scorpions, shelled sea animals. And then you have the Devonian period, Devonian, Devonian period, that began 330 million years ago and lasted for 40 million years. during which period of time you have the movement of the seas, deposits formed by streams, deltas are being formed in North America, forests are starting to grow in the swamps, fishes are common in rivers and the seas, and amphibians develop. And the fifth period is called the Carboniferous. Carboniferous. The Carboniferous period that began about 290 million years ago and lasted for 60 million years. And it is divided into two different epochs. The Mississippian, that lasted 30 million years, and the Pennsylvanian, that lasted for 30 million years. And during the Carboniferous, you have the movements of seas, coal beds being formed, spore-bearing plants are flourishing, reptiles appear for the first time, and insects are flourishing. And the sixth period, the final period of the Paleozoic era, is called the Permian. You ever hear of the Permian Basin? Midland, Odessa. It's where it gets the name, because this is the name that designates the particular oil pay in that particular part of the country. Permian period began 230 million years ago and lasts for 30 million years. You have the lands rising higher and higher, with many of the swamps being drained, deserts developing, periods of glaciation occurring in the southern hemisphere, and many of your swamp plants and animals die out, and the reptiles continue in their development. And that brings us to the sixth creative day, starting with Genesis chapter 24. And things are going to get increasingly complex for us. And God said, Totzeh haaretz nefesh chaya lemina, behema beremez bechayato eretz lemina, vayichen. Vaya'as Elohim chayat haaretz lemina, ve'et habehema lemina, ve'et kol remez ha'adama leminehu, ve'yar Elohim kito. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after its kind. The four-legged animals, behemah. And the remez, or the creeping things of the earth, according to its kind, and it was so. And God made, Vaya'as Elohim, the living creatures of the earth, Chayat haaretz, the living things of the earth, according to their kind, Lemina. The four-legged creatures, Behemah, according to their kind, and every creeping thing of the earth according to its kind, and God saw that it was good. And then we come to Vayomer Elohim Naaseh Adam B'Tselmenu Kidmutenu. And God says, now let us make Adam in our image according to our likeness. And we're going to leave that there for the time being, and we're going to come back to it later. And what I want us to do is to go ahead and note that the sixth creative day corresponds to the Mesozoic. The Mesozoic era and the Cenozoic era. Corresponds to both of them. Cenozoic and the Mesozoic. And the Mesozoic is divided into three different periods. And the Cenozoic is in turn divided into periods. And although I realize that this is a lot of information that you probably don't want, I'm going to give it to you anyway, because I want you to know what the geological record says. The Mesozoic era is divided into three periods. The Triassic, Triassic, that began about 200 million years ago and lasted for 30 million years, during which time the continents are high with volcanoes erupting, dinosaurs appear, and thick forests develop. Then you have the Jurassic, Jurassic. How many of you saw the movie Jurassic Park? Well, that's the Jurassic period that began 170 million years ago and lasted for 40 million years. And during that period of time, you have large swamps, climates warm and moist, with large dinosaurs and reptiles and birds now with feathers appear. And then the third period of the Mesozoic era is the Cretaceous. Cretaceous, the Cretaceous period that began about 130 million years ago and lasted for 70 million years. With the lands low, great swamps, climates are mild and uniform with flowering plants. Dinosaurs with horns and armor are common at the beginning of the period, but began to die out at the end of the period. And at the end of the period, land becomes higher all across the world, with climates becoming cooler and less uniform. And that brings us to the Cenozoic era, which is also, as I mentioned, divided into several periods. The first of the periods being the Tertiary, Tertiary, and the second period being the Quaternary, Quaternary, Quaternary. The Tertiary period beginning about 60 million years ago and lasts for 10 million years. But to complicate it all, these two periods are divided into a number of epochs. The Tertiary divided into 5 epochs. The first of the epochs is the Paleocene, Paleocene. during which the mountains become higher, then worn down through erosion. Climates vary greatly, and it's here for the first time that mammals with hair and warm blood are common. Then you have the Eocene epoch, Eocene, that began 50 million years ago and lasted for 15 million years, where the mountains are worn down, sediments in the basins, climates are mild, seas are receding, and you have modern types of animals appearing for the first time. Horses, rhinos, elephants. Then you have the Oligocene, Oligocene, that began 35 million years ago and lasted for 7 million years. The lands are low, climate's mild, volcanoes erupting, the Alps and the Himalayas rise, and modern mammals are dominant with the primitive groups disappearing. And it is here during the Oligocene era, or epoch, that we have the appearance of the Egyptopithecus zeuxis, or the linking Egyptian ape, the first of the precursors of man, about 28 million years ago. And the next epoch is the Miocene, Miocene, that began 28 million years ago and lasted for 16 million years. And it's during the Miocene epoch that we have the formation of the Sierra Nevada mountains, the Rocky Mountains. We have eruptions forming the Cascades and volcano eruptions forming the lava plains of the West, with climates increasingly mild and uniform. We have elephants in North America, apes in Asia and Africa. We have the appearance, for example, of Dryopithecus 28 million years ago, of Ramapithecus about 12 to 14 million years ago, as well as Proconsul and Kenyapithecus, and other of the precursors of Homo sapiens. Notice I said precursor and not ancestor, because there's a difference, as we'll note as we continue. The fifth epoch is called the Pliocene epoch, that began 12 million years ago, Pliocene, the Pliocene epoch, where the mountains continue to rise, volcanic eruptions continue, climates grow colder, and mammals spread all over the world, many of them modern in kind. And it brings us down to a sub-epoch called the Pleistocene, about 1,500,000 years ago. And then we have the second period that I already mentioned to you, the Quaternary period, that's also divided into epochs. The first being the Pleistocene, Pleistocene, the Pleistocene, that began about 1 million years ago and lasted for 750 million years, 750,000 years. Began about 1 million years ago, lasted for 750,000 years. Now, the Pleistocene is divided into three different ages. The lower Paleolithic, that began about 500,000 years ago. During which time we have the appearance of all of these different ape forms, as well as the early man forms. We have the Homo habilis, the Australopithecus, the Pithecanthropus, all of them beginning during the Pleistocene epoch, about a million or more years ago. And it's also during this particular period that we have quite a number of glaciations occurring in various parts of the world. The lower Paleolithic in Asia is known as the Abevelian, and in Europe it's known as the Acheulean. And there are quite a number of early man forms that are known from the lower Paleolithic. The middle Paleolithic began about 100,000 years ago, and it's during the middle Paleolithic that we have the appearance of the Neanderthal or the Mousterian culture, as it's known. And then the upper Paleolithic began about 35,000 years ago, and it's during the upper Paleolithic that we have the domination of many of the sapients, such as the Saldanha, Broken Hill, Cro-Magnon, that appeared during the lower Perigordian about 35,000 years ago, and the Aurignacian about 28,000 years ago. You also have, during the upper Paleolithic, the upper Perigordian, about 21,000, then the Solutrean, about 18,000, the Magdalenian, about 14,000, and it is now that we have a transition beginning from the hunter-fisher to the farmer-gatherer at the close of the period. And we also note now for the first time widespread settled communities that began about 12 to 14,000 years ago. And these communities are well documented all across different parts of North America and into South America, and many of them are designated according to the specific culture, such as the Clovis culture and the Folsom culture. And that brings us down to the second of the epochs within the Quaternary period, and we'll talk more about it a little later on, known as the Holocene, Holocene, which simply means recent. And the Holocene began about some 12,000 years ago. The Holocene is divided into the Mesolithic, the Neolithic, the Chalcolithic, and then you have the Bronze Age and the Iron Age, and then that brings us down to some of the recent periods with which we deal in our archaeological studies in Israel. Of course, we deal with the terms Neolithic, which just means the New Stone Age, and the Chalcolithic, which means the Bronze or the Copper Age, and then the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. And then we have the more recent periods, the Persian, the Hellenistic, Roman, Byzantine, Arab, Crusader, the medieval Islamic period, the Turkish period that brings us down to fairly recent times. But I want to give you all of this information, although I realize that it's quite lengthy and way more information than what you probably needed to have, so that we could take all of this information and have it on this side. And now we've got the biblical text over on this side, and we're able to draw a comparison and perhaps a parallel between the two, and to see that basically there's no fundamental conflict or discord between the simple biblical account as we have it and the geological record or the scientific record. And I might also mention that I put all of this material together some time ago and actually used it in a course that I taught at the university on the subject of science in the Bible. And these are all my original notes that have all of the information that I just gave you. And if any of you would like to have a copy, there's about 10 pages of notes here that I will let you feel free to copy this material off with the copy machine back there. And you can have your own copy with all of the information that I just shared with you. If you weren't able to get it all down and you'd like to have a copy of it, it's right up here. Now, with the sixth creative day, we come to the creation of man. And it's with the creation of man that we're going to have to go more into detail relative to the different theories of creation, because the different theories of creation focus more on the creation of man or the development of man than they do really on the development of the earth. And so what I want to do here is to take just a minute and clean my board off here, if I can have the and what we want to talk about for the few minutes that we have left, and then what we're going to note more in detail tomorrow, are these various theories of creation. And I want to mention the three basic ones to you again, with which we're going to be dealing. First of all is transformism. 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 Then creationism. And then spontaneous creation. And spontaneous creation is also sometimes known as intelligent design, although that term intelligent design is also occasionally used with creationism as well. So let's put them up here on the board. Transformism, creationism, spontaneous creation, and intelligent design. Now, transformism assumes an evolutionary development from a higher form of life, from a lower form of life, assumes an evolutionary development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life across order lines. Now, I'm sure that you all were taught at one time, whether you remember or not, that everything is divided into kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. Kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. And everything can be categorized according to kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Plant, animal. And transformism assumes an evolutionary development that crosses order lines. In other words, you can have some kind of a mutation within family, genus, and species, but it's simply a mutation, and it might be a beneficial mutation. But in order to get an evolutionary development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life, you have to move across order lines. And when Darwin first proposed his theory of transformism, the whole theory was based upon the platform of beneficial mutations. You've all heard that term, beneficial mutation. You're probably wondering, well, what about evolution? Where does evolution fit in? Basically, in the public school systems, and especially in your junior high and high school system, they use the term evolution, and they speak of evolution quite frequently, and they use the term synonymously with transformism. In other words, whenever they say evolution, they're talking about transformism, the evolutionary development from a lower to a higher across the order lines. But evolution doesn't mean much of anything. Evolution simply means change, and you don't have to be afraid of the word evolution. If you don't believe in evolution, just look in the mirror when you get up of a morning. It just means change. That's all it means. But when we talk about an evolutionary development from a lower to a higher across order lines, we're talking about transformism. So when one talks about evolution and evolutionary development, we want to know, what are you talking about? Are you talking about transformism or what? Well, I want us to basically stop here for the day because I don't want to get started with transformism and then have to stop in the middle of our discussion, and we've just about run out of time for the day. So before we draw the day to a close, do any of you have any questions regarding anything that we've said thus far? We off yesterday after having gone through a comparison of Genesis chapter 1 with the scientific record, the different geological ages that I'm sure most of you have seen one source or another, but it's called the geologic calendar. And it's been a part of the geological record for quite a number of years now. And I simply wanted to present that information to you, although I know that it was rather heavy and weighty and probably way more material than what anybody needed to know. But I wanted to, first of all, establish that there is basically no problems in harmonizing the geologic record with the first several passages here in Genesis chapter 1, from chapter 1 verse 1 down to verse number 27. And if we examine the text very carefully and notice the ambiguity of the words and the way that the whole subject of creation develops in Genesis chapter 1, you can see that it's very easy to harmonize the geologic record with the information that we've got in the biblical text. But now we come down to the various theories of creation: transformism, creationism, spontaneous creation, intelligent design. And we want to look at each one of these theories before we go on with our analysis of Genesis chapter 1 verses 26 and 27. I mentioned to you at the closing of our session yesterday that transformism assumes an evolutionary development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life, crossing order lines. Everything's divided into kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. And within family, genus, and species, we can have a mutation, but you're not going to have a development within family, genus, and species from a lower form of life to a higher form of life. In order to do that, you have to cross order lines. Now, quite a number of years ago, when Darwin first proposed the origin of the species and the survival of the fittest that led to the development of this transformistic concept that's often erroneously referred to as the theory of evolution. Remember, I mentioned to you that evolution doesn't really mean anything except change. To get the development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life, moving across order lines, we're talking about transformism. And Darwin's whole theory of transformism was based upon idea of beneficial mutations. Now, today, science has developed to such a degree that we not only know the structure of the gene, but in recent times, we've basically gone in and profiled the whole human genome. So today we're able to examine things, to understand things that were a mystery 25, 30 years ago. And we know today from genetics that the whole concept of transformism is impossible based upon the assumption of beneficial mutations. In order to have a transformistic development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life, you have to have an additive mutation in the DNA chain, in the molecular structure of the gene. We know today that there are only 3 types of mutations possible. There's the deletive mutation, in which you take away from the DNA chain. There's the change mutation, in which you rearrange the DNA. And there's the additive mutation, in which you add to the DNA chain. Now, in order to get a transformistic development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life, moving across order lines, you have to have an additive mutation to the DNA chain. And it's genetically impossible. I can refer you to a handbook or a textbook of biochemistry by Mahler, M-A-H-L-E-R, and Cords, C-O-R-D-E-S, Mahler and Cords. And you can verify the information that I'm giving you, that there are only 3 basic types of mutations possible within the molecular structure of the gene. And in order to have this transformistic development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life, you have to have the additive mutation, and it's genetically impossible. We have already the DNA chain. And you can rearrange it, or you can take from it. But you can't add to it without an artificial addition, which, in the final analysis, is nothing more than a change mutation. And any time that you have a mutation that appears to be a beneficial mutation, that appears to be an additive mutation, such as you have a mutation with such ailments, for example, as sickle cell anemia. Or you might take, for example, the fruit fly and be able to change the DNA chain to where it appears that you have a beneficial mutation within the DNA chain. Every time, in every instance, it's always a change mutation and not an additive mutation. And according to recent genetic studies, that an additive mutation within the DNA chain in the molecular structure of the gene is genetically and biologically impossible. So, if for no other reason than genetics, we can say that transformism is basically passé. That the whole concept of transformistic development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life as a result of beneficial mutations is no longer accepted in scientific circles. But that's not all. Quite a number of years ago, mathematicians at the Los Alamos Research Laboratory in New Mexico questioned the whole concept of transformism or Darwinianism from a purely mathematical perspective. And when I say quite a number of years ago, if you will remember, yesterday I told you that most of these ideas and concepts
are no longer accepted today, but they've by and large been passé for 40 years and more. It's simply that the research that's going on in the field just hasn't caught up with the classroom. And the same is true in quite a number of different disciplines. For example, archaeology. There are quite a number of things that we've known for 40 years, 50 years. And yet, our research, our discoveries in the field of archaeology have not caught up with the classroom as yet. I can give you quite a number of examples. In quite a number of places in theological schools around the country that are still teaching a source theory for textual examination called the documentary hypothesis. Are you all acquainted with that term, the documentary hypothesis? It assumes that there were several different sources from which our biblical text was assembled or gathered and written down, going back to the earliest source, which was known as the J source, about 850 BCE, and the E source, or the Elohim source, about 750, the D source, the Deuteronomy source, about 621 with the reform of Josiah, and then the priestly source about 400. And it was from these four sources that the biblical text was ordered, assembled, and arranged and appeared in a final form with the editing by Ezra about 400 BC. And the whole source theory dates from the latter part of the 17th century, or excuse me, the 18th century. It started in 1751 by a man by the name of Jean Astruc, a French physician, who, reading in the Hebrew text of the Bible, noticed that there were two names for God that were used in Genesis. You have the E, the Elohim source, and you have the J, as he labeled it, or the Jehovah source, or the Yahweh source. You have the Elohim in Genesis chapter 1. In chapter 2, you have Yud-He, Vav-He, or Jehovah, as it was designated. And he proposed a theory in 1751 that these two names referred to two different sources, or they had their origin in two different sources. And so we have the J source being the oldest from 850, and the E source from 750. And then other scholars come along and they build upon that basic premise until finally in the 1800s, about 1863, a German scholar by the name of Graf proposes a theory that is stabilized by another German scholar by the name of Wellhausen, that there are four basic sources from which our biblical text is assembled: the Jehovah source, the Elohim source, the Deuteronomy source, or the priestly source, and that none of them were written down any earlier than 850 BC. And that particular theory was known as the documentary hypothesis, or the source theory. And the whole idea was that by the variation in divine names, parallel and duplicate accounts, that one is able to go into the text and then divide it up into this patchwork of J, E, P, and D, assigning to each one of the different letters a source. Notice what happened, though. 850 BC is what? That's 9th century, corresponds to the beginnings of the divided kingdom, about the time of Omri, and the establishment of the kingdom of Israel, which means that that particular source theory struck at the heart of Mosaic authorship, which, if Moses had anything to do at all with the writing of the biblical text, and of course, as you know, Moses is designated and has been for quite a number of years as the author of the Torah, or the 5 books they're called of Moses: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. And the date for Moses varies according to what particular date you're using for the events of the Exodus and the conquest of Canaan, but anywhere from the 15th century, around 1400, down into the middle part of the 13th century, around 1250. But in either case, that would be far too late, given an 850 date, for the collection of these documents for Mosaical authorship. So your fundamental and conservative theological schools basically rejected, and had always rejected, the documentary hypothesis, although your more liberal theological schools maintain the documentary hypothesis as the form of biblical criticism that they pursued, and it was known as higher biblical criticism. Now, that particular method of higher biblical criticism was popular in certain theological circles. Well, I should say it wasn't just that it was popular in certain theological circles, but my whole point was, and is, that it is still popular in certain theological circles down until today. It's still being taught in some places. In theological schools, you'll still see it in different theological papers and theological journals referring to J, E, P, or D, in spite of the fact that this particular theory was based upon the premise that the biblical text as we now have it was edited by Ezra about 400 before the present era, and at the time of its final editing with Ezra has continued in a basically unaltered form from that time down until today. So that by going to the Masoretic text of the Old Testament, and by utilizing the divine names by parallel and duplicate accounts, we're able to go in and then assign the different passages in the biblical text into this patchwork of J, E, P, and D. Interestingly, if you would go to any major library, we have a set of it at the library here at the University of Texas, you can go in and you can get a whole volume set of the Bible, the Old Testament, that's all color-coded according to J, E, P, and D. And you can go in any one book, you can open it up, and it's all color-coded for you. J's one color, and E is one color, and P is one color, and they'll have it all cut up into a patchwork all the way through, depending upon the various sources, usage of divine names, and also variation in diction and style. So according to the variation in diction, style, parallel, and duplicate accounts, divided all up into this patchwork of J, E, P, and D. However, the finding of the Dead Sea Scrolls knocked that whole theory right in the head. Just like that. One fell swoop, and the theory is passé. And remember, when the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, some of them came to light in 1948. others of them in 1956. And what was it about the Dead Sea Scrolls that basically served to discount the whole theory of higher biblical criticism or the documentary hypothesis? That the documentary hypothesis had been based upon the assumption that the biblical text had been edited by Ezra, the men of the great synagogue, about 400, and had remained in a basically unaltered form from that time down until the present day. And with the Dead Sea Scrolls, we found not one version, but as many as 5, and maybe more. In other words, there was no immutable text. There was no commonly accepted text in the first centuries before the present era and during the first century of the present era. Remember, the Dead Sea Scrolls were probably secreted away before the destruction of the Qumran community, which was destroyed about 68 of the present era. After the Jewish revolt began, the first Jewish revolt in 66. You remember it broke out in Caesarea and then spread all over the land. And as they moved down along the Dead Sea Valley, they overran the community of Qumran. Those at Qumran fled on down to Masada and ensconced themselves in the fortress of Masada on the shore of the Dead Sea. And there they held out against the Romans until 73. And at Masada, we found further scrolls. And it was interesting that at Masada, we found scrolls that were written by the same hand as some of those that we found at Qumran. Dating from the same period, yes, but written by the same individual. Some of them. And none of them date any later than 73 because Masada was destroyed in 73 or conquered by the Romans in 73. And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, what did we find? We found copies, fragments of every single biblical book with the exception of Esther. And we don't know why there was no fragment or copy of Esther. Maybe because Esther never mentions the word God. The word God never appears in Esther. Maybe there was some religious reason why the Qumran community rejected Esther. We don't know. Maybe the rats just ate it up. But the simple fact of the matter is that we did find examples of every single biblical book, but not just one text. Sometimes 2 and 3, as many as 5 different texts. There was a text, a Hebrew text, that was very close to our Hebrew Masoretic text. There was another Hebrew text that was actually closer to the Greek Septuagint than it was to the Hebrew Masoretic text. There was another Hebrew text that didn't agree with either one of them. And you have all kinds of variations or variants in the textual material. And as early as 1968, some scholars such as William Foxwell Albright and others who had been at one time advocates, proponents of the documentary hypothesis, moved away from it and said that as a result of the Dead Sea Scrolls, we can no longer place any significant value in the documentary hypothesis because it seems rather futile now based upon the number of texts that we have to attempt to divide this material up into any kind of a patchwork of J, E, P, and D. Okay, that has been known for 40 years. And yet it's still being taught in some of the theological schools and seminaries throughout the country, the documentary hypothesis. Why? Because research just hasn't caught up with the classroom. Secondly, and this event calls all of this to my mind, as all of you are aware, there's been a real to-do of late over Mel Gibson's film, The Passion. And I don't know how many of you saw the film, but I did, and so did most of the people that are associated with Bible scholars. We went to see it as a group. And there's been a lot written on it, a lot published on it, in all kind of papers and all kind of journals. When I was asked to give my opinion of the production, it was before I had all of the information that I have now about the production. But nonetheless, there was not a single scene in the entire movie that was historically accurate. Not one single scene in the whole movie that was historically accurate. And I didn't know until later that the whole movie had actually been based upon the visions of two Roman Catholic nuns that had written about their vision of the crucifixion and so on. One of them's named Sister Bernadette. And I found out also later on that the visions of these two nuns had been discounted by the Roman Catholic Church. But the movie basically followed the vision of these two Roman Catholic nuns, just almost word for word, scene for scene. But the one scene that was outstanding in my mind, that stood out more than any other in my mind, was the actual event of the crucifixion itself, of nailing Jesus to the cross. And they nailed Jesus to the cross in the typical manner in which one sees the representations on the crucifixes. The image that you see of Jesus on the cross, where he has his hands out with the nails in his hands and the feet, and standing on some kind of a little board, providing a footrest. Well, we have known for years that that was not the way that they crucified in the first century. As a matter of fact, in my book, Understanding the Difficult Words of Jesus, which is right over here, let me step over here and see if I can't thumb through it quickly and show you the picture. I have a representation here in the book of the method or the way in which they did, in fact, crucify in the first century. And we have a representation here in the book of the manner in which they were crucified. But how do we know that? How do we know that's the way they were crucified? Because we found in 1968 a sarcophagus, actually not a sarcophagus, I shouldn't say sarcophagus. Sarcophagus is a large coffin-like structure or artifact that was used in the 2nd and 3rd century. In the 1st century, the time of Jesus, they used what was called an ossuary, or a little bone box, and they were quite small, only about maybe a yard or maybe less than a yard long, about a foot wide and maybe a little over a foot high. And they were bone boxes. And what they did in the first century, they would lay the body on a ledge in a tomb, or maybe inter it in the ground, and let the flesh rot off of the bones. The body may be interred for a year or for 2 years or maybe even longer until the flesh rotted off of the bones, and then they would collect all the bones together and put them in a little burial box, and it was much easier to store than the large, heavy, unwieldy sarcophagi. And I'm sure that all of you have of late been following the little James ossuary. Have you seen the picture of the ossuary that they found, actually that came to light here a few months ago, and it had a Hebrew inscription on it. And the inscription, it said, James, the son of Joseph, the brother of Jesus. You remember the bone box? Yeah. And there's a big to-do about it, whether it's authentic or whether it's a fake. And you remember what we were talking about yesterday, about knowing Hebrew and about just looking at something and having a feel for it. It doesn't feel right. It either, yeah. And I said the first thing, when I looked at the inscription on the box, on the ossuary, I said, that thing's a fake. It just didn't have the right feel. It didn't feel right. I know enough about Hebrew. I know about inscriptions and so on and so forth. And now they've been going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And they've still not arrived at any conclusion as to its authenticity yet or not, in spite of the fact that they found in the home of the individual who supposedly owned the box and brought the box. Now, when I use the term box, I'm talking about bone box, the ossuary brought it forward. They found the whole forgery laboratory in his house. And, of course, that kind of evidently hasn't quite registered with some of them as yet. But they're still arguing back and forth over the authenticity of the bone box. But that's a little bit off of what we were talking about. If it turns out to be authentic, fine. What's it going to prove? Nothing, because the term Jesus was one of the most popular common names of the period. We find it in quite a number of places, as was Joseph and was James. So, how many people were named James that had a father by the name of Joseph and had a brother by the name of James? Well, anyway, in 1968, we found one of these ossuaries in widening the road in Jerusalem. I happened to be in Israel at the time. I was working on the archaeological excavations at the Temple Mount, and a bulldozer broke through a tomb, and in the tomb was a bone box that had an inscription on it. The guy's name was Eliezer ben Yehochanan, as I remember. And in the ossuary were the remains of a man who had been crucified. And how did we know that? Because the nails were still in his bones, especially in the leg bone, and as was the wood inscription that had been attached to the bottom of the cross in the manner that you just saw in the illustration here in the book. And this was an illustration, an artist representation of this particular individual. And you notice the wood plaque at the bottom, nail, and they had nailed the nail through the ankle and into the upright beam of the cross, and when the nail went in, it bent. And so when they tried to take it out, it had bent where they couldn't extract it from the bones, and so they just threw the wood and the nail and the bones and everything into the ossuary. And so orthopedic surgeons in Israel had the opportunity to examine the bones at some great length, and they found out that the nail had not been driven through the palm of the hand, but rather here at the wrist. And the reason why is because you drive the nail in through the palm of the hand, and the weight of the body on the cross is going to cause it to rip out. And as far as the nail in the foot is concerned, it did not go through the upper portion of the foot, but went in right at the heel, right by the Achilles heel, and right at the very spot where the orthopedic surgeons say that they put pins for certain kinds of orthopedic surgery. And so we've known about that since 1968. And just not long ago, I read an article in the newspaper where they'd found the ossuary and the bones of a man that had been crucified. And it gave the impression that they'd just found it. Except we found it 40 years ago. And I use both of those just as illustrations to show you how long we have known certain bits and pieces of information based upon our researches, but how long it has taken for the information to finally be published and get into the hands of the general public. And such is, in fact, the case with this particular article that was in Scientific Research. This appeared in the journal called Scientific Research in November of 1967. And it's entitled Heresy in the Halls of Biology. Mathematicians Question Darwinianism. And I'll read to you just a little passage or two from the article. The individuals that were involved was M. Eden from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, S.M. Ulam from Los Alamos, V. Weisskopf from MIT, and M.P. Schulzenberger from the University of Paris. In a close dialogue with geneticists, in an attempt to clarify and resolve this mathematical challenge aimed at what may well be the most profound philosophical gesture in man's history, the theory of the evolution of living things. Has there been enough time for natural selection as it is seen through the eyepieces of Darwinianism or Neo-Darwinianism to operate and give rise to the observed phenomenon of nature? No, say these mathematicians. It is likely that the superbly ordered biochemistry which we see now could have evolved through random experiments which repeatedly tested the organism against the environment. Again, the answer is no. The probability that we are here now, if natural selection had to choose from all the blindingly large number of alternative systems by means of the mechanisms described in current evolutionary theory, is virtually zero. The classical Darwinian concept of the survival of the fittest has come to be regarded by most biologists as an outmoded interpretation of the impetus behind evolutionary change. An example of how this theory can, by its loose logical structure, explain anything is provided by J. Fentress of the University of Rochester's Brain Research Center. While in Cambridge studying the habits of the British vole, a type of field mouse, he found that one species would freeze when it observed the test object moving overhead while the other species would run. One species happened to live in the woods while the other inhabited the fields. Fentress took this data to some zoologist's friends, but he reversed the observations and asked them why, when the converse was actually true. The woodland species ran away and the field species froze. These zoologists were able to give very elaborate and satisfactory explanations for this false data by using conventional ideas about the selection theory. In other words, he fed them false information. An unlikely fact. Clearly, continues Eden, life has developed to this state in a relatively small number of generations. And then it went on to explain, if random point mutations along the DNA gene string is taken seriously as the primary motivation of evolutionary change, then, it suggested, the chance of emergence of man is like the probability of typing at random a meaningful library of 1,000 volumes using the following procedure. Begin with a meaningful phrase, retype it with a few mistakes, make it longer by adding letters, rearrange the sequences in a string of letters, then examine the result to see if the new phrase is meaningful, and repeat the process until the library is complete. Then a final statement. Molecular biology, Eden contends, has given us the alphabet of this language. But just as a knowledge of the workings of a typewriter may be interesting, it, like the alphabet, probably furnishes little information about the language. The idea enunciated in Darwinian theory that the language of biological systems is randomly altered in evolution runs counter to the experience that no currently existing formal language can tolerate random changes in the symbol sequences which express its sentences. Meaning is almost invariably destroyed. I would conjecture, Eden submits, that what one might call genetic grammaticality has a deterministic explanation and does not owe its stability to selection pressure acting on random variation. Until new natural laws are elucidated, he concludes, neo-Darwinian evolution is only a statement in current terminology of Darwin's germinal insight that the origin of the species can have a naturalistic explanation. Biologists are exquisitely sensitive, and for good reason, to any suggestion that the current interpretation of Darwin's theory may be lacking in logic or wit, and points on which Eden's arguments teeter, the matter of improbability and that no computer algorithmic procedures are known which can make sense out of nonsense by random means, are not terribly convincing to most biologists. Geneticists have made extraordinary gains in the past several decades, and modern biochemistry is building a much admired structure on this foundation. How could the theory of evolution be vacuous? It's not clear that the probability of any research field necessarily implies that its theories are adequate or even meaningful. A thriving experimental nuclear physics could be imagined with or without its abstract models. Eden's challenge is too vigorous to be dismissed easily. In other words, geneticists and mathematicians 40 years ago took all of this information, fed it into their computer systems, and long ago determined that the whole concept of Darwinian transformism was faulty. And that given the information that we have, that such a thing as Darwin proposed was mathematically improbable. And again, we've had that information since the 60s. But it appears that in many instances, it just simply has not caught up with the classroom. And so there are those who still espouse the whole concept of transformism. But that's not the only evidence. That's not the only side of the coin. Remember how I mentioned that when I was a kid growing up, probably some of the rest of you, that we were taught in a school that man is the end product, Homo sapiens sapiens, the end product of a whole long line of evolutionary development, starting with Ramapithecus and then Dryopithecus, and then the Homo habilis, the Australopithecus, Pithecanthropus, Homo erectus, the Neanderthal or Mousterian culture, and finally Cro-Magnon, Homo sapiens sapiens. And he appeared somewhat like 35,000 years ago on this whole evolutionary scale of development. Mousterian or Neanderthal about 100,000 years ago. And you've all seen these charts that depict man's rise from the early apes until finally he appears on the scene, Homo sapiens sapiens, as modern man. Is there anybody that hasn't seen one of those charts? Well, there have been quite a number of anthropological discoveries that have occurred in the last several decades that have completely changed all of that. So, from a genetic perspective, from a mathematical perspective, and now from an anthropological perspective, we can also say that the whole concept of Darwinian transformism has no basis in fact. Several years ago, I was working in Israel and took my students to the Carmel Caves along the edge of the Carmel Range, north in Israel near the modern city of Haifa, and right on the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, to a series of caves known as the Carmel Caves. And back in the 1930s, this archaeological site was excavated by a woman by the name of Miss Dorothy Garrod. And she had a number of Arab women that were working with her, excavating in one of the caves called Tabun. Tabun, which actually means a chimney. And they were basically in the 1930s doing little more than just conducting an artifact mining operation, because archaeology really hadn't developed until to much of a science as we know it today. But because she had her women working in this one particular cave, she sent some of the men field workers around to the side of the escarpment and along the edge of a wadi leading to the east to what might be called nothing more than a simple rock shelter. It wasn't really a cave, but more of a rock outcropping that is known today as Schul. Schul. S-C-H-U-L in Arabic, which actually means a school, an S-C-H-O-O-L. But there, in this natural rock outcropping, they found a number of skeletons of Neanderthal that were buried in a flex position with a burial offering, indicating, of course, a high development, sense of development of a religious concept. Here you have some kind of an offering made with the burial, and the burial not just thrown into the ground, but buried in a flex position with the knees up under the chin. And these were all removed and taken into Jerusalem to the Hebrew Museum, where some of them are on display until this very day. And at that time, they labeled that particular find at about 100,000 years ago, when they were found back in the 30s. But in the late 60s, this whole area was being re-examined again by Professor Jelinek from the University of Arizona, one of my colleagues here from the University of Texas. He was at that time the curator of the Texas Memorial Museum, Dudley Varner. And I had the opportunity to meet with Professor Jelinek at the Carmel Caves and discuss with him what they were finding. And he told me that it was necessary, on the basis of current discoveries, to have to go back and completely reevaluate some of their thinking relative to the discovery of the Neanderthals here at the Carmel Caves. Now, what is going on out here that would lead to a reanalysis of all of the Carmel Cave materials? Well, in a recent publication, and I shouldn't really use the term recent because it's not all that recent, and this is not a very good example that I'm setting for you by giving you the source or the reference to which I'm going from the Reader's Digest. Because if you submitted a paper to me and listed your source or your reference for that particular paper as the Reader's Digest, I might look down my nose at it. But this article was taken from Tuesday Magazine and just reprinted here in Reader's Digest, and I carry it around with me because I don't have the original article from the Tuesday Magazine. But this is from August of 1973. And I want to share some of this information with you. New findings on the origin of man. Now, this particular article is probably one of the most significant bits of information that I could share with you relative to the subject at hand. The anthropology relative to the whole transformistic development. How old is man? Who were his ancestors? Was his cradle really in Asia, as most anthropologists have long preached, or was it in Africa? The debate is raging. In the last couple of years, this was in 1973, in the last couple of years, 2 phenomenal discoveries have been made in Africa that sent violent shock waves through the anthropological world, for they challenged the validity of long-cherished theories concerning the origin and evolution of the human race. One of the findings was in Kenya of a human skull and bones below a layer dated about 2.8 million years ago. The second was the discovery in a cave in southern Africa. And I know where this cave is. I've been in the area. Between Swaziland and Natal, called Border Cave, and was inhabited by men of modern type as recently as 100,000 years ago. Now keep in mind that Homo sapiens sapiens is not supposed to have appeared on the evolutionary scale of development until about 35,000 years ago. And that Neanderthal was 100,000 years ago. According to current evolutionary doctrine, these findings are extraordinary. Most textbooks state that the first primate that can be called man, Homo erectus, did not evolve until around 1 million years ago. Yet the bones dug out of the deposits in the East Rudolph Basin in Kenya are more than twice as old and are far more modern in shape than those of our presumed ancestor. The books also tell us that probably the only humans in existence 100,000 years ago were the beetle-browed, bandy-legged Neanderthal. But the remains unearthed in Border Cave in southern Africa, including the skeletons of an infant, are unmistakably those of our own species, Homo sapiens sapiens, who was not supposed to have appeared until around 35,000 BC. Equally disconcerting are the artifacts found with the fossils. They indicate that men had developed intellects, had embarked on the road to civilization many millennia earlier than had been believed possible. The Border Cave dwellers had already learned the art of mining. They manufactured a variety of sophisticated tools, including agate knives with edges still sharp enough to slice paper. They could count. They kept primitive records on fragments of bones. They also held religious convictions and believed in an afterlife, for the body of the infant had been carefully and ceremoniously buried. Obviously, they spoke a well-developed language. For such abstract ideas as immorality, or immortality, I should say, cannot be conveyed by grunts and gestures. Inspired detective work by 2 prehistorians in their mid-30s, Adrian Bozier of the Museum of Man and Science, and Peter Beaumont, led to the discovery at Border Cave. And then it goes and tells about their discovery and how the cave had been dated, and the careful examination of the finds in the cave, and what the evidence at Border Cave proves, to cite Bozier and Beaumont, is that as early as 100,000 years ago, man had developed an interest in happenings beyond the needs of survival. He had begun to question the purpose of existence, the nature of human destiny, to seek causes, to fabricate explanations. This was the birth of intellect and the ascendancy of reason. And then it goes on to talk about some of the other discoveries. The discoveries of the Leakeys in Tanzania's Olduvai Gorge. In 1959, they astonished the world by finding a nearly 2-million-year-old skull of a cousin of Dart's creature that he discovered back in 1925. They found the lower part of the brain case, the lower jaw of a similar pre-human together with chip bone tools. They called this one Homo habilis, or the handyman. Later on the same year, they unearthed fragments of a still more advanced being, Homo erectus, the first man known to have used fire. He was the same species as Java and Peking man, but more than 500,000 years older. And since then, new African discoveries have come thick and fast. Today, Africa, and not Asia, is favored as the most likely birthplace of the human race. However, there's a great disagreement as exactly who begat whom. For it is apparent, and here's a kicker, it is apparent that both subhuman and human overlapped each other in time. The descent of man is no longer regarded as a chain with some links missing, but rather as a tangled vine whose tendrils loop back and forth as species interbred to create new varieties, most of which died out. But the most likely and widely accepted scenario is this. The first primate to embark on the road to humanity was Ramapithecus, who turned up 14 million years ago. He was followed 5 million years ago by Australopithecus, still subhuman, and probably a tool user, who evolved into handyman, or Homo habilis, about 3 million years ago. Then 1 million years ago came Homo erectus, the first being with a brain large enough to be considered human. He was a confirmed, if slow, traveler, inching his way around the world. The next to last actor on the scene was Neanderthal man, the first credited with being a Homo sapien. Some anthropologists surmise that he evolved about 200,000 years ago and was firmly settled in Europe about 100,000 years ago. The only character missing from this cast until recently was its star, Homo sapiens sapien, the species that survived all others to dominate the earth. If Border Cave findings are borne out by further study and more discoveries, anthropologists will have to reconsider the scenario and recognize these people as our ancestors. It may be possible to trace our origins even farther back to the 2.8 million year old bones discovered in Kenya by Richard Leakey, son of the famed husband-wife team. Although the brain case of Leakey's Kenya creature is small, its whole shape is remarkably similar to modern man. The leg bones are practically indistinguishable from those of modern man. Now, here's the final summation. It may be that we did not evolve from any of the previously known human types, but that we descended in a direct line of our own. In other words, today, by and large, anthropologists have concluded, and some of this is based upon recent DNA studies. I'm talking about just recent DNA studies. You know, it was argued for quite some time as to whether the Neanderthals were the ancestors of modern man, and whether at one time they might have intermarried, and in view of the fact that we now know that Homo sapiens sapien and the Neanderthal Mousterian culture existed contemporarily alongside of one another. It was suggested some time ago that maybe they intermarried, they interbred, and so that their DNA has continued on until today. Except in very recent studies, it's been established quite conclusively that there is no DNA link between the Neanderthal and the Homo sapiens sapien, or modern man. And what appears to be is that we existed alongside of and contemporary with these other early man forms. But they hit some kind of an evolutionary dead end and died out. Whereas man continued to exist and to progress in his own independent line of development, again, alongside of and contemporary with some of these earlier early man forms, such as the Mousterian, such as perhaps the Australopithecus, Pithecanthropus, but that these early ape man forms hit some kind of an evolutionary dead end and died out, while man continued to develop in his own evolutionary line of development until the present day. And the answer to that question is why. What happened? Or I mean, not the answer to the question. It raises the question as to why, what happened. And we'll look at the answer to that question whenever we come back from taking a little break for lunch. But let's stop here and see if you've got any questions. Let's left off in our study of science in the Bible. We were looking at the whole subject of transformism and noting some of the weaknesses in the transformistic theory. And we mentioned, first of all, genetics. That from genetics, in our study of genetics today, that the whole concept of an evolutionary development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life across order lines, requiring an additive mutation into the molecular structure of the gene, is proven to be genetically impossible. Then, mathematically, we noted that according to recent mathematical studies, that the amount of time given for the creation of the earth to the development of all the many and varied species of plants and animals that are known to exist on the earth today was mathematically impossible. Hasn't been given enough time for those many and varied species to have developed. And then thirdly, we noted, insofar as anthropology is concerned, that we have found recent skeletons of early man forms, Homo sapiens sapien, that existed as many as 100,000 years before they were ever supposed to have appeared on the evolutionary scale of development. In other words, our model, our old evolutionary model that started with Dryopithecus and Ramapithecus, the Australopithecines, Pithecanthropines, and so on, with a stage of progression from the lower form to the higher form, finally culminating in Homo sapiens sapien, has been proven to be completely in error. I had one further article that I wanted to share with you, when we ran out of time. And this article is from 1992, entitled The Dating Game. And as I mentioned, some of these studies were done 40 years ago, back in the 60s. But there's been a continuing process of a study relative to new finds that are being found almost monthly, yearly, different parts of the world that have completely changed our way of looking at human origins from an anthropological perspective. And I want to just mention a paragraph or two in this article from Discover magazine in September of 92. And it has to do basically with what I've already mentioned to you from the article New Findings on the Origins of Man from a Tuesday magazine. Again, though, let me just read some excerpts from this article. Thanks to the efforts of the new dating methods, says Frank Smith, an anthropologist at Northern Illinois University, we now know that each of these ideas was wrong. And the ideas to which he's referring is that Cro-Magnon, Homo sapiens sapien, was the last development on this evolutionary scale of development, going from the Neanderthal about 100,000 years ago to Homo sapiens sapien or Cro-Magnon about 35,000 years ago. And he says now we know that was wrong. He says the technique doing the most damage to conventional wisdom is called thermoluminescence, TL for short. And it's a dating method. Thermoluminescence was observed way back in 1663 by the great English physicist Robert Boyle. And he goes ahead and explains how thermoluminescence works. In a laboratory, the intensity of that burst of luminescence can easily be measured with a device called a photomultiplier. The higher the spike of light, the more trapped electrons have accumulated in the sample, and thus the more time has elapsed since it was last exposed to heat. Once a mineral is heated and all the electrons have returned home, the clock is set back to zero. So it has to do with heating of the object, the artifact, or the particle, whatever that might be, and then the measuring of the trapped electrons within the sample. In the late 1980s, Helena Valadas, an archaeologist at the Center for Low-Level Radioactivity of the French Atomic Energy Commission near Paris, along with her father, physicist George Valadas, stunned the anthropological community with some TL dates, thermoluminescence dates, on burned flints taken from two archaeological sites in Israel. The first from a cave called Kabara, which had already yielded an astonishingly complete Neanderthal skeleton. Valadas dated flints from the Neanderthals' level at 60,000 years before the present. In itself, this was no surprise, since the date falls well within the known range of the Neanderthals' time on Earth. The shock came a year later, when she used the same technique to pin a date on flints from a nearby cave called Kopset, which contained the buried remains of early modern human beings. This time, the spikes of luminescence translated into an age of around 92,000 years. In other words, the more advanced human types were a full 30,000 years older than the Neanderthals they were supposed to have descended from. If these TL dates are accurate, they completely confound the notion that modern humans evolved from Neanderthals in any neat and tidy way. Instead, these two kinds of human, equally endowed culturally but distinctly different in appearance, might have shared the same little nook of the Middle East for tens of thousands of years. More recently, Validas and her colleague Norbert Mercier turned their TL techniques to the French site of Saint-Césaire. Last summer, they confirmed that a Neanderthal found at Saint-Césaire was only 36,000 years old. This new date, combined with a fresh radiocarbon date of about 40,000 years tagged on some Cro-Magnon sites in northern Spain, strongly suggests that the two types of humans shared the same corner of Europe for several thousand years as the glaciers advanced from the north. Then another kind of dating was developed called electron spin resonance, or ERS, electron spin resonance, that fashions a clock out of the steadily accumulating electrons caught in traps. Whereas thermoluminescence measures that accumulation by the strength of the light given off when the trap opens, electron spin resonance literally counts the captive electrons themselves while they still rest undisturbed in their prison. And utilizing these different advanced methods of dating, they conclude, as far as modern human origins go, the technique has already tagged a date of about 100,000 years on some human fossils from an Israeli cave called Skul. Remember, I mentioned Skul to you earlier. That was one of the Carmel caves in Israel, neatly supporting the thermoluminescence date of 92,000 from Kafse, a few miles away. If a new ESR date from a Neanderthal cave just around the corner from Skul is right, then Neanderthals were also in the Middle East at about the same time. Meanwhile, in South Africa, a human jawbone from the site of Border Cave, so modern that it boggles the mind, as one researcher puts it, has now been dated with ESR at 60,000 years, nearly twice as old as any fossil like it in Europe. Even without Schwartz's dream site, the dating methods used separately are pointing to a common theme: the alarming antiquity of modern human events, where they are not supposed to be happening in the first place. Brooks sees suggestive traces of complexity not just at Katanda, but scattered all over the African continent as early as 100,000 years before the present. And the conclusion is, that's not an easy notion for anthropologists and archaeologists to swallow. It doesn't seem to fit the pattern that those harpoons of Allison's would be so old, says Richard Klein, a paleoanthropologist at the University of Chicago. Then he shrugs. Of course, if she's right, she's made a remarkable discovery indeed. and was just a reference to some artifacts that were found in their excavations. But the simple fact is that with our modern dating methods and with the recent anthropological finds that have been unearthed in archaeologically unambiguous strata, it's thrown the whole of anthropological circles into a complete state of chaos. But the simple fact is that anthropologists are now stating today that it looks like instead of evolving from a lower form to a higher form, that modern Homo sapiens sapiens is living and coexisting alongside, contemporary with, some of these earlier man forms, and is developing along his own independent lines of development, where these earlier man forms, for some reason or other, hit some kind of a dead end and die out. And of course, the question that is raised is why? Why do they hit some kind of a dead end and die out, where man continues to exist along his own independent line of development? And the answer to the question is that we really don't know, but we've got some good ideas, or at least we've got some theories to propose. First of all, it has to do with the different cultures themselves. The Neanderthal culture, I started to use the term know, but that's too an emphatic word, I think, to use. We think, or that it seems to be. The Neanderthals did not have a close family unit like the Homo sapiens sapiens had. It seems like that in the Neanderthals you have the men who are separated by and large from the women, who spend most of their time in hunting and in gathering, the women tending to the children and domestic duties. The men may be gone for long periods of time in hunting and foraging, where the Homo sapiens sapiens tends to have, or at least it appears, a close-knit family unit with the husband, the wife, the children, or whatever you want to call him, the man, the woman, the children, all in some kind of a neat family unit and in doing things together. That's one point. The second point is that it appears that Neanderthal may not have had as highly a developed language or method or means of communication as did Homo sapiens sapiens. Now, a number of years ago, there were certain things that we felt were criteria for determining whether one of these early man forms was actually human, or whether it was just an early man form or a type of an ape, but did not possess human traits or characteristics. And so, what did we say a number of years ago constituted humanness? And quite a number of years ago, we used to say, well, the ability to fashion and to utilize tools. That was the basic criteria. The ability to speak language, to communicate. Then we said the ability to show emotion, such as to laugh and to cry, to express joy, to express grief. some kind of a concept of religion that constituted the belief in some kind of a supreme being. And all of these things, we used to say, constituted humanness. But in recent years, we've observed that there are a number of animals that have the ability to make, fashion, utilize tools, such as the chimpanzee. We even know of birds that have the ability to utilize tools, such as the Egyptian vulture and the Galapagos Island finch bird. And so we have all kinds of exceptions to that rule in the animal world. Secondly, the ability to use language. Well, we found that many different animals have some kind of a method of communication, some kind of a language, but just look with the great apes and a lot of the recent experiments that have gone on with the great apes. Remember, the one great ape was named Coco. And Coco, the gorilla, was taught sign language and had the ability to sign any number. I think it was something like 600, if I'm not mistaken, different signs, which indicates a high level of intelligence and a rather sophisticated means or method of communicating. But further, it was also noted that this ape had the ability to think, to use logic, to solve problems, had the ability to express emotion, to cry, to feel sorrow, to laugh. The way they discovered that, the gorilla had a little pet cat. And when the pet cat died, it expressed emotion. And they literally shed tears. And whenever it was given another pet, then it expressed joy. When asked about its own identity, you know, who are you? Are you a human being? Are you this or that? That it had a pretty good grasp on its own identity. So all of a sudden, all of these different criteria that were used to express humanness or to determine whether something was human or whether it wasn't, all of a sudden flew out the window. So the question remains, where, when, at what point does man move from these earlier primate forms to Homo sapiens sapiens? When does man become a human being imbued with the image and the likeness of God? Well, we'll leave that question for right now. And just note again, before we continue in our study, that thus far we have talked about transformism and the weaknesses of the transformistic theory. But notice that in our initial study, how easy it was to take the geologic record and lay it on alongside of the biblical record in Genesis chapter 1, and how that Genesis chapter 1 followed a perfect order, a perfect step-by-step stage by stage order of the development of the creation, of the appearance of certain plant and animal forms alongside of the geologic record. So that comparing the biblical record with the geologic record was not all that difficult a thing to do. But when it comes to man and the appearance of man, now we have to focus in on these different theories. And we've noted transformism and pointed out the weaknesses of transformism and pointed out that transformism as the evolutionary development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life across order lines is basically passé in scientific circles today. Although, if one wanted to manipulate the text, it would be quite easy to harmonize transformism with the biblical text if it wasn't for all of the scientific problems with transformism. You understand the point? That the problem here is not with the biblical text, it's with the theory itself. The theory contains certain weaknesses that are inherent with the theory that make that particular theory unacceptable to the man of science. So, we move on to the next theory, which is the theory of creationism. Now, creationism is also known as the gap theory. The gap theory, because it assumes that there was a prior creation that was later destroyed, and then God starts a whole process of recreation. And that particular theory says that in Genesis chapter 1, you have a statement, "In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth." And that creation was a prior creation. It's called a pre-Adamic creation. A pre-Adamic creation. And that creation was of the world that once was. A world of beautiful forests and animals, creatures that are unknown to us today, the dinosaurs, and that all of those creatures and that world was destroyed. And what was the cause or the reason for that destruction? Do any of you remember? What's the cause or the reason for the destruction? No, not the Big Bang. The fall of Satan. In Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12. It says, "How art thou fallen, O Lucifer?" And they take that particular passage and they link it together with Revelation chapter 12, verses 7, 8, and 9, the war in heaven and Satan cast out by Michael the archangel. And then they go to Isaiah chapter 45, verse 18, that says that the world was not created without form and void. And so given all of those passages and tying those passages in together, they say, well, the reason for this destruction and for that world that once was being destroyed was because of this big battle that was taking place in the cosmos when God cast Satan out of heaven and the war taking place down on earth that affected the world, and the world that once was corrupted. And then God begins in verse number 2, a process of recreation. And they say that that passage should read, and the earth became without form and void. As a matter of fact, I think there's some English translations that do translate that, and the earth became without form and void. And now God begins this process of recreation, and now the Genesis record from 2 and on is telling us the events of recreation that God did in 6 days of 24 hours each. And that theory has gained a wide acceptance in certain fields, prevalent even until today. And there's a whole organization called the Creation Research Institute, supposedly of men of science, that espouse this particular theory and try to take all of the scientific evidence that there is out there to bring to bear on this particular theory. That the world as it once was, created perfect by God, was destroyed when Lucifer was cast out of heaven and the war took place in heaven, Michael and the archangel. And then God begins this process of recreation. Now, this whole theory has basically as its premise one underlying fact. And what would you say that is? Yeah, William?
Well, I was going to ask you about that verse. Remember I mentioned in the verse 21, 27, replenish.
Yeah, the replenish. Yeah, I said now go and to replenish. But the simple fact of the matter is that word is lemale. Male in Hebrew is to fill the earth, and it's not replenish.
Virtually all of the new Bibles that are coming out are continually adding that replenish in them.
Yeah, because they're building on what was thought at the one time. Okay, this book that I have here is a book that is published by or written by a guy by the name of James Dawson, who's the Executive Vice President and Chief Executive Officer for the Oklahoma Foundation for Research and Development Utilization. And he's the President of J. Phil Corporation, which handles the ministries, and Executive Vice President of Zeteo Corporation, an oil and gas exploration company, which utilizes the satellite and computer techniques described in this book, so on and so forth. He has an MS in physical chemistry. And since then, he's done advanced studies at the University of California. In 1976, he received his diploma in pastoral ministries from Southern Baptist Seminary Extension. Do you think he knows this guy? No. No, it's not the same Dawson. No, huh? No, not the same one. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, no, it's not the same one. And that guy was a Nazarene. This guy's Southern Baptist. Completely different. But it's always interesting to me to look at the academic credentials of somebody who's speaking authoritatively on a biblical subject. And I hate to admit it, but the simple fact of the matter is that there's a certain academic arrogance in scholarly circles that one tends to look down their nose at those who have theological degrees from theological seminaries or theological institutions, or they have less than a Ph.D. or a doctorate degree in their field, or they may have a doctorate degree. They may call themselves Dr. So-and-so and so-and-so, and then whenever it comes down to the simple fact is that you find they bought that at the University of Beverly Hills for $24.95. So there tends to be a certain amount of academic arrogance on the part of those who are legitimate scholars in their field towards those who obviously don't have the academic credentials to be speaking authoritatively on certain subjects. But in this book, the author goes to great lengths to establish the whole concept of creationism, or also known as the young earth, that the earth is only about 6,000 years old, according to the calculations of Bishop Ussher and others of his ilk and kin. But again, upon what is that particular principle based? And I'm just going to quote from some of the statements made here in the book so you will get an idea upon what the whole theory is based. We know, and that's an emphatic no, we know that the Bible is totally the inspired Word of God. This makes it a perfect book. The problems that people have with it are usually self-induced. In other words, they either misinterpret what it says, or they try to read into the Word something that they want to hear. It couldn't be that he's talking about himself. But it has to be somebody else, we're sure. Yet the fact remains, the Bible contains no errors and no contradictions. This makes it a perfect database, ideal for us to use in computers. Yeah. In the spirit of truth, we at the Oklahoma Foundation have entered the entire Bible into a computer, word for word, verse by verse. This took about 30 months to accomplish, but it's now complete and arranged in the order of the canon. We built a concordance for the computerized Bible that's very similar to the one that you have in the back of your Bible, yet with few exceptions. When you look up a word, your concordance normally lists most of the verses where that word occurs. If you're interested in a particular phrase, you need to read each verse or look it up 2 key words and compare their verses. But with a computer, we can very quickly compare listings of up to 30 words at a time, allowing us to search phrases. Say, for example, that we want to look for all of the verses where bread and life appear together. As it happens, there are only 4 verses in the Bible where this event can be observed. When the computer is instructed to print out these verses, it does so almost immediately, since it can print at the rate of almost 12,000 words a minute. This capability enables us to accomplish a much more detailed study at any single setting. Actually, it encourages studies. But when one accepts the fact that the Bible is literally true in all cases, it occasionally poses some surprising and exciting questions and answers. Remember, the Bible is absolutely perfect and without error. Okay, that's the principle upon which the whole of creationism is based. Now, again, I do want to read to you several more statements. Here's the deal. When God created man, He created him a whole man. And I think his physical development was a whole man. I think his physical development was complete, and he possessed the capability to reproduce himself. Everything from his digestive tract to his brain was created whole. The image of God is in the spirit, not the flesh. Colossians 1:15 clearly states He is the image of the invisible God. If God created man whole and complete, why not the earth? Should not the earth exhibit a history of development similar to Adam? Why not? In other words, if He created the earth whole and complete, He put all of those dinosaur bones in there to give it the appearance of age. So that whenever we looked at the earth, we could tell that it was old. Believers in creation say that the world and everything in it was created in a single stroke by the spoken word of God. In 6 days, He set the entire mechanism in motion. Evolutionists say this can't be, because we can go back and see the ages of history evolved in trees and fossils and in the various strata in the ground. So again we ask, did God create Adam as a whole, complete man? Using today's investigative methods, Adam would need to have had a history, because we perceive man in terms of growth as from infancy to full maturity. Our only way of understanding the full growth is that it takes a period of time. From the evolutionist point of view, the world has to have a similar growth progression which can be observed in a stratified geology. As the creation sees things, it would all have been there from the very start. So there you have it. God created the world whole with all of the appearance of age and stuck all of those bones and fossils and everything else in the ground to give the appearance of age. Our bias arises because we assume we can know certain things based upon what we see. Such a predisposition spurs us toward rejection of an instantaneous creation. This is the evolutionist stumbling block. Well, at least we established where their head's at.
What is the title of that book?
The title of the book is I Am.
Oh, I thought that was all the time.
I Am. Yeah.
Close that off again.
The name is James P. Dawson. But we don't want to end our discussion with the book just yet. I've got a couple of more passages I want to quote. Was there a race of people who lived on the earth before the time of Adam? I don't know, but the Scriptures seem to offer this as a possibility. Certainly I've heard the arguments that the Hebrew word really means to fill rather than to replenish, but the same sources also translate virgin as a young girl. I think translators are inspired too, and I don't think God permits His word to be altered. The Scriptures from numerous translations still have phenomenal tendency towards agreement. To consider that the Bible contains over 800,000 words, and yet we argue over only a few. In the later chapter, we will discuss the idea that the world seems to be only about 14,000 years old. And there appears to be a time gap between the original creation and Adam. You see, that's the reason why we use the term creationism, the gap theory. Within this gap, perhaps, was the time of the dinosaurs, the floods, and the environment that Adam and Eve were later to replenish. Perhaps God did have something else going on before us. I've always been puzzled by the women married by Cain and Seth. Where did they come from? I've been told all of my life that they were daughters of Adam and Eve, but all through the Scriptures it is continually stressed that God considers incest, fornication, and adultery as abominations. The Scripture also say that God is constant, so it's reasonable that God would permit His... So is it reasonable that God would permit His people to start out as an abomination? Well, we could continue to stack absurdities on top of absurdity. But the interesting thing about it is that this guy is not out there all by himself. I've got a whole stack of books over here on different aspects of creation, creationism, and another book that is authored by two probably of the most famous of the proponents of creationism, is called The Genesis Flood by Whitcomb and Morris. Quite a lengthy work, and they're basically adhering to the same doctrine, the same accounts, but they're focusing in mainly on the flood as opposed to the whole concept of creationism. Well, let's take these little points one at a time and have a look at them. First of all, is or does the biblical text allow for the translation of "and the earth was without form and void"? Does it allow for us to translate that "and the earth became without form and void"? Because this is the basic premise that is proposed by the creationists, is that there was a prior creation. That creation was destroyed. The earth became without form and void. And the reason for that, again, being God casting Satan out of heaven in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12. A number of years ago, I was doing a guest appearance on Trinity Broadcasting Network out in California, and two of my colleagues were on the show with me at the time. Dr. Robert Lindsay from Israel and Dr. William Sanford Lasore. And Sven knows Dr. Lasore. Yeah, well, you know both of them, but Lasore lived right out in Pasadena, and we used to do all kinds of seminars together, and Professor Lasore was a professor at Fuller Theological Seminary, and then later on Professor Emeritus. Yeah, but he was Professor Emeritus. Had written over 14 books, wrote a textbook on Hebrew, and a whole stack of works. Very prolific author. And of course, most of you are acquainted with Dr. Robert Lindsay, one of the pioneers in textual research, probably one of the greatest New Testament scholars in the Christian arena that there's ever been. And the reason why I say the Christian arena, because at the same time, contemporary with Dr. Lindsay, over on the other side, in the Jewish arena, was Professor David Flusser. And the two of them were colleagues, and we were all friends. But Dr. Lindsay and Dr. Lasore and I were all on this particular program at the same time. When somebody raised the subject, out of the clear blue sky, could it be possible that Genesis chapter 1 and verse 2, could it be possible that that could be translated "and the earth became without form and void"? Now, between the three of us, we knew, or we had studied 40 different languages. Dr. Lindsay, Dr. Flusser, and myself. 40 different languages. And none of us knew that they were going to ask this question. It wasn't something that we had discussed. And all three of us said, no, it's linguistically impossible. It's an impossibility from the Hebrew. Why? Because in order for it to be became, it would have to have a prefixed lamed or infinitive in front of the noun or the verb. So instead of saying the haaretz haita tohu vavohu, and the earth was without form and void, you'd have to say the haaretz haita le tohu vavohu. Now, is that right, William? William teaches Hebrew at Oral Roberts University, the Hebrew professor. Is that correct or not? And became is a linguistic impossibility the way it is in the text. And we have no Hebrew texts. We have no Hebrew texts where you have v'ha'aretz ha'ita le tohu vavohu. In spite of the fact that we've got dozens of texts, as I mentioned, from our various scroll discoveries, it's always, and the earth was without form and void. So, number one, from just a linguistic perspective, that's a complete impossibility. But, what about this whole idea of the causative factor being the war in heaven and Satan being cast out from heaven? And this raises a tremendous question and poses for us a great problem that I really don't want to get into. I don't want to have to get into this particular issue, but it's necessary nonetheless. I mean, we can't go on any farther from here if we don't discuss it. But the interesting thing about it is that later on down the line, when we move from our current study on into who is man that thou art mindful of him, it's going to be important for us there. So if I don't raise it here, I'm going to have to raise it there. So we're going to deal with this whole subject of Isaiah 14:12 and Lucifer being cast out of heaven. Now, what I want to do, I want to refer you to again the Hebrew text here of Isaiah 14:12, and I want to get a couple of volumes here from my library that I want to utilize, and I will get those here. If you have your Bibles, turn to Isaiah 14:12, and let's take a look. This particular Bible is called a polyglot Bible. Polyglot Bible. Perhaps you've never even seen one of them. But polyglot means that it's multiple translations. And it has over here the Greek Septuagint, the Hebrew Masoretic text, German, and Latin, all side by side. And this is Isaiah chapter 14 and verse number 12. And in Isaiah 14 and 12, it says, Ech nafalta mishamayim Halel ben Shachar. How are you fallen from heaven, O Halel ben Shachar? Halel ben Shachar. Now, notice the parallel passage over here in the Latin. Quomodo sesidisti de cielo Lucifer quimane oribares. And here's where you have the first and the only mention of Lucifer in the biblical text. And it's in the Latin Vulgate. But it carries over into Latin, carries over into English from the Latin, so that in the King James and other of the English translations, you also have the translation of Lucifer. Now, what does it say in your translation? Does it say Lucifer? Does everybody have Lucifer? What's your translation say, Tom? What's that?
Day star.
Day star, son of dawn. What translation is that? Yeah. What's yours got, Deshaun?
New King James says Lucifer.
The New King James says Lucifer.
And the NIV says Morning Star, Son of the Dawn.
Morning star, son of the dawn. Okay, well, the simple fact of the matter is that the Hebrew says Halel ben Shachar. Now, you know what would be a good idea is before we try to say what it means is to look up and see what it means. Tom, have you found it yet? Halel ben Shachar.
I was calling up.
Let's look in. Let's look in Brown Driver Briggs and see if we can find Halel ben Shachar, and see if we can figure out what it means. See how long it takes you to find it. Happens to be 1966 in Brown Driver Briggs on page 237. It's a masculine noun, means the shining one. It's an epithet of the king of Babylon. An epithet for the king of Babylon. Okay, who was the king of Babylon when this was written? To whom is it referring? Belshazzar. It's referring to Belshazzar. Now, how come they call Belshazzar Halel HaShachar? In other words, the star of the morning. Because it's an epithet of the planet Venus, or the morning star. And in order to understand this, you have to understand Babylonian cosmology. And in ancient Babylonian cosmology, every city was considered to have a ruling constellation, a planet or a constellation, a ruling spirit, if you will, that ruled over that particular city. And in ancient times, the city of Babylon had as its ruling spirit, or the ruling constellation, or the protective constellation over the city, was the planet Venus. That is known in Hebrew as Halel HaShachar, the bright shining one of the morning. And you remember the story of Belshazzar and the fall of Belshazzar. It's so well known that I'm not going to go into it in any detail. But this particular passage here in Isaiah chapter 14, verse number 12, refers to Belshazzar, the king of Babylon. So, how is it that we got Lucifer over here in the Latin. Well, let's look at all of these different translations. In the Greek over here, it is pos ex epesen ek tu uranu, heaven, ho heosphoros. Heosphoros is also the bright shining one of the morning. You've heard of phosphorus. It's where we get the word phosphorus. Heosphoros. And we can look in the classical Greek dictionary of Liddell and Scott under heosphoros, and we can see that heosphoros corresponds to Halel HaShachar, the bright shining one of the morning. And let me just quickly find that and establish it for you so you'll see that Roy's not just pulling this stuff out of the air someplace. Heosphoros on page 752 of Liddell and Scott. Heosphoros, bringer of morn, the morning star. So, when they translated the Septuagint from Hebrew to Greek, 285 BC, they chose a word that would best translate the Hebrew Halel HaShachar, and for the Greek at that time, that word was heosphoros. So, and again, just to show you in the German over here, you know a little German, don't you, Tom? In chapter 12, how are you fallen, Gimmel gefallen, du Job der Morgenstern. Morgenstern. And Morgenstern is what? The bright morning star. So how come all of a sudden we've got Lucifer? Where does this guy come from? Whoop. Huh. Where does Lucifer come from? Well, it's a long story. I think I've actually told some of you the story before, but for some of you it will be new information. And as long as we're engaging in this study, we might as well cover all of our bases. You want to see it again? Okay. Keep in mind that the Latin Vulgate that gives us the word Lucifer was translated by Jerome, is also known as Hieronymus, about 444 of the present era. That's about 100 years after Constantine. He journeyed to Israel and took up residence in Bethlehem at the location of what today is known as the Church of the Nativity. And downstairs in the lower grottos of the Church of the Nativity were some rooms where he lived for some time during the translation of the Bible into Latin from the existing manuscripts that he had that existed at the time. Now, again, I need to give you a little background before we can solve this problem that's before us. Probably to best introduce the problem, turn to Matthew chapter 16. And in Matthew chapter 16, we have recorded for us here the account of Jesus and his disciples at Caesarea Philippi. And what do we know about Caesarea Philippi? Let me give you a little background. Caesarea Philippi today is known as Banyas. You remember Banyas to the north, the foot of Mount Hermon, right where the principal tributary that forms the Jordan River just gushes out of the bottom of the mountain. And in ancient times, it was called Panias. Today it's known as Banyas because the Arabs can't pronounce the word or the letter P. So there's a linguistic shift from a P to a B, and so Panias becomes Banyas. And in Jesus' day, it was the center for the worship of the Greek god Pan, who is known in Greek as To Pan, or the god. Now you remember Pan? Who was Pan, the Greek god Pan? You remember what he looked like?
Cupid.
Cupid? No. Eros, the Greek god Eros, looked like Cupid. But Pan was the god who was half man and half goat. And what did he look like? Now, devil. Whenever I mention the word devil, what kind of an image do you conjure up in your mind? What does the devil look like? What's he look like? A little half goat, half man creature, got little hooves like a goat, little horns like a goat, little beard, with a forked tail. Now, isn't that what most of us think of when somebody mentions the devil? Where did we get that image? Where did we get that idea? Well, let me just show you. Here is a book published here at the university, Sex or Symbol, Erotic Images of Greece and Rome. And here's just one representation. What does that look like? It looks like Lucifer, huh? Looks like the devil. Well, let's see who it is over here. It's the god Pan dancing from the 4th century. The same time as Jerome. You see that? The same time as Jerome, the Greek god Pan. And this is a representation from a silver dish from the 4th century, the Greek god Pan. And in this book there are many representations of the Greek god Pan, all of them dating from about the same historical period of time. But the point is that in the 1st century, the time of Jesus, this god, the Greek god Pan, was worshipped as To-Pan at Caesarea Philippi. And unless you know that, you're probably not going to understand what Jesus was asking his disciples when he was at Caesarea Philippi, and he says, "Who do men say that I, the Son of Man, am?" And you remember Simon Peter said, "You are the Messiah, the Son of the God who lives, as opposed to the God that's worshipped in this place that doesn't live." The Greek god Pan. But again, the question, where does Jerome get Lucifer? How does Lucifer get in the whole thing? Well, remember, we're trying to translate Halel HaShachar, which in Greek is Heosporos, which would have been an acceptable translation had Jerome done that, but because of the influence, the Greek influence. Let me show you what he did. Come here, William. Instead of translating Heosporos, he goes to Lukeos. And Luke is the morning twilight. See? So instead of going to Heosporos, he goes to Luke and Lukeos, and Lukeos is an epithet for the Greek god Pan. So that's where he gets it. That's where the whole thing creeps in. Is from Lukeos in the Greek, and not from the Latin. You'd think, looking at the Latin, that it's Lux Fere, Lucifer, Lux Fere, or light bringer, but that's not where he gets it. He goes all the way back to the Greek, to Luke, Lukophos, Lukeos. It's an epithet for the Greek god Pan. So, what about this whole subject then of Lucifer falling from heaven? If that passage is not correct, if that's not correctly translated, and it doesn't have anything to do with Lucifer getting kicked out of heaven, then what's that say about the gap theory? What does that say about a prior creation? Well, we might as well go ahead with this whole discussion, because a little later on we're going to have to get into it. What about this idea of Satan or the devil? Well, let me read to you from the Encyclopedia Judaica under the entry Satan. And something that we need to note here that's going to be pertinent in our study, especially when we come to our study of who is man. that thou art mindful of him. In the Bible, except perhaps for 1 Chronicles 21:1, see below, Satan is not a proper name referring to a particular being and a demonic one who is the antagonist or rival of God. In its original application, in fact, it is a common noun meaning an adversary who opposes and obstructs. It's applied to human adversaries in 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, so on and so forth. And its related verb is used of prosecution in a court of law and the role of an antagonist in general. There is nothing to indicate that Sitana was the permanent function of a particular angel. And so on. Satan is not prominent in the Apocrypha and the Apocalypses, and where mentioned he is barely personalized but merely represent the forces of anti-God and evil. Satan similarly appears merely as the impersonal force of evil. And it goes on and says, he is identified with the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination in general, and with the angel of death. Now, it is a fact that in the biblical text, all of the way through the Old Testament, there is little mention of Satan or a devil, and there is no specific mention of Satan or a devil as being a co-equal with God and a rival to God. That whole idea is picked up from Zoroastrianism in the 4th century BCE, where you have the force of good and evil, and the two of them are opposed one to the other, and this is the origin of the whole concept of dualism that later on creeps into the Christianity of the Western world. But the whole concept of a personal devil is unknown in Hebrew. And I want to just mention to you here in this book that's entitled Every Man's Talmud. And I'm sure that most of you have seen it before. Every Man's Talmud, on page number 54. The wicked angel Samael, the chief of all the Satans, in this way is the army of the evil angel and their captain designated. Satan is the personification of wickedness. A significant remark is Satan, the Yetzer Hara, and the angel of death are all one. It indicates that the prompting to evil is rather a force within the individual than an influence from without. It also explains why God permits Satan to be active and does not destroy him. The reason is that, as will be explained, the Yetzer Hara is an essential constituent in human nature without which the race would soon become extinct. And then it goes on and talks about the two different inclinations or impulses. The impulse to do good, which is called the Yetzer HaTov, and the impulse to do evil, which is called the Yetzer Hara. But we will have more to say about that whole subject a little later on. I just wanted to introduce you to the subject at this particular point in our study to indicate that if Halel HaShachar is referring to Belshazzar, the king of Babylon, then the whole theory of creationism, of prior creation, that was destroyed as a result of Satan being kicked out of heaven, all of a sudden has no foundation upon which to stand. Well, we have again run out of time, so let's pause here and see now if we've got some questions. We're looking at the whole concept of creationism, also known as the gap theory. And we mentioned that the principal explanation for there being a prior creation and its destruction was Isaiah 14:12, Lucifer being cast out of heaven, and the battle that rages in the heavens between Michael, the archangel, and the devil, and his being cast out to the earth, and the catastrophic events of that battle led to the destruction of the world as it once was. Now, we said the problem is that passage in Isaiah 14:12 is incorrectly translated into Latin as Lucifer, because the Hebrew, Halel HaShachar, the bright shining one of the morning, is an epithet for the planet Venus, which refers to the ruling spirit over the city of Babylon, and Halel HaShachar is simply a euphemism for Belshazzar, the king of Babylon. But that raises a question. Well, what about devils and demons? And we could go ahead and include angels in that whole mix as well. And it poses a real problem for us because they're mentioned so many times, especially in the New Testament, not so much in the Old. And Johnny raised the question a moment ago, well, what about the mention of Hasatan in the book of Job, which is one of the oldest books, Johnny said, in the biblical text? Well, it's a problem with which we're going to have to deal, certainly, and we might as well try to deal with it here at this particular point, because later on down the line, it's going to be a big part of what we're going to be looking at insofar as our study of who is man that thou art mindful of him is concerned, which is actually just an extension of our study here on Science in the Bible. Where do we begin? We're going to study this whole subject and try to make some kind of sense out of it. Where do we begin? Well, where we have to begin, where we must begin, is Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God is one. We have to begin with the concept or the principle in biblical faith of monotheism. That is, there is just one God. Now, if there's one God, there can't be two, and there can't be three. So we've got to find some way intelligent way that our reason can accept for explaining all of these mentions that we have in the biblical text of angels and demons. Well, as I said before we broke, that there are very few mentions in the Old Testament of devils or demons. We do have in Genesis chapter 3 and verse 1 an introduction to Ha-Nachash. And it says, and the Nachash was more subtle than any of the beasts of the field that the Lord God had made. And we have traditionally thought of that particular figure, whomever or whatever it was, as a serpent, because it's translated into English as a serpent. But notice in the passage, it says that the serpent was more subtle than any of the beasts of the field that the Lord God had made. In other words, it doesn't say that the Nachash was a beast of the field. And it doesn't tell us what the Nachash is. The reason why we translate Nachash as serpent is because today the word Nachash means a snake in modern Hebrew. But let's go to Brown Driver Briggs again and look up Nachash and see if we can be illuminated any further by the Hebrew. Nachash. This is on page 639 in Brown Driver Briggs. Actually 638. And 639. Nachash. Noun masculine. Serpent, viper, deadly, of the perniciousness of ungodly, a crafting tempter, and then as a proper noun, it's used for the name of a given city. And as a verb, of the practice of divination, to divine, to observe signs. It's also translated in modern Hebrew as to guess, the nachesh. Ani menachesh, I guess something. To practice divination, to attempt to learn secret things, to observe signs. And Nachash means divination or enchantment. To divine or to enchant. So how would we translate it? And the Nachash was more subtle than any of the beasts of the field that the Lord God had made. How about deceiver? To deceive. Or the corrupter. that which distorts something or corrupts something. But notice, again, it's not saying that it is the beast of the field. Now just leave that up on the shelf for a moment, and let's move on. Again, what about Hasatan? Remember, we're introduced to Hasatan in the book of Job. And we noted in the Encyclopedia Judaica under Satan that Satan does not refer to a specific entity that is co-equal with God or who stands in opposition to God, but that in Hebrew, Hasatan is seen as the Yetzer Hara, or the inclination to do evil. Now let's have a look at the subject of angels for a moment, as long as we're on the subject. Again, in the Encyclopedia Judaica, under the heading of angels and angelology, I just want to read a passage or two here at the beginning of the article. It's quite a lengthy article, and it goes on and on and on. But relative to the terminology, these beings are clearly designated by the English word angel. The terminology of biblical Hebrew is not so exact. Malach, the word most often used, means a messenger, and it's frequently applied to human agents. Sometimes it's used figuratively. The term was rendered in the Greek Bible by angelos, which has the same variety of meanings. Only when it was borrowed by the Latin Bible and then passed into other European languages did it acquire the exclusive meaning of angel. Post-biblical Hebrew employs malach only for superhuman messengers and uses other words for human agencies. Apparently, for greater clarity, the Bible frequently calls the angel the malach of God. Yet the same title is occasionally applied to human agencies of the deity. Elsewhere they're called Elohim, usually gods, more often B'nai Elohim or B'nai Elim. In the general sense of divine beings, they're also known as Kedoshim, holy beings. Often the angel is called simply man. The mysterious being who wrestled with Jacob is at first called a man and then Elohim. But Hosea refers to him also as a malach. As a result of this diversity, there are some passages where it is uncertain whether a human or a superhuman messenger is meant. The Bible also speaks of winged creatures of angelic character called cherubim or seraphim who serve a variety of functions. A further ambiguity is due to the fact that the Bible does not always distinguish clearly between God and His messenger. Thus Hagar encounters an angel, but later addresses the Lord that spoke to her. It is God who commands the sacrifice of Isaac. Later, Abraham is addressed by the angel of the Lord from heaven. The angel of the Lord appears to Moses in the burning bush, but through the rest of the story, Moses converses with the deity. So too in the Gideon story. Gideon speaks sometimes with God and sometimes with the angel of God. And as a result, some scholars infer from this phenomenon that the angel was not regarded as an independent being, but simply as a manifestation of the divine power and will. Others suppose that in the earliest version of these stories, a human being was confronted directly by God, and that later scribes toned down the boldness of this concept by interposing an angel. But the thing that I want to call to your attention is the statement that some scholars infer from this phenomenon that the angel was not regarded as an independent being, but simply as a manifestation of the divine power and will. But it's a complex subject and a question that's not easily answered in view of the fact that we're trying now in the 21st century and 4,000 years after the fact to understand these statements that were based upon events and occurrences that happened hundreds and thousands of years ago. But again, we've got to try to make some kind of sense out of it. And so, again, where do we start? We've got to go back to the simple fact that there's only one God. Monotheism is the foundational faith of the biblical text. And that one God said in Genesis chapter 1, and we've come to verse 26 in our study already, that God created Adam, B'Tselmenu Kidmutenu, which, as we're going to see, means that God simply reproduces himself. He creates Adam to be exactly what he is. And the biblical text tells us over and over again, speaking of God, that he is omnipotent, that he's omniscient, that he's omnipresent, that he is the one who has created both good and evil. And therefore, if God creates man in his own image and his own likeness, of necessity, man has to have been created with a free will. And thus we're told in the Hebrew texts, such as the one from which I quoted just a moment ago, Every Man's Talmud, that the Hebrews have always considered man to consists of two parts. Now, we're not speaking of dualism, the dualistic man, but of two natures, I should say. It's more correct to say man has two natures. He has the Yetzer Hatov, the inclination to do good, and the Yetzer Hara, the inclination to do evil. And that the evil that is present in the world or exists in the world is rather a force from within man rather than a force on the outside of man. And there is an indication of this actually in the biblical text relative to the event of Cain and Abel. And if you'll turn quickly there, let's have a look in Genesis chapter 4. And you remember Abel offered an offering unto the Lord, and God accepted it, and Cain offered an offering, and God did not accept it, and he was very upset. And in verse number 6 of chapter 4, God says unto Cain, "Why are you so upset? Why has your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall it not be accepted? Will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin crouches at the door, and its desire is for you, but you need to conquer it and to rule over it, or to bring it under subjection." In other words, you have the power over it. And again, the indication is that the evil that is spoken of here relative to Cain is not a force from without, but something from within, a force from within. And this again is the Hebrew perspective, that certainly there's evil in the world just as there's good in the world. But that evil is not some kind of an outside force, not some kind of a separate entity that is in conflict with God and stands in opposition to God, as is later developed in Zoroastrianism in the 4th century BCE. 4 centuries before the coming of Jesus, Zoroastrianism is the prevalent religion of ancient Persia. And you have the good God and you have the bad God. And the two are warring one with the other. And an indication of the influence of this dualistic theology is found in the Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran, because one of the Dead Sea Scrolls was the war between the sons of light and the sons of darkness, and speaks of the final battle that will take place at the end of the age when the sons of light will subject the sons of darkness. And the Dead Sea Scroll community had this dualistic concept. And they also had some other peculiar ideas and concepts as well. But basically, mainstream Judaism knows nothing of angelology and demonology until a much later historical period of time, following Mishnaic Judaism and on into Rabbinic and then later Judaism, before you have these ideas highly developed within Judaism as such. But the simple fact of the matter is that we do read in the New Testament about demons and about the devil, and about the fact that man has been given authority over the devils and the demons, to take the authority over them and to cast them out. And we read about Jesus and the other disciples casting out demons and devils. And so how do we explain all of that? How do we understand it? Are these people believing in these entities erroneously, and Jesus is just going along with them? And he realizes that they're ignorant and this superstition, but he's promulgating the superstition by going along with it. Or did they really believe it? If Jesus was God, which he claims to be, then obviously he shouldn't be so uninformed as to believe in the existence of an antagonist to him, when the basic tenet of biblical faith is monotheism. So how do we understand all of this? Well, let me go back to a question that Johnny raised about the book of Job being the oldest book. Well, the simple fact of the matter is that the book of Job does have a lot of old verb forms, but it's not the oldest book, because it also has some of the most recent of the verb forms that really don't appear in biblical literature until about the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. So we assume that the book of Job probably is carried by oral tradition for quite a number of centuries until it's finally written down, and it may not have been written down until about the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, about 400 BC, which would correspond about the same time as Zoroastrianism. Now, that's just one theory, but it's a possible explanation. possible explanation. Now, what about devils and demons? When we look in the New Testament at devils and demons and the casting out of the devils and demons, in many instances, devils and demons are given a specific name, or by that I should say, it refers to a specific ailment or an affliction. In other words, a demon of deafness, or a demon of blindness, or a demon of lunacy. They're called lunatics. It's where we get our a word. Lunatic is from being moon-stricken, so to speak. And different kinds of physical ailments, such as epilepsy, referred to as a demon. Well, the question is, with our knowledge today, our medical knowledge today, is there anybody that would think that these various infirmities or afflictions are caused by some devil or demon? Are they not rather infirmities? Are they not rather afflictions? Are they not rather some kind of a disease that is caused by some kind of a physical ailment and not some kind of a spiritual force from the outside? Not some kind of an outside being that is tormenting or that is afflicting the individual. But the simple fact of the matter is that all of these various infirmities do, in some way or another, afflict. They are ailments. They are afflictions. They are infirmities. And so, 2,000 years before there's any kind of a discipline, such as we know as science today, how are we going to speak of these different infirmities? Well, how are we going to talk about infirmities? And if you look at the text very carefully, you'll see that many times these infirmities are labeled as demons. And the term simply means that which hampers, that which inflicts. And so it would be correct to speak of any kind of an infirmity, any kind of an ailment, any kind of a demon that's down within as a demon. And we speak of that way even today. We talk about my own personal demons, my own personal devils, whatever it is, but nobody believes that they've got some kind of a demon or a devil down inside of them, that these things are afflictions, and these are simply euphemisms, if you will, or synonyms, if you will, or metaphors, if you will, to describe something that 2,000 years ago was not describable in scientific terms. Now, again, we're going to, as we get further on in our study, talking about who is man and following the whole progress of the development of the spiritual aspect of man on the one side and the advancement of man upward on the one side. We're going to be looking at the Yetzer Hara and the attempt on the other side to bring man down from his spiritual heights. And we'll see both as they're going along parallel one with the other. The Yetzer HaTov on the one side, the Yetzer Hara on the other side. And how, when one is given over to the Yetzer Hara, how that affects their life, how it affects the way they think, how that affects their religious system, how that affects what they think about God, about life, about everything. But I want to emphasize, at this particular point in our study that even though you do not have in Hebrew this concept of a personal devil, and even though in Hebrew you may not necessarily have the concept of angels and angelology that you see developing in later Christianity, that we very well may have, with the mention of angels here, actually just a different way of speaking about God. Because you've seen how that in these various passages that I mentioned to you already, that one hand it may be talking about an event and using the term God, and then the next passage or the next statement talking about the same event, the same thing, same context, and uses the term angel, where they seem to be used as synonymous parallelisms. But that does not mean that there is not this force of evil in the world. But the question is, where does it emanate? From where does it emanate? Does it emanate from some kind of a being that stands as an antagonist to God? Or, as Judaism has always said, does it emanate from within man himself, the Yetzer Hara? And if the answer to that question is that it emanates from man himself, then those who translate this passage in Isaiah chapter 14 and 12 and point to it as an explanation for the destruction of the world that once was, they have no further foundation upon which to stand. If that was not the case, we would be nothing more than a mere automaton. And it's the Yetzer Hara that makes us what we are. It's the Yetzer Hara, actually, that makes us divine. In that we have, in that the Yetzer Hara makes us a moral being who has, or it could make us immoral too, but it gives us the capacity to choose good from evil. And in that sense, it elevates us to the same, to the level of God. So, creationism, based upon the gap theory, has its weaknesses in, number one, the fact that the whole premise is based upon a gap between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2, that the earth became without form and void. We said, number one, that is linguistic impossibility. And number two, that the explanation for the world being created as a whole entity, mature, and then was destroyed, and God begins this process of recreation and accounting for that destruction of the world that once was through the passage of Scripture in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12, and again the passages in Revelation, has no basis in biblical fact, because they're taken completely out of context. And as we look at the explanation again, being because of the battle between God and Satan, or between the archangel Michael and the devil, that's a completely erroneous translation of that particular passage. So just for those reasons, that theory has little or no basis in fact, and nothing that really recommends it to us. But beyond that, notice that the whole theory is based upon the assumption that the Bible is the inerrant and the infallible Word of God. And that again is a untenable theological concept. And we've already discussed that quite a number of times before, but the simple fact of the matter is that there are all kinds of problems with the text. All kinds of textual problems. There are all kinds of contradictions, even though there have been many books written on alleged biblical contradictions explained. I always take the easy ones. Nonetheless, there are still a lot of contradictions. There's a lot of things we don't understand. There's a lot of things we can't explain. And I can probably name you more things that we can't explain than naming you the things that we can explain. But the simple fact of the matter is that when you state that the Bible is the inerrant, the infallible Word of God, it puts you in an indefensible position. And then you've got to try to explain everything. You've got to know everything. You've got to be able to answer every question. And you're going to find that very quickly somebody's going to come along and saw that branch off behind you. But here's the question. If the Bible is not an infallible, inerrant document, then what is it? Well, my response to that question is that it is an inspired revelation, and if anything can be proven at all, if we can prove anything, I think that I can prove inspiration. And we've got a whole series on that subject. You'll remember, Sven, that one of the first of the new series that we did had to do with the subject of the inspiration of the Scriptures. Yeah. And I think that we can establish that this document did not originate in just natural sources. That in order to explain what we have here within the text itself, we have to turn to the supernatural. But to say that it is an inspired document and to say that it's an inerrant document, saying two different things. Yes. But what is it? It's an inspired revelation of Him who is the infallible Word. And see the difference? That makes all the difference in the world. Now it puts you on the offensive instead of on the defensive. If you say the Bible's inerrant and it's infallible, then you've got to defend everything. But you say, hey, wait a minute. My faith is not in a book. I'm not a bibliolater. My faith is not in a document. My faith is in the one that the document reveals. And I challenge you to find any fault in Him. There may be some kind of problems with this text. A lot of it was written over 3,000 years ago. And was written by many different scribes. Many different people had their hands on it. I can show you in some of our oldest texts that we've got dozens and dozens of emendations and corrections where the scribe made a mistake and somebody came back in and tried to correct it and all kinds of problems. So yeah, there may be some problems in the text, but there are no problems in the one that the text reveals. And I want to point you to that individual and reiterate that my faith is not in a document, but in the person that the document reveals. So it puts you on the offensive instead of on the defensive. So for all of these various reasons, I think that creationism or the gap theory has nothing at all to commend it to the scholar or to the man of science. Now, there's one other fact in this regard that I think needs to be mentioned, and that is that the people who belong to the Creation Research Institute and these other organizations that are espousing creationism appear on the surface to be lettered scholars. And you have men supposedly of science letters that are bringing all of this information to bear, and yet scientists who are equally as educated, if not more so, on the other side of the coin, have for quite some time now pointed out all of the various weaknesses of the Creation Research Institute's science and all of the errors of their science, and has been challenged for quite some time by men that have probably even greater letters than those who belong to the Creation Research Institute. And one such scholar is a man by the name of Hugh Ross. Now, Hugh has a Bachelor of Science in Physics. Yeah, and he's got, from University of British Columbia, a Master of Science and a Ph.D. in astronomy. For several years has continued his research on quasars and galaxies as a postdoctoral congregation, and he's also associated with the Congregational Church, lectures all over the country, and he has written a couple of books. One of them called The Genesis Question. Quite an extensive book written from a scientific perspective. And another one is just this little pamphlet here on Genesis 1, a scientific perspective. And then here's another book, The Discovery of Harmony Between Modern Science and the Bible, Genesis and the Big Bang. And a whole host of books that have been published on the subject. But there's one basic problem, and that is that they're trying to take science and prove the Bible. All of them are trying to take science and prove the Bible. And the simple fact of the matter is that you can't take science and prove much of anything. No. Because science is always in a state of flux, a state of change. And interestingly enough, this is one of the big differences between religionists and scientists. The religionist has always got to be right. He can never be wrong. And he can never admit that he was wrong. Because once he admits that he's wrong and he changes his theology, then he's out. He's no longer part of the denomination or the organization. But on the other side of the coin, the scientist, he's not trying to sell anybody anything. He doesn't have any bag of goods to sell. He's not peddling anything. And in the face of new information and new evidence, he's very quick to admit that he was wrong. Or that this theory is no longer tenable. And that's the basic difference. And I want to just emphasize that although these books are of value, nonetheless, you can't take science and prove the Bible. Nope. The Bible's not a scientific document. Didn't even have the mechanisms or the language whereby you can speak of things in scientific terms. But the simple fact of the matter is that, as we've already seen, you can take all of these various scientific theories and you can line them up alongside of the Bible. Even creationism. If you want to espouse creationism, I can show you how to harmonize it, but we're doing an injustice to the text. We're doing an injustice to the text. So, science is not going to prove anything to us. What we have to do is look at the text itself. And this is the weakness in all of these books. Basically, these guys have a little knowledge of Hebrew. They all have a little knowledge of Hebrew, but it's very cursory knowledge. They don't have a in-depth knowledge of Hebrew. And instead of starting with the Hebrew text, they start with science. And we need to start with the Hebrew text and not with science. Okay, now let's move on to spontaneous creation. What is spontaneous creation? What do we mean by spontaneous creation? Well, there was always from the outset those who were noted scholars and scientists in their own right who discounted Darwin. They were, some of them, contemporary with Darwin. And they said, no, Darwinianism, transformism, is untenable. The concepts of an evolutionary development from a lower to a higher form of life, we do not accept that. And these men had their own theories that they presented, although they're not generally as well known as Darwinianism for one reason. The scientific community basically endorsed Darwin's theory and promulgated it, and at the same time discounted the others. But we have, I have here before me a book, again, it was written quite a number of years ago, but it's the best offering that I've seen for endorsing the whole concept of spontaneous creation. And it was written by a man by the name of Douglas Dewar. And it was published, what's that? D-E-W-A-R. Dewar. Dr. Douglas Dewar. And it was published by Dehoff Publications in 1957. You might be able to find one of them at Abbey Books or one of these other online resources for used books. But Dr. Dewar was one of the foremost ornithologists of his time. And in his book, he counters the whole concept of Darwinian evolution. And let me just again here read a passage or two you from the book to let you know where Dr. Dewar is going. In my Difficulties of the Evolution Theory, published in 1931, I tried to show that the difficulties which beset the theory of organic evolution are so formidable as to render it desirable, if not to abandon the theory, to at least supplement it by a theory of special creation. Now, spontaneous creation and special creation are basically the same thing. Difficulties of the Evolution Theory has been out of print for some years, and I've been urged to bring out a new edition. But recent discoveries and a change in biological outlook, to say nothing of the existence of the two later books just mentioned, would entail the rewriting of practically the whole of difficulties and the inclusion of much more difficulties. Accordingly, I have written an entirely new book which brings my earlier books up to date. I've called this new book The Transformist Illusion, because today it is obvious that the theory of evolution as held by Darwin and his followers is an illusion. Okay, that's 1957. That's 1957. That's 50 years ago. You have scholars, men of renown, of academic credentials, that are questioning the whole concept of transformism. And yet, you hear little or nothing, especially in your educational system today, in the junior high and the high school. Listen to what he says. Biology is still in so backward a state that its students are not in a position to offer a scientific explanation of the world of life. It is, however, sufficiently advanced to enable us to say with certainty that it is an illusion to believe that the blind forces of nature are responsible for the origin of life and the development of all organisms now living from one-celled ancestors by the accumulation of small variations during a period extending over millions of years. It is high time that biologists and geologists came into line with astronomers, physicists, and chemists and admitted that the world and the universe are utterly mysterious and that all attempts made to explain them have been baffled. That was written in 1948. Now Dr. Dewar goes on in his book to examine every single fossil that had been found that was known unto us up until that time, and to examine the fossil record. And in the fossil record, he points out that there is not a single fossil that is evidence of an evolutionary development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life. And he points out the very ones that are used by transformists to justify their transformistic positions. For example, the Eohippus, the little miniature horse that some say was an ancestor of the modern horse, and they follow the whole line of development, and they've even got a little picture, of the stage-by-stage development of the Eohippus that is actually depicted here in the book. And Dr. Dewar points out from the skeletal structure of the fossils that the Eohippus was in fact not even an ancestor of the modern horse. And then with the Archaeopteryx, for example, which was supposed to be a precursor of modern birds. Here's the little diagram here you see for the Eohippus. And he makes the statement that the Eohippus was not even an ancestor of the modern horse. Points this out. Same thing with the Archaeopteryx. Supposed to be an ancestor of modern birds. And because he was an ornithologist, he pointed out from the skeletal structure of the Archaeopteryx that it wasn't an ancestor of modern birds. And he also points to the lungfish, which is used by transformists quite frequently as an indication of an evolutionary development from the lower to a higher, from fish to an amphibian, as an example that there's still lungfish today over all of these millions of years that have never evolved into anything. That there's been no evolutionary development, and that there is no fossil record of any kind of an evolutionary development from a lower form of life to a higher form of life in the whole paleontological record. So, what was Dr. Dewar's basic theory? Dr. Dewar basically espoused the geological theory, the various geological ages that we noted at the very beginning of our study. The various geological periods, starting with the Azoic and moving right on down to the present time. And his whole idea, based upon his scientific observations, was that at any one particular period of time throughout the evolutionary development of the world. That at such a time as the climactic conditions and the conditions of the earth were conducive to the sustenance of certain life forms, that they just spontaneously appear. That they just appear. And he and others like him, following after him, attribute that all to an intelligent design. That, in other words, we could call them deistic evolutionists. Yeah, deistic evolutionists. Yeah, that we have this evolutionary development as far as the earth is concerned. And at such a time in the evolutionary development that the climactic conditions and the earthly conditions are conducive to the sustenance, the maintaining of certain life forms, that God creates them. And they, spontaneously appear. Now, some of the spontaneous creationists would just say, well, we don't know why they appeared. But they just appear. And then others attribute the appearance to God. That God, at that particular time, creates it, and it appears. And from the paleontological record, it would appear that that's what happens. Because just suddenly we've got the appearance of certain life forms. You don't see this evolutionary development from a single-celled animal to a multi-celled animal. There's nothing in the whole paleontological record to indicate a development from a lower form to a higher form. But just all of a sudden, boom, here they are at this particular historical period of time. Here they are. And so, Professor Dewar and others after him say that at the proper time, climactically, condition-wise, etc., these life forms appear. So we call that spontaneous creation. And the simple fact of the matter is that as far as I am personally concerned, there is quite a lot to commend that particular idea or that particular concept. Quite a lot to commend that particular concept. But, of course, that raises another issue or another question, and that is, well, when and where, at what particular time did Homo sapiens sapien appear? When did man as we know him today appear? When did God imbue His Spirit within man? Yeah, and man become a thing like God. When did that happen? Well, we used to think that Homo sapiens sapien began with the Cro-Magnon about 35,000 years ago. But now, today, in light of some of our recent discoveries, as we've already seen, we've pushed Homo sapiens sapien back to about 200,000 years ago. And there is some recent studies that have been done in the mitochondria within the molecular structure of the cell that indicate that every person on the earth today is related to one woman that dates back about 100,000 years ago. And there was an article on that subject in the Time magazine not so very long ago, a couple of years ago. The whole title of the article was The Eve Principle. Don't know whether you all saw it or not, but I'm sure you can put it up online and find it. But the whole premise was that there had been studies done recently, genetic studies, in which they'd take blood samples from everywhere all over the earth, and that in doing a DNA analysis of these blood samples, it could be established that everybody on the face of the earth was related, and that they descended apparently from one woman about 100,000 years ago. Now, there are discrepancies today as far as these dates are concerned. Some say, well, it was only about 60,000 years ago, and others say, well, it was actually about 200,000 years ago, so you've got a wide time gap there. But nonetheless, even though there's some discussion among anthropologists today as just exactly when Eve appeared, we do have at least this concept or this idea that everybody on the earth today descended from just one woman, and this is only found in the mitochondria of women, by the way, and that was somewhere, and I'm just going to use about 100,000 years ago. But again, the question is, well, what happened? What is it that constitutes humanness? In other words, when did man become imbued with God's image? Which one of these creatures was it that was imbued with God's image? And I guess that because of time, we'll have to wait and answer that tomorrow. We'll start with it in the morning. As we study today, I will go ahead and answer your question, Deshaun, which had to do with the word became, and the earth became without form and void instead of the earth was without form and void. If you'll remember in our study, I mentioned that it was basically a linguistic impossibility, that it would have to have, and the earth, v'ha'aretz ha'ita le tohu vavohu, it'd have to have the infinitive attached to the noun, and the earth became without form and void. And again, because that's not the structure, and there's no texts that have that, it's basically a linguistic impossibility. But it was proposed by those who advocate creationism to justify their young earth position, that there was a gap between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2, or there's some who say actually there was no gap between 1:1 and 1:2, but there was a prior creation before we ever come to Genesis 1:1. And that creation, or that world as it once was created perfect and whole, and then that creation was destroyed, and God starts this whole process of recreation over again. And that new creation was in 6 days of 24 hours each, about 6,000 years ago, according to the calculations of Bishop Ussher and others. Well, here's an interesting question as long as we're on the subject. Is there any kind of evidence, physical evidence, to indicate that maybe there might have been some kind of a prior creation, and then that creation was destroyed? In other words, when we come to the subject of the flood, for example, is there any indication that the world, as we now know it, was ever at any time covered by a worldwide inundation or a worldwide flood? And I mentioned to you briefly yesterday this book, The Genesis Flood by Whitcomb and Morris, who are both creationists and associated with the Creation Research Institute, in which they go to great details in this book, trying to offer scientific evidence for a worldwide flood. But the simple fact of the matter is that from the archaeological and the geological record, there is no evidence to indicate that the world was ever at any one time covered by total inundation. And some might say, well, does the biblical text actually imply a total inundation? Well, the biblical text implies that something much more dramatic than just a long period of rain that caused a flood that covered the whole earth took place. Because it says the bowels of the deep were opened up. Not just that the rain came down from heaven, but something is happening from within the earth itself. But again, we ought to have some kind of physical evidence to indicate something like that actually happened, especially if it only happened about 6,000 years ago. And again, this gets us into the problem of chronology again. And we already noted that chronology was a big problem for us in trying to reconstruct chronology as to when these things happened. But the point being that if the world, as we know it, is no older than 6,000 years ago, and some of them would, creationists would take it back to 10, 12,000 years ago, then we ought to have some kind of archaeological and geological evidence to support a worldwide inundation. A number of years ago, when archaeologists started to excavate in Iraq, what is today Iraq, and excavate in the cities of Ur and other of the biblical cities that are mentioned in the early chapters of Genesis. They hit a big stratigraphic layer of pure water-laid mud. And they declared that that was evidence of the Genesis flood. And back in the 30s, back about 27 to 30, there was quite a to-do over the finding of these flood layers at Ur of the Chaldees and up through the Mesopotamian Fertile Crescent area between the Tigris-Euphrates rivers. The only problem is that as we continued our excavations in other parts of the world, we didn't find any evidence at all of some kind of a gigantic inundation. For example, in our excavations at Jericho in Israel, we have been able to excavate back all of the way to the pre-pottery Neolithic, about 10,000 years ago, which was before the time, according to creationists, that the world was even supposed to have been created. And we have found at Jericho and other such sites in Israel and on the other side of the Jordan as well. We have found occupation levels of uninterrupted occupations from the pre-pottery Neolithic all the way down to the present time, with no indication of any kind of an inundation. No water-laid mud stratum. So, what was found by these early researchers in Iraq that at that time were thought to be evidence of a worldwide flood have proven to be nothing more than just local inundations. But the biblical text, when it talks about the flood of Noah, indicates that it's not just a local inundation, that it's some kind of cataclysmic event that affects the whole earth. Now, the question is there any indication that at any time there was ever any kind of cataclysmic event that affected the whole earth as we know it, to justify either the creationists' position of a young earth and a prior creation, or to give any kind of evidence related to the Genesis flood? And the answer to the question is yes, there very well may be. And I'm going to call your attention to a couple of articles. And again, this information is 40 years old. It's not new information. It's always been out there for the last 40 years, but, it's not easily found. You have to be in specialized journals or in different magazines such as Nature or Discover or different kinds of journals. This happens to be from a magazine that's no longer even published, called Coronet. Coronet magazine, from September of 1960. That's how old this information is. And it's called The Mystery of the Frozen Mammoths. Now, perhaps you've heard in recent time of the frozen mammoths that have been found in Siberia and different other parts of Asia. And as a matter of fact, just recently, within the last few years, there was an expedition to Siberia, I believe it was, and they went in and excavated an entire mammoth, frozen intact, and showed the whole progress of the excavation and of them lifting it out and taking it to the laboratories in Russia. Whole mammoth elephant, complete, intact, frozen on its haunches. And so, although this information is some 40 years old, it's still current because it's still ongoing. We're still finding them and still excavating them. The mystery of the frozen mammals. And let me just read you a statement or two. Locked in the eternally frozen mud of northern Siberia is an unsolved mystery that has intrigued scientists for more than a century. The Arctic wasteland is a burial ground for hundreds of thousands of mammoths, a hairy species of elephant, now extinct, that seemed to have died about 10,000 years ago and been quickly deep frozen, some at midsummer. Frozen mammoth bodies have been found so perfectly preserved that their flesh is almost as delicious today as fresh beefsteak. What caused the death of such large herds of animals? How could some have been frozen solid in a warm season? How could Siberia's climate change so suddenly from one able to provide grazing for elephants to one so cold that many carcasses have never thawed in 10,000 years? And how could this change have occurred in Siberia at a time when North America regions in fairly similar latitudes were getting warmer? The remains of mammoths are incredibly numerous in Siberia. And strangely enough, their numbers increase farther north toward the Arctic Ocean. Their bones are spread over the bottom of that ocean, where ships have dredged them up. And 200 miles to the north in New Siberian Islands, not much farther from the North Pole than New York is from Chicago, mammoth remains are thickest of all. Throughout Siberia and in New Siberian islands, the remains are found in frozen soil. Although preserved bodies and complete skeletons are found, most of the bodies have been torn apart as if by a colossal force. In some places, the bones have been piled up in huge heaps, large as hills. Bones of mammoths mixed with those of horses, antelope, bison, bears, wolves, giant cats, and smaller creatures. Men have known about this numerous graveyard since early times. Mammoth tusks, often 10 feet long, have supplied Asia's ivory trade for hundreds, if not thousands of years. From 1880 to 1900, about 10,000 pairs of tusks were recovered from Siberia, and still the supply shows no sign of running out. The mystery deepened when a complete mammoth body was found near Siberia's Berezhkova River. This animal had apparently frozen to death very suddenly in the middle of summer. His stomach contents were so well preserved that the plants he had been eating could be identified. They included buttercups and wild beans and so on and so forth. And death had been so sudden that his last mouthful of grasses and flowers were found in his mouth. Now, what happened? Here's another article about the same period of time by an Ivan Sanderson, Riddle of the Frozen Giants. What killed the prehistoric mammoths found preserved in the Arctic? Here's a new explanation of the eerie catastrophe that may have claimed them. And what was the eerie catastrophe? Well, this article was written by Charles Hapgood. And Professor Hapgood was the co-author with J.H. Campbell of The Earth's Shifting Crust. And he is a professor, or was, of anthropology at Keene's Teacher College in New Hampshire. In other words, he's not a religionist, and he doesn't have any particular doctrine that he espouses or any particular bill of goods that he's trying to sell. Both of these guys are a scientist, and they're trying to understand what happens in a purely scientific context and not draw any kind of religious or theological connection between the two. But what both of them indicate as a possible explanation is a part of a diagram here at this article at the bottom of the page. And I'll share it with you. What they say is that a gradual shift in the Earth's crust caused fierce volcanoes. Now, some had theorized that maybe what happened was that the Earth rotated on its axis, or it spun on its axis somewhere or another, so that what was at one time beautiful, lush, tropical forest is now an Arctic wasteland. But the fallacy of that argument is that the Earth is a gyroscope, and you spin an Earth or you tilt a gyroscope on its axis, and the whole thing blows apart. But what Hapgood and Sanderson are proposing is not shifting of the axis of the Earth, but rather a shifting of the Earth's crust. Because we all know that the crust of the Earth is floating on some kind of a molten core. And for years there have been in various scientific circles proposals of the shifting of the Earth's crust and the subject of plate tectonics, of which I'm sure most of you are familiar, and how that the crust of the earth is gradually drifting away, one continent from the other. At one time, all of the land masses were one, and they gradually began to shift and drift away, one from the other. And there is a considerable amount of evidence to support that particular conclusion. For example, when you take South America and you fit it together with the western African coast, it just fits together almost like the piece of a crossword puzzle, and the geology of both areas is fundamentally the same. So there is some truth to the whole subject of the of plate tectonics and the earth shifting crust. But what these gentlemen are proposing is that the gradual shift of the earth's crust caused fierce volcanic eruptions. And volcanic dust then was sent up into the atmosphere, and that volcanic dust obscured the sun's warming rays to such an extent that an avalanche of snow fell on Siberia. The temperatures dropped instantaneously. We have they proposed almost an instant temperature drop of minus 150 degrees. And that is cold. And the reason why that they proposed that particular temperature drop is because we know a little bit about the freezing of meat and what's involved in quick freezing meat to such an extent that the meat is not only frozen, but it is preserved and preserved edible. That you have to, for meat to be edible, has to be quick frozen. And to quick freeze an elephant so that the flesh of the elephant would still be edible, you have to have, they've calculated, a temperature drop of minus 150 degrees. So, because the volcanic dust has so obscured the sun's warming rays, the avalanche of snow fell on Siberia, quick freezing and burying herds of animals. And then came a thaw in some of the warmer portions of the continent, and the raging torrents piled these bodies into mounds or scattered them and tore them apart as the torrents raged across the earth. But many of them remain frozen and their meat still edible even until today. And it's to this event or a like occurrence that creationists point for an explanation for prior creation, and then that creation that once was being destroyed. And you can take the same evidence, the geological evidences, and you can use them to justify a flood. Except we've still got problems. And that is that this is not universal. You don't have the universal evidence of the destruction. And there are some places where we have continued civilization, occupation levels, uninterrupted, that go back before this historic period of time. And I mentioned to you yesterday, I believe it was, the Folsom culture and the Clovis culture. The Clovis culture, about 12,000 BC. The Clovis culture, about 10,000 BC. And before I started studying Hebrew And working in Israel, I was associated for 2 years with the Paleo-Indian Institute at Eastern New Mexico University, and saw some of these things up close and personal. I actually worked in some of these different levels. And we know from the evidence, the archaeological evidence that's available, that the Clovis culture of some 12,000 years ago was widespread all over the continent. And so it wasn't just an isolated group here and an isolated group there. And you might be interested to know that one of the largest Clovis cultures that has ever been found is located just a few miles from where we are right now. They just discovered it just a few years ago, and it's just about 8 miles west of Salado. You all know where Salado is, just up the highway here, about 20, 25 miles up to Salado. And then 8 miles back west, they have found a Clovis site, and they estimate that it has actually millions of artifacts in the site. They have taken out, I don't know how many, hundreds of thousands of artifacts already. We have them here at the University of Texas in our research center. And I know personally the guy who is in charge of the excavations, and some of the people who have worked there, who have visited the site. And the site basically has been uninterrupted until it was abandoned all of the way back to 12,000 years ago. So the whole point is that all of this causes a problem for us, trying to take us back to some kind of a cataclysmic event that destroyed the world as it once was. And the point is that there is evidence of different kinds of events that are going on, different kind of cataclysmic events, but none of them can be pinpointed to a prior creation that is completely destroyed, and then God starting all over about 6,000 years ago, or 10,000 years ago, with a whole new creation where we pick up in Genesis chapter 1 and following. The evidence just doesn't mesh. Now, the simple fact of the matter is that we don't have the answer to all of the questions relative to some of these cataclysmic events. But the one thing that we can say, I think with a certainty, that none of these cataclysmic events can be linked together with anything that we read about in the biblical text. So, let's pick up where we left off yesterday. And do you remember we were asking the question, well, if we accept the idea of these geological periods, and if we accept the idea of an evolutionary development of some kind, not transformism, because we've already demonstrated that transformism basically is unacceptable. But we see that there are different human forms that are coexisting, that are living alongside one of the other, contemporary one with the other, such as, for example, Australopithecus and Neanderthal and Homo sapiens sapiens. According to some of our very, very recent archaeological and anthropological discoveries, it now appears that Homo sapiens sapiens existed alongside of and contemporary with the Neanderthal, although from our DNA test it's been fairly well established that there was no intermarrying or interbreeding between the two, but that one of them hit a biological dead end and died out, while the other one continued to develop in its own independent line of development. And we had several different possible reasons for that we offered yesterday. Maybe it had to do with the close-knit family group, the way the Homo sapiens sapiens lived, as opposed to a less structured way in which the Neanderthal lived. Maybe it had to do with the ability to communicate language-wise more eloquently than the Neanderthal. Maybe they were able to think or reason abstractly. Maybe they were able to, with the method of reasoning and thinking, that they were able to better adapt to their environment. Any number of reasons that could be proposed. The simple fact of the matter is we really don't have the answer to the question. We really don't know why. The fact is that it happened. It did. And these earlier forms, the Pithecanthropus, Australopithecus, Neanderthal, all hit some kind of an evolutionary dead end and died out, while Homo sapiens sapiens continued to progress in his own independent line of development. But now the question comes, well, when did he really become man? When did he become imbued with God's Spirit? In other words, it's real difficult for us to get away from Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2, and especially in Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 and 27, when God says, "Na'aseh Adam b'tselmenu kidmutenu." Let us make man in our image and after our likeness. Well, when did this creature that we call Homo sapiens sapiens, when did it take on God's likeness? Was it created from the very beginning with God's likeness? If it was, that means that was 100,000 years ago or more. That was way, way, way farther back than what it would seem to be, working with the chronologies that we've got in the biblical text. But we've already seen that there's a problem with trying to work with these chronologies, for the simple reason that A doesn't necessarily begat B. Does it mean that one is the father of? And the answer to that question we've already seen. We demonstrated from Matthew chapter 1, verse 8, you remember, and then from 2 Chronicles 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, that there are often great gaps in these genealogies because they're working with some kind of numbers in a numerical context. And we saw in Matthew chapter 1 that they're working with the numerical context of 10. 10, which is the sum of 4, the number of the earth, and 6, the number of man. And has to do with things that are happening with man on the earth. Now, I got ahead of myself here. We were working with 14 in Matthew. We're working with 10 in Genesis. So we're working with 10 when we're talking about the generations from Adam to Noah and Noah to Abraham, but with the generation or the genealogy of Jesus in Matthew chapter 1, we're working with a 14. But 6 and 4, the 10 generations from Adam to Noah, is of earthly completion. And 4 and 10 in Matthew is also of earthly completion. 4, the number of earth, and 10, the number of earthly completion. So in each instance, we're working with something that happened that was completed here on earth. But we're not talking about a certain number of periods of time or periods of years. When God created Adam in His own image, we don't know. When, for example, the flood took place with Noah, we do not know. But we can be safe, I think, in saying this, that it occurred much, much, much earlier than any of the cataclysmic events to which we have been pointed in the past, because none of these cataclysmic events, as we know of them today, answers all of the questions that the particular event raises. And the same thing is true with the creation of man, of Adam. And again, we have to realize that this whole process that we call the process of the creation of Adam is a whole lot more complicated when we look at it in the biblical text than it just appears to be on the surface. And I can point you to, for example, Genesis chapter 5 and verse 1 and following. If you'll open your Bibles there to Genesis chapter 5, and notice, and especially if you've got the Hebrew text with you, it says, "These are the generations of Adam in the day that God created Adam." You see, sometimes it just uses Adam, and then sometimes it translates it as man, but it's the same word in Hebrew. This is the generation of Adam in the day that God created Adam, Zachar u'Nekeva. Male and female created He them. And He blessed them, and He called their name Adam. So you can see immediately that something is going on here. It's not just somebody that looks like us out streaking through the Garden of Eden. Something of much more dramatic proportion is occurring here, as indicated by the Hebrew in chapter 5. But go all of the way back to chapter 1 in verse 26. Na'aseh Adam, let us make Adam in our image and according to our likeness. And then it goes on and says, so in the image of God created He them, male and female.
In the Hebrew text, it uses the word Zachar and Nekeva.
Yeah.
To describe that.
To describe Adam. Zachar u'Nekeva, male and female. And, of course, in Judaism, as I've mentioned in previous sessions, Judaism has always believed that when the first man was created, he was created hermaphroditic. That is, he had both male and female organs. And that only later, after the great sleep comes upon man, is the female divided or separated from the male, and then goes on that now a man is to leave his mother and father and be joined back together with his female counterpart, that the two of them might be glued back together in order that they might be the reflection of the totality of all that God is. We'll have more to say about that a little later on, but I want to, before we get into that, address again this question, and that is, well, when did all of this happen? When did man actually become man? What are we talking about? Are we talking about 100,000 years ago? Or are we talking about 10 or 15,000 years ago? What are we talking about for man? Well, what constitutes humanness? What constitutes humankind? What does it take to distinguish man from the other animals? What's the difference between a creature that has a skeletal structure, such as Homo sapiens sapiens, and a creature that has a skeletal structure similar to Homo sapiens sapiens, but actually belongs to the family of the great apes? Well, not so very many years ago. Well, maybe it was a long, long time ago because it happened when I was a kid, so it may have been a long, long time ago.
We have radiocarbon dating on it.
I think we... But I can remember being taught in my science classes that what constitutes humanness was the ability to make and fashion tools. That was it. That was the basic criterion. The ability to make and fashion tools. But then when we found that there were animals that had the ability to make and fashion tools, we added the ability to communicate in language. And then we found there were animals that had the ability to communicate. And I mentioned to you some of the great apes and their ability to communicate in sign language and develop a rather extensive vocabulary. So then we said, well, we have to add to that the ability to think or to reason, to solve problems, complex problems. And then we found, well, these great apes could do that too. They could solve problems. They could think. They could reason. And then we said, well, the ability to express emotion of some kind or another, to laugh and to cry. And then we found that these great apes do the same thing, that there are other species, non-Homo sapiens sapien, that have all of those characteristics, are capable. So, what is it that defines humanness? Now, I want you to think about this for a while. What is it that man does that no other creature does? What is the one thing that makes man unique, or that sets him apart from the other, so to speak, beasts of the field? Well, a number of years ago, I had a very good friend with whom I traveled around the country from time to time, and the two of us lectured in different places. He's now deceased. His name was Dr. C.C. Crawford. Dr. C.C. Crawford. He was the chairman of the Department of Philosophy at the University of Texas, El Paso. And he was a grand old man. He wrote a couple of books on Genesis and the Bible. Modern Science and the Genesis Record. I did have those books in my library, and in the course of moving from one place to another, I've misplaced them, and I don't know whether you can find them or not on some place like Abbey Books or where you might be able to find them. But Professor Crawford attacked this whole problem from purely a philosophical perspective. He was what we might call a deistic evolutionist. In other words, he believed in the various geologic ages. and he believed in an evolutionary development that would take place within certain species. But he also believed, as did Dr. Douglas Dewar, you remember, in his book, The Transformist Illusion, that when the climactic conditions of the world had progressed to such a place or to such a point where it had evolved to such a place or a point that the climactic conditions were now conducive to the sustenance of certain life forms, that they spontaneously appeared or that they instantly appeared. And by the way, there is considerable evidence today to indicate that that is not beyond the realm of possibility. Here's a recent article. I say recent, to me it's recent, 1975. But to some of the rest of you it might not be all that recent. But the article states, Darwin Evolution Theory Unfit. And let me just take a moment to read this to you. Charles Darwin's theory about survival of the fittest wasn't quite right, says a Johns Hopkins University scientist in a new theory on the evolution of life on the earth. Natural selection among individuals within species does not operate fast enough to account for the overall course of evolution, says Stephen M. Stanley, paleobiologist and professor in the school's Department of Earth and Planetary Sciences. Well, that goes right along with what we saw about the mathematicians that question the whole theory of Darwinian evolution. If you'll remember the article that I showed to you in our earlier sessions, Heresy in the Halls of Biology, Mathematicians Question Darwin. Well, this is from 1967. This is from 1975. So you see it's an ongoing process. Indeed, or instead, most evolutionary change occurs in relatively sudden multiplications of species, not gradual transition of one life form into another as Darwin theorized, argued Stanley. Stanley's theory was published Tuesday in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And that's the reason why a lot of this stuff still remains unknown, or information has never filtered out into the general public because it's all published in some kind of an obscure journal. And unless you're actively working in the field or you pay attention to little bitty articles like this that are hidden back on some back page in some newspaper someplace, then basically in the dark about some of the current researches that are going on in the field. Darwin's famous book was entitled Origin of the Species, which is ironic because in it he really didn't write much about the origin of the species. In the sense of the multiplication of the species, Stanley writes, Darwin conceived of the gradual transition of one species into another through time. There is now considerable evidence that new species arose largely through the geographical isolation of small groups of existing species. As an example, Stanley cited the rapid rise of mammal species that took place when dinosaurs and other reptiles began to become extinct at the end of the Mesozoic era. Once the reptiles ceased to rule the earth, mammal species began to undergo a very rapid proliferation. Another test of the theory involved so-called living fossils, such as lungfish. Remember we mentioned those yesterday. Some species of this ancient fish survive today virtually unchanged from their ancestors 200 million years ago. Under Darwinian gradual evolution, Stanley says, there's no way to explain why lungfish have evolved so much more slowly than everything else. These and other tests, Stanley says, confirm the idea that gradual natural selection, as conceived by Darwin, is too slow to account for the large-scale evolution that is in a random series of speculation or spatial events where basic evolutionary changes has really taken place. Only such a series of events, he says, could have produced the variety of life forms that exist today or that have existed and become extinct. So, that's basically a confirmation of what Dr. Dewar had said and had published as early as 1957. That, essentially, when the climactic conditions are conducive to the sustenance of certain life forms, they spontaneously appear. But that still hasn't answered our question, is when does Homo sapiens sapiens appear as a spatial creation imbued with the Spirit and the image of God? And so I go back and I ask the question again, well, what is it that Homo sapiens sapiens does that no one else does? No other man-like creature has done. And William's sitting over there with a grin on his face, so obviously he knows the answer to that question. What are you going to suggest, William? No, actually, no. Actually, no. But at least it's a good supposition. It's a logical supposition. If man was created in the image of God, then we would expect man, and perhaps only man, to have some kind of a concept of deity as well as an afterlife. But unless we can say that Neanderthal was also created in God's image, and therefore and thereby human, then that's also not the answer. Because Neanderthal had some kind of a concept of an afterlife. How do we know that? Because of the burials. And I've seen personally many of these Neanderthal burials. And the ones in Israel at school, for example, are buried in a flex position with the knees up under the chin with a burial offering. And sometimes that burial offering was flowers. Different kinds of flowers. There's a burial offering. Now, anthropologists will tell you that that kind of a burial with a burial offering indicates some kind of a religious concept. Concept of an afterlife. What that religious concept was, of course, we cannot say. But it does nonetheless indicate some kind of a concept of an afterlife and thereby some kind of a concept of a deity. But beyond that, we have found in some of the ancient Neanderthal excavations, we have found images, fertility images of their goddesses that date back 35,000 years. And so the whole question is the belief in a God really indicative of a humanness? Let me show you this book here. It's called The First Humans, Human Origins. And it has pictures, representations of these different images, as I will show you. Here's one of the fertility from the Upper Paleolithic period. And here's images of now, this article, what is humankind? Human behavior has evolved over the past 3 to 4 million years, beginning with walking upright in combination with the usual camping and tool-using behavior of the higher primates. Successive generations of hominids have developed the capacity to control fire. No other species of man, early man. Capacity to control fire, to interact socially with their dead, to represent the universe in art. We're a unique species because we have these characteristics. We also have less tangible characteristics, such as our distinctive sexual behavior. And in Judaism, if you will read in some of Jewish literature, you will see that Judaism sets man apart from all of the other creatures in this one particular respect, in that only man engages in sex as an act of pleasure and an act of love, wherein all of the other beasts of the field, basically, sex is engaged in as a matter of reproduction. A remarkable capacity for persistence, the power of speech, our elaborate moral beliefs, and combined with a ready tendency to kill other humans, an extraordinary ability to care for the helpless and the aged. Primates have a general, though not universal, pattern of periodic sexual accessibility. In other words, the estrous cycle. However, like the tree-climbing solitary orangutan, we can be sexually active at any time, regardless of whether conception is possible. But we are unique in lacking the behavioral controls found among many other species that would normally prevent such incidents. Caring for each other is not unique either. True humans attach moral value to caring for each other, but morals are probably a very recent development. And then it continues. Here you see are some of the arts. Here is a statuette with human body and feline head from southwest Germany that's 32,000 years old. And this is quite an interesting book that has to do with human origins. Shows you the picture of all of the different skulls. Articles such as, when did language begin? What makes Homo sapiens sapien? But basically, scientists have concluded, as I just mentioned to you a moment ago, that those unique features that I just mentioned, capacity to control fire, interact socially with the dead, represent the universe in art, along with the distinctive sexual behavior, capacity for persistence, the power of speech, extraordinary ability to care for the helpless and the aged, all of those things working together are those things that make man distinct from the other beasts of the field. And it was from this basic philosophical position that Professor Crawford also accounted for the rise of humankind. Now, before we break here for lunch, let me just pause to see if any of you have any questions at this point, because what we want to do when we come back is now begin at this point and ask ourselves the question, well, what did God do when He created man in His image? And we have already basically answered that. We've answered that in different seminars that I've conducted before, and because I have gone into that particular subject at quite some length in previous seminars, such as, for example, the blood covenant, I don't intend to spend all that much time with going into the background of what God did when He created man in His image, other than to say that He basically reduplicates Himself. God creates a dime to be exactly what He is. And He breathes into His nostrils that portion of Himself, and man becomes a thing just like God. And what we want to do whenever we come back is to begin to trace the historical development now of man's fall and man's rise towards godness. But let me pause here and see if any of you have any questions regarding anything that we've discussed thus far. Noted things from the book over here that I mentioned, The First Humans, put out by the American Museum of Natural History, Volume 1. But I also mentioned that the Jews have kind of a unique perspective on it too, and I just mentioned it in passing, but I wanted to amplify that because I do think that it is important. And this is from Breshis, from the Art Scroll Tanakh series, Volume 1, on page 111. Says, man is not unique among living beings in having a sexual life, but other creatures require mating only for the purpose of breeding, whereas male and female, man and woman, who were created in God's image, use it as an expression of love, but more beyond that, and then I continue with the reading, because male and female were created simultaneously, they can function independent of one another. Man is different. Woman was created from man to show that only in partnerships do the two form a complete human being. So the whole idea is that in the sexual relationship, the two once again become one flesh, as God had created them intentionally to be, and that as one flesh, they are able then to be the demonstration of the totality of all that God is. And again, you know from some of our previous studies that according to Judaism, it says that man is not a whole man by himself, that only whenever he's united with his other counterpart, can he truly be whole. Now, we want to just leave it with this. When did man, as we know him today, become imbued with the Spirit of God? When did man become man? And the answer to the question is, we can't say. We really can't say. The biblical text is too ambiguous. The material that we have is too fragmentary in the biblical record and in the archaeological record as well. But I think that we can say that it probably happened much earlier than what we thought. And that it was probably a whole lot more complex than what we are inclined to garner from the material that we have here in Genesis chapter 1 and 2, that God formed man in his image, and we have the mental image of Adam and Eve out in the garden. And I think that we can see from Genesis chapter 5 that we're talking of something that's a far more dramatic proportion than Adam and Eve out streaking through the garden. But what's important for us as we continue in our study is the knowledge that when God did create Adam, He created him in His image and in His likeness to be exactly what he was. Now, given Genesis chapter 3, of course, we have the person of the Nachash, Genesis chapter 3, V'hanachash haya arum. The serpent was more subtle, and notice it doesn't say that the serpent or the Nachash, whatever that is, was a beast of the field. But it was more subtle than any of the beasts of the field. And the interesting thing again is, well, who was it and what was it? Well, some would identify the Nachash or the serpent with Ha-Satan. But what does Judaism say about Ha-Satan? Who is Ha-Satan? What is Ha-Satan? And Judaism says that Ha-Satan is the Yetzer Hara. The Yetzer Hara. Now, let's notice here in chapter 4, again, and we've already noticed this, but remember in chapter 4 and verse number 6, when Cain gets mad because his offering is not accepted, that God replies to him and says, if you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin crouches at your door. Its desire is for you, and you must master it. Now, what is implied in this passage? A whole lot more than what might appear on the surface. Number one, what is implied is freedom of choice. That we are created as individuals who have the capacity to make decisions either for good or for for the bad. And of course, if we were created in the image of God, we had to have that. We had to have that capacity, that capability. We had to have free will, freedom of choice. So I can choose either to do good or I can choose to be bad. Now, it's not something on the outside of me that's making me do the bad or forcing me to do the bad, but it's something within me, and that something within me is called in Judaism the Yetzer Hara. In Judaism, they say, and it's always been believed, that man was created with two inclinations. The inclination to do good and the inclination to do evil, and this is what sets us apart from all of the other creatures on the earth. Now remember, we were asking the question a moment ago, what is it that makes a human a human? And we gave all of these explanations and read all of this material from these different sources, but when it comes right down to it, here it is. Here it is. This is what makes us human. This is what makes us who we are. The freedom of choice. We can choose to do good or we can choose to do bad. All the other creatures, it happens to be instinctual with them. But with man, we were created in the image and likeness of God, and we are creatures of choice. And that choice is because of our godness, if you will.
Yeah.
It's because of that we can choose to do good or we can choose to be bad. And we see this reflected all of the way through the biblical text. Remember the Apostle Paul, for example, says, the good that I want to do, I don't do. And the bad things that I don't want to do, that's what I turn around and find myself doing. Now, the bad things that he's doing, that he didn't want to do, is not because somebody's making him do it. It's because he has the freedom of choice, free will. He can make those decisions independently on his own and for himself. And God says, look, you have free will. You have a freedom of choice. If you make the right decisions, will you not be accepted? And if you don't make the right decisions, then the Yetzer Hara has got control over you.
Yep.
And you're going to have to take control over it. You're going to have to be the one.
He didn't say, I will do it.
No, he did not say, I'm going to do it.
For you.
I'm not going to do it for you. You're going to have to do it for yourself.
Yeah.
You're going to have to master it. Well, unfortunately, Cain didn't.
No, he did not.
And he made the wrong decision. He made the wrong choice. God didn't make him do it.
No.
And not only that, the devil didn't make him do it either.
No, he wasn't even there.
You know, sometimes if there was a devil, I almost feel sorry for him.
Yeah, you missed that one.
Because he gets blamed for everything. The devil made me do it. The devil did this, the devil did that. Well, if somebody said, I'm sorry, I just lost control. And the Yetzer Hara, evil inclination, that bad part of myself just rose to the surface and I didn't have control over it. I couldn't get control over it. Okay? That's what's happening. That's what's going on. But we want to have a scapegoat. We want to blame it off on somebody else instead of assuming our own responsibility. What happens is that Cain now has a mark placed upon him. And we want to notice this because we want to see these two parallel lines that are progressing historically, one alongside of the other. And one reflecting the control of the Yetzer Hara and the other reflecting the control of the Yetzer Hatov.
Yeah.
And in Genesis chapter 4 and verse number 15, the Lord says unto him, therefore if anyone kills Cain, vengeance shall be taken upon him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark or a sign upon Cain lest any finding him should kill him. Well, I might just throw this in as we're going along. What kind of a mark did he set on him? What did he set on him? What did he do? Huh?
Was it a cross?
Yeah, how did you know that?
I remembered it.
Oh, you remembered it. Well, in Hebrew, it's Vayitav. Vayitav, and Tav, you remember, is the last letter of the Hebrew alphabet. And in Old Hebrew, the cross, what looks like a cross, was the letter Tav. Yeah. So, like God placed a mark on him, looked like an X. And now we're told that Cain went away from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Now, if a person is cursed by God, condemned, and cast out, where have they got to go? Chapter 6. When men began to multiply on the face of the land, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were fair, and they took wives of all they desired and chose. Who are the sons of God and who are the daughters of men? Well, in order to understand the answer, or in order to answer that question, we need to go back real quick to the last verse of chapter 4 as we follow the whole historical progression of what's going on here. Verse 25, and Adam's wife again became pregnant, and she bore a son and called his name Seth. For God, she says, has appointed me another child instead of Abel, for Cain slew him. And to Seth also a son was born, whom he named Enosh. And Enosh just means man. Remember Bar Enosh? Bar Enosh just means man. So you see, there's more going on here than what appears to be whenever you just translate it literally. Bar Enosh. And it says, at that time, men began to call upon God by name. Men began to call upon Elohim by name. And what was his name? Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. Began to call upon God by name. That is chapter 4, verse 25 and 26. And what happened to my Breshit book? Oh, here it is. I laid it over here. And then it says in verse number 4, there were giants in the earth in those days, and also afterwards. When the sons of God lived with the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, these were the mighty men of old, men of renown. And the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was very great in the earth, and that the imagination and intention of their heart was only evil continually. And it regretted God that he had made man in the earth. He said, I'm going to destroy and blot them out. Now, what's going on here? In some English translations, it says, and there were Nephilim in the earth in those days. Any of you got a translation that says Nephilim? V'Nephilim hayu ba'aretz ba'yamim hahem.
What's chapter again?
That's chapter 6. Chapter 6. The Nephilim. verse number 4. Now, sometimes it's translated as Anakim. The giants were in the earth in those days. Anak. But the Nephilim are not necessarily the Anakim. Anak is a giant, and the word here is Nephilim. And what is the word? What does it mean? Well, it comes from the Hebrew root Naphal, which means what? To fall. And it says they were so called because they fell. Naflu, because they fell. But who were they? Well, some have said, well, they were the fallen ones who were kicked out of heaven, and they fell down to the earth, and they intermarried with the daughters of men. Except there's a real problem with that. And that is that if there were, in fact, angelic beings, they're asexual. That's right. They don't even have the capacity to multiply.
Even if they did, even if there were such ignorance, man would not be at the same time.
That's right. And it says that a man is going to reproduce after his kind.
Yeah.
It doesn't say. That's right, exactly. But the simple fact of the matter is that angelic beings, from what we're able to ascertain in the way they're presented in the biblical text, are asexual, and they don't even have the capacity to multiply.
No.
So, now that doesn't make sense. So if that doesn't make sense, then what does make sense? Well, let me read this to you. As our verse indicates, Nephilim were common in those antediluvian days. They were products of the Canaanite line, which submerged the spiritual, thus causing gigantic physical growth. Had the mixture of the spiritual line of Seth with the physical line of Cain achieved the ideal result, a race of spiritually inclined giants would have resulted. Unfortunately, the physical overpowered the spiritual. In other words, the sons of God are the descendants of Seth, who were calling upon God by name, and the daughters of men were the descendants of Cain.
Yep.
And you have these two lines. And the interesting thing about it is there's a principle that applies even until today. That, and that's the reason why later on in the biblical text we're told to not be unequally yoked together with an unbeliever. Remember the Apostle Paul's admonition? Don't be unequally yoked together with an unbeliever. Why? Because the influence of evil, or the Yetzer Hara, is so overpowering. It's so powerful that it tends to squash or to squelch eventually. Yeah, the spiritual. So what happens is that the earth is filled with wickedness, and God said, I'm going to destroy man, and I'm going to blot them out. And so we have the story of the ark and the story of the flood. And we've already seen that this is another problem for us chronologically. When did this happen? And the answer to the question is that we don't know. The other question that might present itself, well, is, did it happen? What happened? Well, again. What can we say? The only thing that we can say is that, look, we don't have any geological evidence. We don't have any archaeological evidence. And now I'm sure all of you are aware of how long there's been some kind of a search going on of these Christian fundamentalists searching for Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
And search at Noah's Ark, and all this expedition and that expedition, going to search for Noah's Ark, and how several years ago they claimed to have actually found Noah's Ark, and they brought back pieces of wood from Noah's Ark. And I met some of these guys when I was down at the university. They even invited me to come and go along on their expedition with them. And we had some words. You know, you hate to speak disparagingly of somebody else's belief or somebody else's faith, but they were well-meaning and well-intentioned, but the simple fact of the matter is that they didn't have a whole lot of scientific information or anything else. But they went off on the expedition, and they brought back these pieces of wood. And I sat there and talked to them, you know, before they ever went on the expedition. I asked them, well, what are you hoping to find? Well, yeah, man, if we find this ark, if we're going to be able to date it, and it's going to confirm the historicity of the biblical text and the inerrancy of the scriptures and so on and so forth. And I said, well, you know, I doubt seriously if that's going to happen. For the simple reason that if the biblical text is correct, and I think that it is, it says that Noah lined the ark with pitch. As a matter of fact, the wood out of which the ark was supposed to have been built was called Etz Gopher. Gopher. And gopher wood, gopher, the word gafar, is the root from which our word bitumen or pitch comes, same root in Hebrew. And it's bitumen wood or pitch wood. We don't know what it was. That's just the name. But whatever it was, it doesn't make any difference. The biblical text says that he lined the ark with gopher wood, with bitumen or pitch, which happens to be a petroleum product, which happens to seep into the grain of the wood, which happens to affect any kind of a carbon date that you're liable to get off of the wood, which is going to render any date that you get off of it unusable, incorrect. See? So they took it, they found some kind of wood up on the mountain, they brought it back. They dated it, dated to when? 750 years A.D. Well, talking about all of the numbers, how long was it supposed to have rained? 40 days. And what's 40?
Yeah.
4
Yeah.
and 10.
Yeah, completion.
Yeah.
That's
So
what that necessarily means. Yeah.
So you have to look at all of these things as you're looking at them in the study. But anyway, whatever. What are we going to say about it? Was there ever some kind of a flood? Well, the answer to the question is that we really don't know. We don't have any geological or archaeological evidence of such. The only thing that we have is a biblical record here. And the biblical record is quite ambiguous. It indicates that there was some kind of a cataclysm that took place at some kind of a period of time that was beyond just the rain coming down from heaven. It says the whole bowels of the earth opened up. And we've seen that there's geological evidence of different kinds of cataclysmic things on the earth happening. What can we say with any assurance that we're being as intellectually honest, as accurate as we can be? We can say, okay, well, you know, really, we do not begin to touch down on any firm chronological ground until we come to the time of Abraham. And all before the time of Abraham is very abstract. And instead of talking about absolute dates, we're talking about nothing except just relative dates. But, interestingly enough, from the time of Abraham on down, we begin to touch on firm chronological ground. And the thing that makes the biblical text different from any other book is its historicity. The Bible's a historical document. You take any other religious work, whether it be from some other religious system such as Buddhism or Confucianism or whatever it might be, or whether it might be from some Christian cult such as the Book of Mormon. These are not historical documents. There's nothing in them that can be historically validated. But the biblical text, you're talking about mountains, and you're talking about rivers, and you're talking about lakes and streams and oceans, and you're talking about kings and kingdoms, and you're talking about trees and places and buildings and things, and all of those things can be validated, either historically or with the finds of biblical archaeology. And although there are a lot of questions that we haven't been able to answer yet, it appears, with what we have been able to investigate, that in almost every instance, we're able to validate the basic historicity of the biblical text. So that if we can take things on this side of Abraham and say, well, basically as we apply our historical information, as we apply the archaeological information, as we apply all of the information that we have garnered from these ancient kingdoms and in our archaeological excavations there, that we have a document that is basically historically accurate. That, in all probability, if we understood everything that we needed to understand, and we had all of the information that we needed to have, that in all probability, there is more than just a grain of truth in the flood story. But until we have that information at hand, it serves no useful purpose for us to try to take science and prove the Bible, as if the Bible needs anybody to prove it anyway.
That's another
thing. It's basically a document that you either accept on the basis of faith or you reject on the basis of faith, because no science is going to prove it 100%. So we're saying that in all probability there is more than just a grain of truth in the flood story. But the important thing for us is, regardless of whenever it happened or how it happened or if it happened, that we have a principle that we're following and that we want to follow that has to do with the nature of man. Who is man? What is man? And we note that after the flood, what happens? They come out, verse number 20 of chapter 9, Noah begins to cultivate the ground. He plants a vineyard. He drank of wine and became drunk and was uncovered and lay naked in his tent. And then it says, and Ham, the father of Canaan, glanced in and saw the nakedness of his fathers, and he told his two brothers outside. So Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it upon the shoulders of both, went in backwards, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they did not see their father's nakedness. And when Noah awoke, it says, he knew the thing that his youngest son had done to him. Now the question is, what did his youngest son do to him? Remember the term know, and Adam knew his wife Eve, and she conceived and bore a son. And in Hebrew, the word know, yada, implies intimacy. And in most instances, sexual intimacy. And the question is, what did his youngest son do? Well, the simple fact of the matter is that it's completely impossible for us to say with any degree of certainty, but general consensus of opinion is that there was some kind of sexual contact between Noah and his youngest son. But then notice, interestingly enough, the grandson is the one who gets cursed. Cursed be Canaan. You might ask the question, well, I don't really understand this. If it was something sexual, it happened that Cain's sons were married. So why did the youngest son feel any kind of a need to do anything at all sexual with his father? And in order to understand that, we need to go back before the time of the flood to the condition as it was when it says the Nephilim were in the earth in those days. And the thinking of their mind was only evil continuously. And the earth was filled with wickedness. But we're going to see in a few moments as we pick up our story, as we continue in the story, with Nimrod, whose name means to rebel, that these people, the descendants of Cain, when they were cast out from God, they went out and erected a religious system in which they tried to become their own God. And this religious system develops from the story of the Tower of Babel that we're going to see a little later on with Nimrod, the rebel, all of the way through history, actually down to the present time. A religion that centers around the worship of certain pagan deities, gods and goddesses that are served by cult prostitutes, both male and female, in their temples. And if you don't understand this as you follow the development of mankind, down through the ages, you're not going to understand a lot of things that you read even in the New Testament, when you come to the New Testament. For example, with the Apostle Paul, when he says in 1 Corinthians, let the women keep silent in the church. And we all of a sudden take that passage out of its context, we place the women into some kind of spiritual bondage, and we don't realize that in Corinth in the first century, when Paul is speaking, he is standing in the public square. We even know exactly where Paul stood because we've excavated the public square and the podium or the bama where the speaker stood, and right to the left of the speaker, as he would be standing facing the crowd, was this huge mountain that just came up out of the level of the plain almost at a 90-degree angle. A huge big mountain called the Acrocorinth. And on top of this mountain in Paul's day was a temple to the fertility goddess Artemis that was served by 1,000 cult prostitutes. And this was the way of the ancient world, cult prostitution. And not just female, but male as well, male and female cult prostitutes. And they're mentioned many times in the biblical text. And almost any time that you have a mention in the biblical text, and you can just mark this down and follow it through in the biblical text, you have a mention of adultery or fornication. Most instances, it is a spiritual adultery and a spiritual fornication going off after these false gods. And that's the way that they worship these gods, was in all kinds of sexual rites and orgies. And why? What was the significance of it all? Well, let me give it away to you now, and we'll see it a little later on. But remember, in the biblical text, we're told that those who are baptized into Jesus Christ have put on Christ. That we were buried with Him by baptism into death. In other words, that when a person went into the fertility gods or goddesses, they united themselves with the deity that was worshipped by that particular prostitute, be it male or female. And what I am suggesting is that apparently the wickedness of the pre-flood Nephilim was such that they worshipped in these rites that included some kind of sexual intercourse, and that this pernicious religious system in which they were trying to make themselves to be gods had so influenced them that after they came out from the flood, that influence carried over with the son of Noah and resulted in not just the youngest son being cursed, but in the grandson as well, cursed be Canaan. And the interesting thing about it is that that is the way of the Canaanites as we follow them throughout their history. And I can tell you from first-hand experience, because I've excavated personally in the temples of these ancient Canaanites in the land, that the artifacts that we find are purely pornographic. As a matter of fact, they're of such a nature that it's very difficult to talk about them or to even display them in a mixed company, because they are just purely pornographic that relate to the way in which the ancient Canaanites worship. And that's the reason why in Deuteronomy, God tells the Israelites when they go into the land to drive them out from before them, because of the way that they worship, because of the nature of their worship. And God knew that the nature of the worship was so pernicious that if they did not drive them out before them, they would succumb to it, which is exactly what happened. And over and over and over again, the Bible tells us that the children of Israel went a-whoring after other gods. So, whatever it is that's happening here, I don't want to make too much of it or more of it than what it is, but apparently there is some kind of sexual connection that has to do with a pagan way of worship, and as a result, because the sins of the fathers are visited on the children, says to the fourth generation, but again, that just means on ad infinitum. They're going to forever be. But now we want to be quick to point out here that we're not talking about sin being transmitted from one generation to another. No one would ever say that anybody was responsible for any sins that they themselves did not commit, but that succeeding generations are going to be affected by those sins in some way or another. Anyway, now we come to chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and one accent and one mode of expression. And as they journeyed eastward, they found a plain in the land of Shinar. And they settled and they dwelt therein. And they said to one another, "Come, let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly." So they had brick for stone and slime for mortar. And they said, "Come, let us build us a city whose top reaches up unto the sky, and let us make a name for ourselves." Did you all see that? Now remember, way back in Genesis chapter 4, verse 26, it said, "And Seth began to call upon God by name." God had a name. And now they want to make for themselves a name. In other words, what it is they want to make themselves to be God. What's that?
Idol.
Yeah. They want to make a name for themselves. And that's the reason why the Lord came down and scattered them abroad over the face of the earth. But notice this one passage here. It says, "Behold, they're one people, they have all one language, and this is only the beginning of what they will do." And if we allow them to accomplish this, nothing they have imagined they can do will be impossible unto them. Now, do you catch the implication of that? That even fallen man has tremendous capacity. But if fallen man has tremendous capacity, what does that say about the capacity of redeemed man? If fallen man has capacity, what does it say about the capacity of reconciled man? Redeemed man, far greater a capacity. And then a confirmation here of what's going on. What did I say they were trying to do in verse number 4 of chapter 11? They were trying to do what? Make themselves to be God. Look now at verse number 9. "Therefore, the name of that place was called" what? "Because there God balal," or confused their tongues. Two different words. You look at it in English and you think, well, that's one word, and Babylon means confusion. A lot of people have thought that. But in Hebrew, they called the name of that place Babel, because it was there God balaled at their language. And the question is, what does Babylon mean? Babel comes from two Hebrew words, of course, Bab and El. What is Bab in Hebrew? Gate. El is God. And Babel means the gate to God. And in Hebrew today, if you were in Israel with me, and I'd certainly like for you to be, in July we're going over for a special archaeological excavation, and I sincerely hope that you all could join us. If I was in Israel and with my driver, some of you have met my driver, by the way. Johnny picked my driver up, didn't you? Or took my driver to the airport, Moshe. Well, you met Moshe. You had your picture taken with him when he was here from Israel. I would, if I wanted to go to the Damascus Gate, for example, I'd tell him I want to go to Bab el Amud. Bab el Amud, to the gate of the standing columns or the standing pillars. It was the ancient name of the Damascus Gate. Bab el means the gate to God. And this is just a further confirmation of what their intention was, you see, is those who were the descendants of Cain, who were cast out and separated from God, are now trying to make for themselves a name. Bab el. And where did they go? To the land of Shinar. Now, who else is in the land of Shinar? Let's go back to chapter 9, verse 25. Cursed be Canaan. And then in chapter 10, the descendants of Ham are Cush, Mitzrayim, Put, and Canaan. And all of these names refer to a place today. Cush is Ethiopia. Mitzrayim is Egypt. Put is Libya. And Canaan is Canaan. And we're told the names of the sons of Cush. And Cush, in verse number 8, became the father of Nimrod. Nimrod. And it says, he was the first to be a mighty man on the earth. And remember, back in chapter 6, it talks about the mighty men, men of old, men of renown, the Giborim. The word in Hebrew is Gever, or Gibor. And what is a Gibor in Hebrew? It's a hero. And what's a hero? Somebody that somebody wants to be like. Everybody wants to be like the hero. And it says he's a mighty hunter before the Lord. Therefore, it is said like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. And we look at that and we think that Nimrod is some kind of a hunter. You know, he's got a bow and arrow and he's all out chasing through the boonies after bunnies. Or some such. But what does the word Nimrod mean? Look it up in Hebrew. Comes from the root marad, mem resh dalet, and marad means a rebel or one who rebels. And against whom did he rebel? He rebelled against God. And he was a hunter of what? He was a hunter of men against God. Those who would rebel against God and be a part of His kingdom. Notice the next verse. And the beginning of His kingdom was what? Babel. And the beginning of His kingdom was Babel. Erech Akkad and Calneh in the land of Shinar. In the land of Shinar, or what is present day Iraq. And out of the land Nimrod went forth into Assyria and built Nineveh and Rehovot Ir and Calah and Rezim. Between Nineveh and Calah, all these suburbs combined to form the great city. Talking about the ancient empire of Nimrod. And we notice historically that the kingdom of Babylon sets itself against the people of God and actively tries to bring the people of God down from their spiritual heights throughout all of Jewish history, or all of the history of God's people. And it is now that we're introduced to Abraham. Let's take a little break right here. I can pause right here. And we're introduced to Abraham. And when we're introduced to him, he's just called Avram. And God appears to him and tells him to get out from this country, from your relatives, from your father's house, and go into a land that I'm going to show you, and I'm going to make of you a great nation. Now notice what we have so far. We've got these two parallel lines. The line of Cain, the line of Ham, Canaan, Cush, Nimrod, and we've got over here the line of Seth. And let's just take a moment to pause here and look at one or two in the line of Seth that we neglected, we overlooked. Chapter 5. Adam lived 130 years, and he had a son in his own likeness and after his image. You notice that? Adam was created in the image and the likeness of God, and now Seth is created in the image and the likeness of Adam, which means that he also is in the image and the likeness of God. And now let's notice some of his offspring. And Seth was 105 years old when Enosh was born. Now, Enosh, again, means simply what? Man. And in verse number 18, Yared was 162 years old when Enoch was born. And Enoch, notice, was 65 years old. I'm going to leave all these out and just put in Enoch. And he was 65 years old when Methuselah was born. And Methuselah, you remember, was the world's oldest man, lived 969 years old. And his son was Lamech, and his grandson was Noah. And notice in verse number 24 that Enoch walked in habitual fellowship with God, and he was not, for God took him home with him. And you can see a parallel passage in Hebrews chapter 11, verse number 5, that Enoch so walked with God that he was just taken up into glory. What does the word Enoch mean? You know, we're going to have some interesting information here as we look at these individuals and these characters. And keep in mind, we're following the line of those who were created in the image and likeness of God. What is Hanoch? Hanoch in Hebrew. We ask ourselves, well, what was it about this guy? What was it that made him so special? That he walked with God so habitually that God just took him up home into glory without dying. Well, you know what that assumes? That assumes that Enoch never sinned. Because the Bible says, the soul that sinneth, it shall surely die. And that's an immutable law. So if Enoch went up into glory without dying, that implies that he didn't sin. And of course, we've already asked the question, was if he didn't sin, then how come he couldn't offer the sacrifice, or how come he couldn't be the Redeemer? And the answer to that question is because his birth was not a divine birth. And so he didn't have incorruptible blood. So he couldn't offer the ultimate sacrifice. But what does Hanoch mean? What does it say Hanoch means? Give you some indication of the meaning of Hanoch is that in Hebrew today, the Department of Education is called the Misrad HaChinuch. Chinuch is education in Hebrew. But I want to know what it means. Chanach. You ought to be able to find it there real easy. If you can't.
Here it is. Or, well, as you know. Okay.
You find it?
Yeah.
What does it mean? I'm holding. Chech is the palate of your mouth, the roof of your mouth, gums. Chanach means literally to chew the date. To chew the date. This is 2596, Brown Driver Briggs. The verb is train up or dedicate, but it comes from the Arabic that means to rub the palate of the child with chewed dates. To chew the date. Yeah. And then you take that which you've masticated and rub it on the gums of the newborn child to induce the nursing action. In other words, the idea of that which is nourishing and sweet and conducive to growth, you put in your mouth, you masticate it, and then you take it out and put it in the mouths of your children. He was the one who was taking that upon which he was feeding and putting it in the mouths of his children. And who was his child? Methuselah. And what does Methuselah mean? Well, you're not going to find this if you look it up in Bound Driver Briggs. But take a look at it, Johnny. What does it mean? Metu Shelach. Or, because, what? Met is death. Meto is what? His death. Shelach. Or will be sent. Will be sent. Meto Shelach. At his death, it will be sent. And the day that Methuselah died, the flood began. According to the biblical chronology. Huh?
What does it mean again?
At his death, it will be sent. And in the day that Methuselah died, the flood began, according to the biblical chronology. And then, of course, we've got the generations of Noah down until the time of Abraham. And the question is, what makes Abraham different than all of the other men of his age? What is there about Abram? Remember, when we're introduced to him, his name is Avram. Avram. Av is father, Ram is exalted or high, and Avram means exalted father. And God says, I'm going to make of you a great nation, and I'm going to bless those that bless you, and I'm going to make your name famous and distinguished, and you shall be a blessing. I'm going to bless those that bless you, and I'm going to curse those that curse you. And in you shall all the families of the earth be blessed. But why? What was there about Abraham? In chapter 17, God says, I'm going to make my pledge, my covenant between me and you. And I'm going to multiply you exceedingly. Why? Again, the question, what was it about Abraham that was so special? God says, for I have known him that he will teach his children and his children's children after them. And let's see if we can find that real quick. I was thumbing through here and this Bible is in such a mess. For I have known him so that he may teach and command his children and the sons of his house after him to keep the way of the Lord and to do what is just and righteous, so the Lord may bring Abraham what he has promised him. And you see how you have that with Enoch, Hanach, and now you have it continued with Abraham. But again, ask the question, well, what is it that makes Abraham special? What is it that motivates him to do this? Remember, when it says, and Abraham believed God, and it was accounted to him as righteousness, his name is changed from Avram, to Avraham. And Raham is the father of a multitude, but contains the Hey, which stands for the Yud Hey Vav Hey. And if you look in various Hebrew commentaries, you'll see that now they say that Abraham has linked himself together with Yud Hey Vav Hey. And now Yud Hey Vav Hey is a part of his name. That's good, isn't it? And because of that now, he's going to teach his children to keep the way of the Lord after him. And again, that's Genesis 18 and 19. Now, let's back up and follow the progression here of what's happening. And and Abraham left Ur of the Chaldees, wherever that was, journeyed into the land of Canaan, and then from there on down into Egypt, and then back out of the land of Egypt, and back into the land of Canaan. He and his nephew Lot get into argument over the pastures for their flocks, and we're told that in verse 12 of chapter 13 that Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan and Lot dwelt in the cities of the Jordan Valley, and he moved his tent to Sodom, and he dwelt there. Sodom is Sdom in Hebrew, and it's spelled Samech Dalet Mem Dom. And actually, notice where Sodom is. Sodom is in the vale of Siddim. Sodom, in the vale of Siddim. And we're told in verse 13 that the men of Sodom were wicked and exceeding great sinners against the Lord. Notice the term, against the Lord. And then in chapter 14, we read about the kings of Shinar. Now, where is Shinar? Remember again in chapter 14, in the days of the kings, Amraphel of Shinar. Where was Shinar? Remember, Nimrod goes out unto the land of Shinar. So this is all over in what is now Iraq, the ancient cities of Babylon, and so on and so forth. And they joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is now the Dead Sea, or the Sea of Salt. And so they're down at the Dead Sea. Now notice, the valley of Siddim was full of slime, or bitumen pits. And where was the valley of Siddim, or what does it mean? Sodom. Let's take a minute and just look it up and see. Sodom.
Located in the area of the Dead Sea and the Jordan River.
You got it? Two important Canaanite cities named Sodom and Amorah. Proverbial for sin, for corruption, for wickedness. And notice down at the bottom, it says, see also Siddim.
Yeah.
Which is page 961. So we turn to page 961 and have a look at Siddim. And what is Siddim? Siddim, identified with the Dead Sea, veil of furrows, or so on and so forth, and down at the bottom, properly, Emek Hasidim, what does it say? Demon Valley, or the Valley of the Demons. Why does it say that? Because of the word shed. And shed is a devil or a demon. Sodom would actually be correctly translated, if you want to translate it properly, as the devil city or the demon city. And it was located where? In Emek Hasidim, in the valley of the demons. And what did the Bible tell us about the vale of Siddim? That the men of that city were exceedingly wicked. And again, see who we're following. Following the line of Cain. But now we're introduced to Abraham again, who sets off after his nephew Lot, who had been captured in 1414. And he took with him 318 of his trained servants, born in his own house, and pursued them as far as Dan, way up north in Israel on the Lebanese border. And he captured Lot, or rescued Lot, and defeated the kings that had taken him into battle. And then he comes back down in verse 18 and meets Melchizedek, who is the king of Salem, later to be called Jerusalem, who brought out bread and wine for the nourishment. And it says in verse number 18 of chapter 14, he was a priest of El Elyon. He's a priest of the Most High God. Now, there are those who have stated that this Melchizedek was a figure of Christ, or he was some kind of an angelic being, or some kind of a supernatural figure, and all of that is not justified from the biblical text. Melchizedek simply means my king is righteous. Malchi, my king, Tzedek, righteous. My king is righteous. He was a priest of the Most High God. And Melchizedek blessed Abraham, and he said, blessed be Abram by God Most High, possessor and maker of heaven and earth, and blessed, praised, and glorified be God Most High, who has given your foes into your hand. And notice this is just kind of a parenthetical phrase. Just kind of an afterthought. And Abraham gave him a tenth of all that he had taken. Doesn't mean that he gave him a tenth of everything that he had, but that he gave him 1/10 of what he had taken in battle. Now, the question is, who told him to do that? Some would go back and point to this as establishing the principle for the tithe. Well, that also is not correct, and we don't have time to go into it, but I'd call your attention to the little book that I've written on the subject of tithing, giving, and prosperity. You can find the online book, the ebook, or you can order the hard copy. Tithing, giving, and prosperity. But the reason why that Abraham gave the tithe was because he had been blessed, and he wanted to be a blessing in return. The whole principle of give, and it shall be given unto you. And Abraham gives to Melchizedek 1/10 of what he had taken into battle. And then notice in verse number 21, and the king of Sodom, or the king of the devil city from the valley of Siddim, who had been now captured by Abraham, said to Abraham, give me the people and keep the goods for yourself. But in Hebrew it says, give me the nephesh and keep the rechush, or the goods that you've taken as spoils in battle, and you keep that for yourself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I've lifted up my hand and sworn to the Lord God Most High, the possessor and maker of heaven and earth, that I will not take a thread or a shoelace or anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich. Take all except only what my young men have eaten, and the share of the men who went with me, Avner, Eshcol, Mamre, let them take their portion. In other words, the king of the devil city is still trying to fight, if you will, for the souls, if I can use that term, of those that had been taken captive by Abraham. And Abraham said, I don't want anything from you. I have lifted my hand up unto the Lord. And then as a result of that, in chapter 15, the word of the Lord came to Abraham and said, I'm your shield, your abundant compensation, and your reward shall be exceedingly great. And Abraham says, well, what can you give me, since I'm going from this world childless, and he who shall be the owner and heir of my house is this Eliezer from Damascus. And Eliezer was Abraham's household steward. Now, there's something interesting going on here that we really didn't understand for a long time until we found the Mari and Nuzi tablets, the library of Zimri Lin, in Mari, and in the Nuzi documents. We have a difficult time really understanding what's going on here because we don't have all the details filled in, but it's obvious when we're told here in verse 14 of chapter 14 that Abraham armed 318 of his servants born in his own house. That Abraham was a man of vast possessions. And there's something of dramatic proportions going on here when God tells him to get up and leave the land where he is at and go into a land where he will show him. We've got the idea in our mind that maybe this is just Abraham and Sarah and the little nephew Lot, and they're going along with 2 or 3 of their animals behind them, and they're making this migration down into the land of Canaan. But we're talking about a mass migration here that may number in the thousands of people, because he had 318 armed servants. So he's a man, the biblical text tells us here, of exceedingly great possessions. And so the question is, how come it is that his household servant or his household steward, this Eliezer of where? Of Damascus, stands in line to inherit everything that he possesses? How come not his nephew Lot? Well, we didn't know until we read in these ancient Canaanite documents that date from about 400 years before the time of Abraham, by the way, about 2400 BCE, that it was a common practice in that time that if a man and woman were childless, that they would adopt a child. And that child would be designated as the household steward. And he would be in charge of taking care of all of the possessions of the couple, ensuring a decent burial upon their death, and at their death, then he stood in line to inherit everything that they possessed. You know, there is a possibility that also was the case with Joseph at the house of Potiphar, that he stood in line to inherit as the household steward. That's exactly right. But we know that to be true from the Mari and Nuzi documents. And Abraham said, well, you're going to have a child born in your own house. And I'm going to make my covenant with you. That's chapter 17. And I'm going to establish my covenant with you, and will multiply you exceedingly. And of course, without going into a lot of detail, we know the story of the birth of Isaac, who is now going to be the son of the covenant. So we're following this line: Seth, Enoch, Methuselah, Abraham, Isaac, and we can go on to Jacob, and then Jacob's 12 sons, and from those 12 sons, Judah, who becomes the tribe from which the Messiah is going to come. And remember one of our earlier studies when we were talking about the inspiration and the evidences of inspiration, the internal evidences of inspiration, how we talked about this messianic line and how it started with Seth, the line, and then it narrowed down to the nation with Abraham, and then it narrowed down to the tribe with Judah, and then finally it narrowed down to the family with David. And then from the time of David, the writings of the prophets, all of the prophets, that everything in the biblical text from the time of the first prophets down to the end of the Old Testament canon is just drawing a word picture for us of the one that's going to come in the fullness of time to effect this reconciliation. But we want to note that when the sons of Jacob, the whole family of Jacob, they finally wind up down in Egypt, and they're there for about 400 years when finally God calls Moses to come out of the land of Egypt and to go into the land of Canaan. In chapter 19 of Exodus, and we're having to skip far ahead, God says that you shall make unto me a kingdom of priests, a holy nation, consecrated, set apart to the worship of God. These are the words you'll speak to the Israelites. And so God calls them all before Him and tells them what God had said, and they said, oh, that's wonderful. What do we need to do to get it? And He tells them to sanctify yourself and be ready on the third day, because the Lord's going to come down on Mount Sinai and set bounds, and don't go near the mountain. And God went down and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes, and He said, be ready, for on the morrow the Lord's going to come down on the mountain. And then Mount Sinai is wrapped in smoke. The Lord descended upon it in fire. Its smoke ascended like that of a furnace, and the whole mountain spoke greatly. And the trumpet blast blew louder and louder, and the Lord came down upon the mountain. And what happens? Well, we've got interjected in here, chapter 20, the 10 Commandments, but we pick up the story back in verse 18 of chapter 20. And the people perceived the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the smoking of the mountain. They looked and they trembled with fear and they fell back and they stood afar off. God had said, I'm going to make out of you a kingdom of priests. A kingdom of Kohanim. Now what is a Kohen? What does the word priest mean? Kohen. Priest. Means one who has the capacity to draw near to God. One who has the capacity to draw nigh into the presence of God Himself. That's what it means to be a Kohen. And they said, oh, that's wonderful. What do we need to do to get it? And God, Moses tells them what they should do, but whenever it's time to get it, they see all of the lightnings and the thunderings and the fire, and they tremble with fear, and they fall back and they stood afar off. You see, draw near is an opposition to afar off. God wanted them to have the capacity to draw near. They stood afar off. And Moses said to the people, fear not, verse 20, for God has come to prove you that the reverential fear of Him may be before you, that you may not sin. But the people stood afar off. They said, Moses, you go up there and see what's going on for us. And Moses exercises his priestly capacity and draw near to the presence of God. But while he is away, there's sin going on down in the camp. And they make for themselves a golden calf. Where'd the whole idea of the golden calf come from? Interesting. It's muy interesante. What's that? One of the Egyptian gods. Turn back in the Hebrew to Shed. Shedim. Shed, we've already noted, is a devil or a demon. Shed, we never did ever see actually what it meant. You see right here, shed, a loan word from the Assyrian shedu, which was the Babylonian bull colossus. We see this representation of this bull figure all over the Middle East. In Babylon, you see it all over the Mesopotamian Fertile Crescent area. You see it off over into Greek culture, and it's the principal deity at Crete, the Babylonian bull colossus. And in Egypt, it's worshipped as Apis, the bull god of Egypt. And I don't know how many of you have ever been to Egypt, probably none of you all, but in Egypt, at Saqqara, out in the middle of the desert, not so very far away from the pyramids at Giza, there's a huge tomb complex called the Serapeum, where they interred all of the Egyptian Apis bulls, the bull gods. And it's a huge, big tomb complex. I've been in it on several occasions. And it's so huge that you can't, it just boggles the mind. And some of the sarcophagi in which these bulls were placed were so great, you don't know how they ever got them in there. The doorway into the Serapeum is not as big as the sarcophagi, which are hewn out of solid rock. One piece of solid granite. Where they built where they interred the Babylonian bull gods. So the whole point is, notice to what extent he Hebrew people have been influenced by the Babylonian bull colossus, that the first thing they do after they get out of Egypt is to make for themselves the golden calf. And what happens? God's going to wipe them all out. But Moses exercises his priestly authority, and he intercedes in their behalf. And God says, well, okay. This is chapter 25, verse 8. Na'aseh li mikdash v'shechanti b'toch am. Says, go ahead and make for me a physical structure. Tabernacle, later on temple. But he says, I'm going to have my dwelling place in them. And recall that in the tabernacle, and later on in the temple, tripartition structure, in the Holy of Holies, there was one accoutrement of furniture called the Ark of the Covenant, and it was there above the Ark of the Covenant that God indicated that He was going to dwell. This was going to be His dwelling place, and it was therefore called the Mishkan. Mishkan. It's where the Shekhinah, or the Shekinah, the presence or the glory of God was. Now again, we went into all of that a lot in detail when we were discussing one of our earlier studies, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time pressing on the point, other than to say that as we follow all of this through, you can see that God's intention is to live in an intimacy of fellowship and communion with His people. And although they never quite, as a people, understand His intention, nonetheless, God indicates that His dwelling place is going to be in them. He created man to be what? Exactly what he was. Although the results or the consequences of man's sin in the garden was such that there is now a vast chasm between God and man, nonetheless, He has instituted a plan or a program whereby man can be reconciled or redeemed. And in that whole process, He said that His dwelling place is going to be in man and not in some kind of a physical structure. And so the question is, well, what does that say about the capacity that the individual has in God? What does that say really about who we are and what we are? Now, let's kind of pick up that whole story in John chapter 10 and verse number 30 in the New Testament. Now we'll see if anybody else ever understood that this way. John chapter 10 verse 30. Remember the background, and it starts in verse number 22. After the Feast of Dedication was taking place in Jerusalem, and it was winter, and Jesus was walking in Solomon's porch in the temple area. See what excellent bits and pieces of information that were given in the biblical text, how historical a document that it is, how we can confirm some of these events. We know exactly when it was that He was in the temple. The Feast of Dedication is known as what today? What? No. Feast of Dedications is Hanukkah. Hanukkah, the Feast or Festival of Lights. You remember from the dedication of the temple, or the rededication of the temple by Judas Maccabeus in 165. And it's winter in December. And Jesus is in the temple, and the Jews surround him, and they said, look, how long are you going to keep us in suspense? We want to know who you are. And Jesus says, well, I've told you, you don't believe me. The works that I do by the power of the Father, and in my Father's name, and it bears witness of me. If you do not believe me, then you don't belong to my fold. The sheep that are of my fold, they hear my voice, and they know who I am, and they listen, and they follow me, and I'm going to give them eternal life, and they'll never lose it, or perish throughout the ages. And no one is able to snatch them out of my hand. My Father, who has given them to me, is greater and mighty than all else, and no one is able to take them out of the Father's hands. And then he says in verse 30, and I and the Father are one. And notice what happens. The Jews take up stones to stone him. Now, there are those that have said, and they declare, that Jesus never claimed to be the Son of God. That he never claimed to be the Messiah. And that's true. He never did. He never ever claimed to be Messiah. He never ever claimed to be the Son of God. He claimed to be God. And he came to be God in a way that is much more dramatic from a Hebrew perspective than if he would have just come out and said, well, I'm God. Here I is, our God. That's not what he said. He never, ever spoke in those terms, but he used a Hebraic method or a means of teaching that when he said what he said, they instantly understood what he was talking about. And notice, there's no question here. There's no pondering on the part of his listeners as to what he said. Now, what does that mean? He says, I and the Father are one, and they immediately take up stones to stone him. And Jesus said, well, wait a minute. For what are the good works that I've done are you going to stone me? They said, we're not going to stone you for any good work that you've done. We're going to stone you because you, a mere man, make yourself out to be God. They didn't say you make yourself out to be a son of God. You know, if Jesus would have done that, there wouldn't have been all that much problem. Because they thought of many of the pious before Jesus as being sons of God. Did they or did they not, Johnny? They did. And Johnny's written his dissertation, his whole doctoral dissertation on the rabbinic controversies between Rabbi Hillel and Rabbi Shammai, Bet Hillel, Bet Shammai. And in doing his research, it doesn't take very long before that becomes rather obvious that the pious of Jesus' day are considered by the people of his day to be sons of God. Matter of fact, one of the very famous rabbis of the day, Honi, the circle drawer, was even referred to as being a son of God by his contemporaries. Jesus doesn't claim that. He claims to be God. He makes himself to be an equal with God. And when they accuse him of that, he said, well, what's your own law say? In Psalms 82. Turn to Psalms 82. And you have to see this in Hebrew. God stands in the assembly And I don't know what your translation says, but some of them says stands in the assembly of the representatives of God, or it stands in the assembly of the judges, or something to that effect. But in Hebrew, it says Elohim omed beva'adat el. Elohim stands in the congregation of God, and He gives judgment as among the Elohim. And He says, how long are you going to judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? And so on and so forth. And in verse number 6, He said, I said, you are Elohim, since you judge on my behalf as my representatives. Indeed, you are all children of the Most High. You shall die as men and fall as one of the princes. But arise, O Elohim, and judge the earth, for to you belong all the nations. Jesus says, is it not written in your law that I said that you're gods? So men are called gods by the law. Men to whom God's message came, and the Scripture cannot be set aside, canceled, broken, or annulled. And if that's true, do you say unto me, the one whom the Father consecrated and dedicated and set apart for Himself and sent into the world, that I'm blaspheming because I said I'm the Son of God? And what'd they do? They threw down their rocks and went home. Turn to John chapter 5. Verses 18 and following.
John chapter 5.
John chapter 5. This made the Jews more determined than ever to kill Him, to make away with Him, because He not only broke the Sabbath, but He actually spoke of God as being, in a special sense, His own Father, and making Himself equal with God. And Jesus answered them by saying, I assure you, I most solemnly tell you, the Son is able to do nothing of Himself, His own accord. He's able to do only what He sees the Father doing, for whatsoever the Father does is what the Son does in the same way. The Father dearly loves the Son and discloses to Him everything that He Himself does, and He will disclose them to Him, let Him see greater things yet than these, so that you may marvel and be full of wonder and astonishment. And just as the Father raises up the dead and gives them life, so the Son also gives life to whomsoever He wills and is pleased to give it. In other words, the one to whom has been given all power and all authority, both on heaven and in earth, has the power and authority to delegate power and authority to whomsoever He wills. And turn to Luke chapter 9. Verse number 1. Then Jesus called together the 12 apostles, and He gave them power and authority over all demons and to cure diseases, and He sent them out to announce and preach the kingdom of God and to bring healing. And in chapter 10, notice in verse 1, now after this He chose and appointed 70 others, and He sent them out. And He gave unto them power and authority. Go back to John chapter 5, where we were just a moment ago, and let's look in verse number 27. And He hath given Him power and authority, and granted Him power to execute judgment, because He is a Son of Man. Because He is Bar Enosh. Again, a reference back to Daniel 7:13 and 14. Then turn to Colossians 1, verses 15 through 27. The Father hath delivered and drawn us to Himself out of the control and the dominion of darkness, and has transferred us into the kingdom of the Son of His love, in whom we have our redemption through His blood, which means the forgiveness of our sins. Now He is the exact likeness of the unseen God, the visible representation of the invisible. He is the firstborn of all creation, for it was in Him that all things were created, in heaven and on earth, and things seen and things unseen, whether thrones, dominions, rulers, or authorities. All things were created and exist through Him, by His service, and in Him, and for Him. And He Himself existed before all things, and in Him all things are held together. So this is just a confirmation of what we've already seen relative to what we were saying some time ago, that He was pre-existent before the world ever began, the Lamb of God that was slain before the foundation of the world, the exact representation of the Father, the one to whom had been given power and authority, who had the authority to delegate power and authority to whomsoever He wills and is pleased to give it. Turn to 2 Corinthians chapter 3, verse number 18. And all of us, as with unveiled face, because we continued to behold in the Word of God as in a mirror the glory of the Lord, are constantly being transfigured into His very own image, in ever increasing splendor, and from one degree of glory to another, for this comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit. So, the one who was in the image and the likeness of God, who has the power and authority to designate power and authority, has given us the power and the authority to be transfigured into His very own image, and from one degree of glory to the other. Look at 2 Corinthians four and 4. Again, just to emphasize, for the God of this world has blinded the unbelievers' minds that they should not discern the truth, preventing them from seeing the illuminating light of the gospel of the glory of Christ the Messiah, who is the image and the likeness of God. And that is a remez, or a hint, all the way back to Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 and 27. And God created Adam b'tselmenu kidmutenu. Turn to Colossians chapter 3, verse 10. Colossians 3 and verse 10. And have clothed yourself with a new spiritual self, which is ever in the process of being renewed and remolded into fuller and more perfect knowledge upon knowledge, after the image or the likeness of Him who created it. And notice, if you have a cross-reference Bible, that it refers you back to Genesis 1 and 26. In other words, this is the process that is taking place with those who have the Messiah in them. Turn to 2 Corinthians 5:21. For our sake He made Christ virtually to be sin who knew no sin, that in and through Him we might become the righteousness of God. Turn to Romans 3 and 21. This translation that I have is wrong. Terribly wrong. Just so happens that the King James has it right. But this translation is wrong. So I'm going to read it right. I'm not going to read from the Incorrect translation. But now the righteousness of God has been revealed, independently and altogether apart from law, although actually it is attested by the law and the prophets, namely the righteousness of God by the faith of Jesus. And it is meant for all who believe, for there is no distinction. In other words, it's not faith in Jesus. It's not that we're the righteousness of God because of our faith in Jesus. It's that we are declared to be the righteousness of God because of the faith of Jesus. Yeah, it's what Jesus is. It's not what we are. If we're going to be declared to be righteous according to our faith, we're not going to get very far down the road. But we are what we are, not because of our righteousness, but because of His righteousness. Turn to Galatians chapter 2. Galatians 2:16. You know that a man is justified or reckoned righteous and in right standing with God, not by works of the law, but by faith of Jesus the Messiah. Even we who have believed on Jesus, in order that we might be justified by the faith of Jesus. You see again, it's not faith in, it's faith of. We believe on Jesus in order that we might be justified by His faith, by what He is and who He is, not according to what we are. Same thing is true in Romans 3:21. As we've already seen. Same thing.
King James is getting it right here.
What's that?
King James folks are getting it right.
King James gets it right. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. They do. They do a good job here. Turn to Ephesians 3:12. In whom, because of our faith, we dare to have the boldness of free access. Approach to God with freedom and without fear. Now look at verse 16. May He grant you, out of the rich treasury of His glory, to be strengthened and reinforced with mighty power in the inner man, by the Holy Spirit, indwelling your innermost being and personality. May Christ, through faith, actually settle down, abide, and make His permanent home in your hearts. May you be rooted deep in love and founded securely on love, that you may have the power and be strong to apprehend and grasp with all the saints, God's devoted people, what is the breadth and the length and the height and the depth of it, that you may really come to know practically, through experience for yourself, the love of Christ, which far surpasses mere knowledge without experience, that you may be filled through all your being unto all the fullness of God, that is, may have the richest measure of the divine presence, the Shekinah presence, and become a body wholly filled and flooded with God Himself. Now that says something about our capacity.
What verse is it?
That is Ephesians chapter 3, verses 16 through 19, reading out of the Amplified Bible. Turn to Luke. Well, we don't have to turn there again. We've already been there. Luke chapter 9, verse 1, and Luke 10. Again, just that Jesus, who had the power and authority, gave the power and authority to those of His disciples to go and to perform the same kind of mighty works that He had performed, and bring wholeness and healing to the multitudes. Turn to Luke chapter 24 and verse number 49. At the end of Jesus' ministry, He tells His disciples,
I'm going to send forth upon you what my Father has promised, but remain in Jerusalem until you be endued with power from on high. And then in Acts chapter 1 and verse 8, we see them assembled together in Jerusalem. And in Acts chapter 2, the Holy Spirit falls upon them. They're imbued with power from on high. Turn to 2 Timothy chapter 1 and verse number 7. For God did not give us a spirit of timidity or cowardice or fear, but He has given us a spirit of power. Notice that. A spirit of power and of love and of calm and well-balanced mind, disciplined and self-control. Turn to John chapter 14, verse number 10 and following. Do you not believe that I am in the Father and that the Father is in me? What I'm telling you, I do not say on my own authority and of my own accord, but the Father who lives continually in me does the works. His miracles, His own deeds of power. Believe me that I am in the Father and the Father in me, or else believe me for the sake of the very works themselves. If you cannot trust me, at least let these works that I do in my Father's name convince you. And I assure you, I most solemnly tell you, if anyone steadfastly believes in me, he himself will be able to do the things that I do. And he will even do greater things than these, because I go to my Father. And I myself will grant whatever you may ask in my name, so that the Father may be glorified and extolled through the Son. I will do for you whatever you shall ask in my name. In other words, this now is not His faith. We're declared righteous because of what He is, but we have the capacity, the power, and the authority to do what He does, resulting of our accepting it, of our receiving it. Well, how are we going to sum all of this up? All of this sounds real good. But we need to be very careful. I think that we can say, as a result of what we've seen and of our study so far, that man was created to be exactly what God is, in the image and the likeness of God. And that was the reason why Jesus came. He was the image and likeness of God who came to offer, yes, the ultimate sacrifice, the atonement for sins for all mankind, but to imbue and to empower, that we who are His representatives had the capacity, or would have the capacity, to do the same things that He did. As a matter of fact, He even said, greater works than these which I do will you do, because I go to my Father. And that says something about the capacity that man has in God. But how do I put that in operation? You know, here's where it all comes down now, where the tread hits the road. The first thing that we've got to do, number one, over here, is to know God's will. First thing we've got to do is know God's will in the matter. I mean, we can't just assume that because Christ is in us, that we can just run out and do anything or everything, and that we're going to expect to get results, or that things are going to happen. We need to know God's will. And then once we know God's will, we need to move out and operate on it by leading the life. And whenever we start doing that, we're going to see that we'll begin to bear fruit.
In other words, when the Bible says, these signs will follow them that believe. Or when it says, and they'll lay their hands on the sick and they'll recover. Whenever we understand that we have that capacity, and then we know that it's God's will for us to do that in this particular instance, in this particular circumstance. When we know that it's God's will, then we can move out and do it. We can lead the life. When we start doing that, we're going to see that we're going to start getting results. We're going to bear fruit. And as we do that, that's going to lead us to a greater knowledge of God. And the more of the knowledge of God that we've got, the greater is going to be our power. But before we can know God, we have to know ourselves. Who is man, that thou art mindful of him? One who was created in the image and the likeness of God to be God's representative here on this earth. But in order to be His representative, we have to know His will. That means we have to get into the Word. We have to understand what God's will is, not just for me, but for His people. And that implies knowledge, a lot of knowledge. May also imply study. And it's interesting, but in Hebrew, it says there, Ein emunah bli dat. There's not any faith without knowledge. And before we can really begin to understand who we are, before we can begin to understand God, who God is, we need to know His will. When we know His will, we can start leading the life. When we lead the life, we're going to see that we'll bear fruit, and that bearing of fruit's going to lead us to a greater knowledge of God, which is going to lead us into increasingly greater power. Well, we've run out of time, so we'll draw it to a close. But before we conclude, do any of you have any questions?